Hello and welcome. We are doing the big talk. I need to change my stream title. All right. We are looking at all of MH3 and also 8 more cards because thanks thanks Wizards. I really wanted to have a ton more cards in Gladiator. I say that half joking, but honestly I really do love the amount of cards we're getting here. Here are a couple of things. First, there is a document that I have right here. This has my thoughts on every single card, and I'm going to check really quick and see if it has all of the commanders in it. It does not. Okay. This has almost every single card from MH3 that I have talked about, both ones that I have already made a comment on, sometimes that has a added different note, as well as every card that I haven't talked about. So this is going to be essentially a recap of all the things I've been saying, and additionally my new thoughts on them for every card that I've already talked about, and then me saying my thoughts that you might not have heard before about all of the cards that I haven't talked about. You're not going to see this though. That would be, I feel, pretty boring. Instead, you're going to see the cards, and I am going to move this over to a space where I can actually read it. All right. I also want to say I am in the process of doing sleeving for all of my cards, and I don't know how to say it other than double sleeving is annoying as hell. And if I didn't have a ton of foils that would curl into a circle the second they're exposed to air, I wouldn't do it. So I might do some of that. I probably won't, but I might do some of that while I am talking and talking with all of you. Feel free to put in your thoughts at any point throughout, and we are going to get started. We're starting with our commander cards, which means I actually need to take a look at what I have said about these cards. But I don't think much has changed. So let's start with Disa. Okay. Disa, I feel like Disa's made for me. Disa is a card that's made for me specifically, and also I hate it. I love this card in Commander, but Disa really is just a 5-mana 5/6. You're not. No deck should be running more than the like 2 good Tarmogoyfs we have, or that we're going to have. um, unless I'm missing a couple. And like, so this first ability in Commander is great because the Commander deck has a ton of these. But in our format, we have 2 Lurgoyfs that are good. And I think we also have the one that counts all the creatures in graveyards from MH1. But yeah, this first ability is not what you want to be doing. And then I typically like my, Toski-like effects, and this is an enormous Toski effect. But on a 5-drop that doesn't have trample or haste, and also doesn't have any like protection of the self, this is just gonna get like removed before you can trigger it. And if it doesn't, if you do get a hit in with this, any 5-drop was gonna win you the game. And like you were probably in a board state where maybe nothing would have been bad, but like you could have played pretty much anything and it would have worked. Yeah, I do feel like it's the 5 mana card that just doesn't hit. I love it. It doesn't. It looks like it's huge and does a ton, but like on the other hand, I want this to just be a 4 mana 4/5. Like if that was the case, I think I would have been jumping on it, but 5 mana is just a lot to ask. Then our next one is Omo. Omo sucks. And like it's really awkward because it also sucks a decent amount in Commander. It's cute in Commander, but the fact that it's tied to itself for Commander makes the fact that it's just the worst body imaginable really awkward. I'm glad that it dodges 4 damage removal, but like who cares that this dodges 4 mana removal? It does nothing. I love the Commander deck this is a part of. I think it's really cute. But God, this is a 3 mana 1/5. Who plays those in any format? It's sad, but yeah, this card's god awful. Satya is one of 3, I feel like, okay cards in the Commander set that we're getting. And I think by a pretty large margin it's the best of them. I am going to search for a card I'm pretty sure I know. Yeah, Flame Rush Rider. Do we have this in? No, we don't have this on Arena, but like this card's perfectly fine. Like I feel like you would play a Flame Rush Rider that had the cost and abilities of Dash, but without the downside of Dash. And guess what? That's Satya. It's pretty much what if Flame Rush Rider was developed in the 2020s instead of the 2010s, and it works. Like, who cares if I sacrifice the token? I don't care. Sometimes, though, you won't. And if, I spend 2 or 3 turns attacking with this, getting, I'm trying to think of good 3-drops in white. Getting Skyclave Apparitions or whatever, like, eventually I'll keep one. Cool. The fact that I also don't have to make that choice until the end step is really nice, and I love token creators that wait until the end step to do stuff, because that means you can do some shenanigans, especially with having the token around in the main phase. So I really like this card. I think people are going to find a home for it. I'm happy with it. Ulalek is really cool, and I think bad. Yeah, Mantis Rider. Damn, that's a good one. I should remember Mantis Rider. Mantis Rider is a great creature to make with Satya. It does come in tapped still, but like, who cares? You get another Mantis Rider every turn, and every other turn you get to keep it. That's great. Ulalek's just a pile of not enough, I think. If 7 mana copy an Eldrazi spell is good enough in your deck, it shouldn't be. It means your quality of cards are really high, but also your standards are really low. And that's really what Ulalek is going to be. Is it has to end up being like either 7 mana make a copy or 9 mana make 2 copies. And while I think Doppelgang is playable, it's also Doppelgang also works exponentially. Exponentially, and B at a much cheaper initial cost. So I'm not high on Ulalek. The cost of either colorless or a mana of that color is also really awkward, and I feel like in Arena it's probably going to be okay, but I feel like in paper this is just a card that like my eyes are going to glaze over when someone tries to cast this card and tries to like cast it correctly and care about mana. I think you're just not supposed to care about mana with this card. Next, Azlask. I will say one thing. I do think that Azlask is slightly more playable than Ulalek. I think that's about all I can say. This card's a 3 mana 2/2 that literally does nothing in our format until you get to Wooper colors and have Scions and Spawns that can attack. Like, you don't... I think the trick is, you don't want to play these kinds of cards anyway. You don't want to play the, like, Eldrazi Scion or Spawn pile, because that's not a good deck in the first place. Let's move on. Kaith. Kaith Famed Mechanist. They're now good enough that I think I'm actually going to start reading them. Kaith is 4 mana in Jeskai colors for a 3/3, fabricates 1. Other non-token creatures fabricate 1. And you can pay 2 and tap to either populate or proliferate. I am kind of ignoring this bottom text. It's gonna come up at some points and it's gonna be good in some moments, but you care about the fact that this has everything either come with a token, which is really nice, or come with a +1/+1 counter, depending on what your deck wants to do. And sometimes you can tap it. You also don't care if you don't get that option. Like, one of my favorite things about Fabricate is it makes most of your creatures really versatile. If you're in a spot where you're not worried about your creatures living through removal spells, you can put more of your eggs into one basket. If you're in a spot where your opponent has removal plentifully, or you just need things to like block things without trample, etc., you can just make more bodies. And I really appreciate that. Koram, I love this guy. This guy's so fun. I don't know if he is gonna perform super well. One of the awkward things I've been realizing in Jund Bard class, and this is legitimately something I think I need to actually start Arena to look at. This card, I'm just trying to figure out what power it needs to get to for me to feel good about it. The text that I think it really is ultimately, it's a, let's say 3/5. I think 3/5 is more than reasonable. It's a 3/5 that whenever it attacks, if it survives combat, you draw either 1 or 2 cards. And that's pretty good. The awkward part is that 1, it does have to survive combat, and 2, like the cards you draw do have some like qualifiers attached to them. That said, if you can make this guy a 4/5, you don't care. He's a 4/5 that kills your opponent. Like 4 mana 4/5s are good enough that when they come with extra text. I want to take a quick look at Jund Bard class. So I am going to move this up and oh, that's fun. I love moving things in priority in OBS. It's a great feeling. How do I move you up? Move up. Today on OBS is fun and easy to use. Okay, let's actually figure this out. I need to there we go. I have decoupled Arena. And now I am going to move myself back up. There we go. And then boom. Now I can look at Arena. I want to see how many things are power 4 or greater. So if I have like 10 cards with power 4 or greater, it's gonna take a few mills for them to actually make it into the graveyard. If I change this number to 3, the number looks like about doubles. So I can feel pretty confident about saying that Core-M's probably going to be a 3/5 and will occasionally be bigger as high as a 6/5, which I think is enough for me. But also, it is legitimately, this is a big risk of a card. I'm going to try it. I very much could see if this card just isn't it, and like the fact that it needs to attack and that the cards it gets are situationally available to you and it's only sometimes a big creature. I get if those things turn into not a good card. Yoti. This card doesn't have a first paragraph. I'm gonna just look at the card on its own for a second. This card doesn't have a first paragraph. It is a 2/4 that gives your land creatures +2/+2 at at all combats. Okay. I think I was harsher on this card than I initially was. I think I was harsher on this card than I am now. I do think this card could be okay. I think the only world where that happens is where we get like a metric ton of good ways to consistently have early land creatures. Because right now we have very limited like hits off this in your typical game. Even if you're like building a little bit towards that, you have your creature lands, and maybe you're running the X spell that gets you some the Forest Dryad tokens. Maybe you have a couple more past that. Maybe you have Nissa. Yeah, if this gave all of your creatures +2/+2, except for the ones that fly, I'd love this. But yeah, no, it's not. I think this card is just not it. For now. I think there's a world where we get like a set that's all about land creatures in like 2027 or something. And then Yoti's just like popping off. But until that point, this card's bad. Alright, now we're into the main set. After our brief little excursion, now I can pull up my talking points document and kind of see where we are going. Okay. Breaker of Creation. After this stream, at some point, I'm going to have a stream where I figure out a Ugin's Labyrinth package. It's probably going to be after Tuesday, where the set drops, but I do want to make an Ugin's Labyrinth package for decks, and Breaker of Creation in specifically a like sneak attack deck, I kind of like. The fact that it has Annihilator, it's not wholly unreasonable to cast. Like, there's ways to do it, and it's not the, like, you know, it's, in Sneak Attack, you can still cast 9-drops. So you can cast Breaker. And having 8 power and Annihilator 2 and Hexproof is really nice. It's not technically full Hexproof, but it's Hexproof enough for this format. I think this card's going to be, like, surprisingly good, but not... It absolutely could be doing more. Devourer of Destiny. I'm going to read this card, because every time I read the first paragraph, I forget what it says. So this is a 7-mana 6/6, requires 2 colorless. You may reveal this from your opening hand. If you do, at the beginning of your first upkeep, look at the top 4 cards of your library. You may put one of those back on top and exile the rest. When you cast the spell, exile target permanent that's one or more colors. I think this card's bad, but I do want to add the little caveat. I think this card could be something in like the blue-green colorless deck that I'm trying to make work, specifically for its like Ugin's Labyrinth package. Your threshold for how good a card needs to be is a lot lower when you're talking about it lets me have a soul land in my deck. It lets me have Ancient Tomb in here. And I think I've also warmed up to the idea of the removal text of this. Being able to exile something when you cast this, it makes it still, like, it's still a Ravenous Chupacabra that's 7 mana, which is not great. But, you know, blue-green doesn't have that. So, as much as they have things that kind of get sort of close, I think there is some value to this card, some merit. I don't think it's in the fact that it is a turn 1 Omen Speaker when it's in your opening hand. I don't think it is. Something I found out, though, this card is funny with Gemstone Caverns, where you can reveal both Gemstone Caverns and Devourer of the Destiny, then exile Devourer of Destiny to the Gemstone Caverns, and then you still get the Devourer trigger on your first upkeep. I just think that's cute. It's not good, but it's cute. Next up, we have Drownyard Lurker. This is part of a 2-card cycle. It's not good. It's better than the one that's in green, but not by much. This card's really the bottom of the barrel. I almost see it in an Ugin's Labyrinth package. I think it's really stretching that definition, though. Echoes of Eternity. This card is 3 and 3 colorless, which is a big ask for an enchantment. It doubles all of your triggered abilities of colorless permanents and spells, and it doubles all your colorless spells. I'm down for the effect more than most people like are. I support this effect. It's just that this is 6 mana. This is a 6 mana enchantment to get what is essentially like gonna be a little better than a Panharmonicon in your deck, I think. Like, also, I feel like in Magic as a whole, and especially in Gladiator, we should just have like a lot of lands that happen to work off this. But we don't. It's really like almost just Field of the Dead. And like there's a couple more like Mystic Sanctuary and such, but it's like every land, the things you want to copy are the activated abilities, never the triggered abilities. And the triggered abilities that you think you want to copy, you can't copy, which are fun. Eldrazi Ravager. I think I've said this twice before, and I'm gonna say it again. It is funny that this card is so much worse because it's not 7 mana. The fact that this is a 6-drop makes this actually like not playable. But if it was a 7-drop, you could play it. I think that's funny. The fact that it doesn't get into your Ugin's Labyrinth package, though, really hurts it, and you just want to be doing better stuff at 6 in any deck. But yeah, uh, in a like in the blue-green colorless deck I'm looking for better stuff. Otherwise, I'm looking for stuff that exiles to Ugin's Labyrinth. Emrakul the World Anew. I think this is the worst of the Titans in the set. And I think, in my opinion, I think it's a pretty big margin. This is the only Titan that has a downside, and while it's hard to like get that downside realistically, it's still a legitimate downside. And it's the first time we have to think in a like, for sneak attack, for example, it's the first time we have to think about what do we do after sneak attack sacrifices the creature. Ooh, let's what if sneak attack sacrifices the creature? Where are we at after that? And on one hand, they're down 12. On the other hand, we don't have a board anymore, or our board's only sneak attack. And you know, the truth is, we're not casting this card. We're only casting it with channel, and there it's fine. It's kind of hard to kill. With channel, it's pretty good. It's very bad with sneak attack, and the points where it's good with sneak attack are points where Emrakul the Promised End was already going to win you the game. Like, the fact that this doesn't have trample, which I understand is like a comically high ask. This card shouldn't have trample, but the fact that it doesn't means that your removal or your like you're not show and tell, your tooth and nail to grab and Emrakul and Xenagos, you're just always grabbing the Promised End because that one has trample, and like it has all the protection you still want, which is protection from instants. Like, and this one like is slightly more protected. On the other hand, it's also way more like vulnerable in that, like, you know, they cast this, or you tooth and nail this and Xenagos, they fog, or the new White Flare, or Settle the Wreckage. You're still feeling like you're in fact feeling worse about grabbing the smaller, just as vulnerable creature. I think I don't like this card, and I think where you want to be playing it, Promised End is just more. It's just more, better. You want it more. I don't think you need two of giant Emrakuls. Glaring Fleshraker. Is this the first card that I haven't done a... No, I talked about Giant Yard Lurker. Okay. Glaring Fleshraker is a 3-mana 2/2. When you cast a colorless spell, you make a Eldrazi spawn, and whenever another colorless creature enters, Glaring Fleshraker deals 1 damage to each opponent. I think this is actually, like, kind of good. And the only reason I say it is because I think there is now the skeleton for a colorless deck, maybe like mono colorless but with like some blue cards, that is a robots deck with colorless synergy pieces. So it's probably going to be running this It That Heralds. It's probably going to be playing some of these like other colorless matter cards. And most of the bots that like you want to run here, Fleshraker hits. Mystic Forge still allows all of these colorless spells to be cast. Forsaken Monument still works with it. There is, I think, going to be some awkwardness with it, but I think there's legs for it. It's something I'm going to try out and look at. Haragast. I have been thinking about this card for a while. Yeah, Barry, I agree. I think there's been a good bots deck, or like a playable bots deck for quite a while, since since Jumpstart Historic Horizons came out. I think there's been the bones of a good bots matter deck, and I think Fleshraker and its brethren in this set kind of help make that real as a thing to work. Paragast is weird. I think if I open one, I'm gonna maybe test it out in Sneak, because it's such a cool effect, and you can use the stuff you sneak in order to emerge actual threats that persist. And that's really cool. The problem is that this is a 6/6 for 9 or a 6/6 for 8-ish. I don't think you really want to cast it. And when you do, it doesn't actually generate you that much card advantage, in Sneak especially. I think it's just, unfortunately, a little too low impact for the costs you have to put in, even in a deck that is built to ignore those costs, which is a little sad and awkward. It That Heralds the End. I'm gonna be real. I think this is kind of cowardice on Wizards' part. I think they could have said colorless spells with like mana value like 4 or greater, or 1 less. The fact that it says 7 or greater means that it really is only going to it's only going to reduce the things that you would put into your Labyrinth packages. And you don't play it. You don't play it for the first line text. You just play it for other colorless creatures you control get +1/+1. It's a 2/2 that buffs your board. I think that's going to be enough. We'll absolutely see. But I think, again, in this colorless matters deck, I think it has some legs. Kozilek, this is number 2 in the Titan rankings. This card's really interesting to read. So I'm going to take a drink of water before I do. It's a 9 mana 9/9. When you cast it, 2 players, or up to 2 players, manifest 2 cards from their hand. For each card manifested this way, you draw a card, and your colorless creatures, other than Kozilek, get +3/+2. So you have a lot of options with this. You can either, when you cast it, first option is target both players. You get rid of 2 cards to put as 5/4s and get 4 cards. Second option is you just get rid of 2 cards and get 2 cards back, and just you have 2 5/4s, your opponent doesn't. Or you can give your opponent 2 2/2s and draw 2 cards for no cost of card advantage. This is a weird card. It's a really cool channel target. In fact, I really like this in a, like, I will say this is what I like to see in my channel targets. And if you're going to make a channel deck work, I think this is the kind of cards you put in, where it has an effect that you want on the cast. It makes you blockers if you want, or it can get rid of answers in your opponent's hand. It has a reason to stick around, but also, if your opponent gets rid of it, you didn't put all of your eggs into one basket. I will say, I think this set could end up being a reason that gets channel banned, because there aren't that many colorless cards in this set, but like, if I'm putting together a deck that just wants to turn 2 channel and win the game, I have a Breaker of Creation, a Devourer of Destiny that's not great, but kind of still works. I have Emrakul, which is kind of just not removable other than a Wrath, and kills before then. I have Kozilek, and I even have extra pieces that help me out, like this Kozilek's Command. I have Ulamog, Twisted Riddle Keeper that stuns a land, Null Drifter that draws me 2 cards and still has value otherwise. Like, this set alone is giving us so much that we can just turn 2 channel in and feel really good about, even with big, like, life investment. So, my hot take, I think if channel is going to get banned, it's ultimately going to be because of this set. And I think there's a chance of that. I think the points where I don't like channel and I think it makes bad gameplay are when it just does something incredibly dumb on turn 2 that didn't feel like you had to do a ton of work for it. I feel like that's bad gameplay. But in the past, there's been so few cards that do that it's been kind of okay. I don't know if that's true anymore. Kozilek's Command. I think this card is totally fine. It'll be good in decks that already, like, part of their game plan is get 2 colorless sources. Obviously not good in a deck that doesn't have that as kind of a priority, but I have seen this work in Modern, where it just is really good. It turns out to make, like, 2 0/1s that block creatures, exile an important creature, and, like, still have a valuable card. X equals 1 on, like, scry draw and exile a creature is kind of quite good if it's getting rid of, like, a Skrelv or a Mom. Like, I think this is just, like, it's pretty good at low costs. And if your deck is gonna make 2 colorless at some point, I think it just works. I think it just goes hard. I don't know how to feel about Null Elemental Blast. This card is a lot. Here is what I think is the case. I think if you're a deck that's thinking about tweaking your mana base to allow colorless cards, this is a little interesting. My problem is that this is extremely narrow. And while there's a lot of multicolored things out there, there's also like decks that have very minimal things that this falls under. Um, you know, a lot of times you have plenty of targets, but if I'm against mono white, mono black, mono green, and mono red, I have like maybe 1 to 2 hits in every one of those decks. And for 2 of those decks, it's Luris, and the other 2, it's BTE. Like, I don't think 4 matchups this card being horrible is worth it being pretty cool in a bunch of other ones. So I think this will be nothing. It's really interesting looking at these sideboard cards as non-sideboard cards and seeing, like, could it be good enough? I think the answer here is no. You know, if we get to a world where, like, playing multiple colors is just becoming more and more free and people are playing monocolor less and less, then I could see it being, like, actually something to pick up. But I don't think so. I don't think so right now. Also, it's a weird thing to say, this could be good if monocolor is bad, because I think that also means there's other bad problems about the format. Next up, Null Drifter. I'm gonna be real. I was really hoping with this set that Null Drifter was kind of going to be the standard for the Eldrazi in this set, where it's a card that is high impact when you cast it regularly, and you have another option that isn't bad. It might not be great, but it isn't bad. That did not end up being the case. We got a ton of Eldrazi that are enormous, don't have alternate costs, and when they do, they are not good. Like this Warped Tusker. Just that 2 in a green is a pretty big cost. Actually, I want to check something real quick. Yeah, like these 3 mana cycling costs are big. Eldrazi Ravager, not big enough. Breaker of Creation doesn't have an alternative. Aragast, both sides are too big anyway. Like, I was hoping Null Drifter was kind of going to be the standard. It did not end up being the case. It means we're going to have to work a lot harder to make Ugin's Labyrinth work if we want to make it work. And I do. I really do. Null Drifter is Mole Drifter, but instead of a 5 mana 2/2, it's a 7 mana 4/4 with Annihilator 1. I do kind of like this card still, though. I think it only is good enough if you are going to have an Ugin's Labyrinth package, or if you're going to have, like, another reason you want to have the 7-drop as an option. So in Sneak Attack, I still want this as an option. It's kind of weirdly good in Sneak Attack because it acts as both the just like a divination, which isn't great, but you'll totally play it in Sneak Attack, or you cheat it in. You don't get the card draw, but you do get a 4/4 with Annihilator that probably isn't going to be blocked. I do like that. Twisted Riddle Keeper. This card's weird. I think this card is weird. Here's my thoughts. I don't like this in Sneak. I think this is okay in your Ugin's Labyrinth packages, and it's not worth its 8 mana, is the frank truth. But if you're in like blue-green colorless ramp, you're paying way higher than normal for your cards anyway. Like, your mana efficiency gets to be lower when you're playing ramp and you just want big idiots to play. You don't care if they're like above rate. You just care that they get the job done. And this does that and still exiles to Ugin's Labyrinth. So I kind of do like it. The emerge cost is really interesting. If you have a 3-drop that you want to emerge it for, it's really nice to get this off like turn 4. Like, turn 4, get rid of like a 3-drop that, like, I don't know, grabbed a land or something. Stun 2 of your opponent's lands or stun creatures that are worrying you, and you have this 5/5 flyer. I think this is actually like, this is just neat. It's just neat. Ulamog, the big guy. I do think this is the best of the Eldrazi here, or this is the best of the Titans. It is a pretty good sneak hit. It's a question of like, what do you have in exile, or what are you going to have in exile with this deck? And like, you have some good hits. You also have your opponent's removal, and I think if you're playing this, like, you probably even play like things like Obliterating Bolt. You play the new one, but you can play Obliterating Bolt to exile something, like, because you just need this to enter with like 2 counters and you're happy to sneak this in. And I think it's super easy to make that happen. When you channel this, it's an enormous thing that requires getting rid of 2 permanents, which means it cannot get answered on turn 1. Or like, if you're on the play on turn 2, it has to get rid of their whole board in order to do that. I do think I really like this. I really do like this Titan, and I think it's just good enough in pretty much every aspect. It's gonna see play. It's gonna see play if you're trying to channel it in. It's gonna see play if you're trying to sneak it in. You might have to. I do think in like sneak, you have to make some thoughts about it. I don't know if you have to make any deck building concessions around it, but you have to think about it. Warp Tusker. I think this card's bad. Like, even for an Ugin's Labyrinth package, this is just not the body you want. You don't want to cycle this for 3. It's a common. No one was expecting this to be like super playable, and it's not. Wastscape Battle Mage. I don't know. I don't know about this one. I really don't know. It's so confusing. The fact that I first read it in a foreign language did not help. I really want to make blue-green colorless work. I don't want to pay 4 mana for a Mana War. I don't want to pay 3 mana. I don't want to pay harder mana cost for Rex Sage. And I coming to think of it, I don't think I want to pay 5 mana for both. And the fact that, like, on top of that, it doesn't get flickered well. It's not like acidic slime in that way, where it's like, yeah, I'll play acidic slime. It gets rid of a land, and I can like get it back pretty easily. Maybe flicker it, things like that. Thassa. There's ways to make it fun and interesting, but I think this just doesn't do enough, and it loses synergy in places I kind of wanted it to be. We're done with colorless. We're free, kind of. Well, we still are going to have a bunch of devoid cards, and... Hold up. Are there colorless cards in... Oh, I have to click for it. No. I don't think there's colorless cards in the reprints, or like true colorless. Let me see. Yeah, no, we don't have true colorless cards in the reprints. We have some artifacts, but we're out of colorless. We're into white. Area Auxiliary. Every time I see not just this card, but every creature with support, I'm reminded how much I hate the fact that it says other. It just makes it makes my blood boil. I don't like it. I get the reason why support says others, but you know, let this just be a 4/4 flyer. Why is it being a 4/4 flyer that pumps something else in Modern Horizons like that big of a deal? I'm just always disappointed by cards like this. And even when they're good, it makes me just a little bit peeved. Ajani fills the Godsire. It's 5 mana. First mode is narrower ECD. Its second mode is creature that's smaller than what you were going to ECD. And third mode is small thing that's worse than the middle chapter of ECD. This is just worse than ECD. That's okay. Like, it's okay that this card's bad, is what I'm trying to say. Like, this card is bad, but that's normal and good. No one was expecting this card to be ECD, but it kind of needed to be ECD to be playable in this format. Argent Deus. Woo! This card had a lot of discussion around it when it was previewed. This card's cool. It's really cool. It's bad, though. When this is a... Yeah, I don't think ECD is, like... I think ECD is now defensible. We're gonna get into this eventually, but I have a tier list, and I'm gonna make some tier lists once we get into... what was I? Oh, into the MDFCs. But my tier lists pretty much always are something's a staple at the height, and then it's good, you should play it. I won't judge you if you play it. I might give you a weird look. I'm going to actively tell you not to play the card. I think the majority of cards fall into defensible. And I think ECD is a defensible card. Ajani Fells the Godsire is a step below that. Argent Deus is... Here's my deal with Argent Deus. I'm assuming you can always get enough counters to activate this once a turn cycle. That's a big assumption, but I'm already giving this card the benefit of the doubt. If you're using it on yourself, the first time it works, it's 4 mana for a Corrupted Conscience. Or 4 mana for a Village Rites. The second time, it's 6 mana for 2 Village Rites. Then 8 mana for 3 Village Rites. And at that point, you're never gonna, like... You are never going to reach this card, like this card being like an actually good rate for what you want it to do, even if you activate it many times, more than multiple. Uh, and when you're using this as an oblation, you would just play a removal spell. Like, why would you play like? I think if you would play this card, you should just be playing the Werefox Bodyguard instead, because it's gonna fill the same role. It can either blink your stuff and protect it, or like, yeah, blink your stuff, or like get you some value out of the fact that it's gone, or it gets rid of a blocker, and that's what you needed. I don't like giving your opponent. I don't like giving the opponent cards for it, and I don't like giving the opponent an oblation for 4 mana. I don't like giving the opponent 2 oblations for 6 mana because I don't want to play it in the first place. I think this card, like, is bad on principle in that kind of way. And it's the awkward part is that I could see a world where I want this card at like half the mana cost. If it was 1 mana to start, I think I actually might be in. But 2 mana to start and an additional 2 mana for each time you do it. It's rough. Charitable Levy. This one's going to be quick. I don't like a Thalia effect that is not on a body. I think that's just bad. Thalia, if you the reason you play Thalia is because it's a creature that's hard to kill in combat and does something that's annoying and slows down your opponent. This says, if I'm going against creatures, I'm going to get steamrolled because they're just going to keep playing creatures. And if I'm not, then they are still fine because I'm not applying pressure onto them. And additionally, if I want a Thalia, if I want a Thalia enough to play it in my deck, it's going to be better than a lot of other things, including drawing a card and searching for a plains. So why am I getting that? Why I am required to sacrifice this after 3 non-creature spells from anyone, including myself, and then I lose the effect. I don't care what I get back. I lost the thing I put it in my deck for. And if I didn't put it in my deck for having this first ability, then why do I want to play a card that necessitates someone casting harder to cast spells to actually get to the part I want? In fact, I also think this card is bad in Commander for that same reason, but that's a different story. Dog Umbra. I love this card. It's me when the creature has the dog in them. I think a flash pacifism is really cool. It's a little awkward that's only on creatures. But flash pacifism is a card we'll play. I will absolutely play this. The fact that it also doubles as flash protection, and I am going to check on Luris. You can get it back with Luris regardless, but yeah, you can only get it back on your turns with Luris, but you can get it back with Luris. Like, this is just a really good Dog Umbra, and does a lot of work that really pushes it over. Just being a flash pacifism was going to be enough. Also protecting your creatures, also being 2 mana and a permanent, really nice. It's just so versatile and has a ton of use. Envoy of the Ancestors. I need to check on this, but I think I've seen decks that run the 4 mana version of this. That's a 3/2. And I will say, it's because Lifelink's not okay. Like, if this applies to most of your board, Lifelink is not okay. Lifelink is essentially a time walk. Like, it's a time walk that your opponent can answer, but like, you know, if I'm gaining 15 life in an attack, even if I'm not dealing damage to my opponent, that's buying me an extra turn pretty much no matter my opponent's board state. Being at 40 life is enough that it's a lot harder to die from even a Crater Hoof. Being at 50 life means it's, like, not gonna happen. Unless, like, my opponent's so comically far ahead. I think at 3 mana, and a 2/3, so it doesn't die to a shock or anything of the sort, this card becomes so much more interesting. At 4 mana with 2 toughness, it was awkward, but like if you got one swing with it, with like your team and its effect, it's cool. This card kind of flips the table on that and makes it cheaper, less awkward, and broader in a way that means it's a lot easier to get those big life point swings, which really help you get enough time to stabilize no matter what. Essence Reliquary. This one's awkward. It's what I call it's what I'm going to say is a pet card of a pet card. If you really like Paradox, and Paradox is really good, you can play this and it works funny with Paradox. But if Paradox is a pet deck, you want to be making your pet decks as good as they can. The idea is that the pet part of it is that the deck's not that great. The premise of the deck isn't that great, which means you have to put in the best cards so that it is the best version of itself. That, like, the premise can be. And Essence Reliquary is doing a funny thing in a deck that's already funny. Too funny for its own good. Expel the Unworthy. Hold up. I need to check something. Because I think this has a result in the Dog or Not. And we're going to take a look at it. As soon as I can see. Does this only give me... Oh, okay, that's why. I'm going to do some awkward shenanigans. Oh, that's not what I wanted. There we go. Now I can switch between sets. Modern Horizons 3. Expel the Unworthy is the card we're looking for. Who are the 30% that think this card is good? I'm legitimately interested. Like, because I'm gonna be real. This is a worse Blood Chief's Thirst. But I get the idea behind I want to play Blood Chief's Thirst. This card is 1 mana to kill small creatures or small planeswalkers. It doesn't hit small planeswalkers, but in this format, but it can. And in fact, now it's easier for it to. And when kicked, putting it to a total of 4 mana, it hits anything you really want it to hit in black. Expel the Unworthy. Only hits creatures in a color that wants its removal to have a broader range if possible. Has a higher base mana cost, has a higher mana cost after being kicked, and also gives the opponent some extra life for its mana value. Like, maybe you don't consider one of these few things to be like a deal breaker, but I feel like some addition between these four things should make it a deal breaker, because that's a lot of things that make it worse than Blood Chief's Thirst. I think this card's bad. Flare of Fortitude. This is one of those cards that I have an editor's note. When I talked about last, it was played in White X aggro. If you're in a deck that like the sacrifice is easy and the pips are easy, you can even play it in some more broad decks than that. Making Wraths less annoying is nice. Making single target removal easier to deal with is nice. The things I keep coming back to are one, this is pretty expensive for an effect that is usually attached to a creature at 1 mana, or if it's not being a fog, which in aggro you don't care. It's not stacked up well against Wraths, because most of them, like Meat Hook or Toxic Deluge, this doesn't matter. Farewell, this doesn't matter. And there's some that it does like hit well, like, you know, the classics Wrath of God. But it does come at a real cost for the games where it just doesn't matter. And it's not like this card has cycling. It's not like there's a point where it's good, where like it's just ahead. It's very bad, and the problem is aggro wants to be ahead consistently, and if it's not, well, it doesn't need cards to shore up. It needs cards that put it ahead, and this card only does that reactively and sacrifices a lot to get there. So I have soured on this card quite a bit since. In white based mid range, it could be something, but then you're coming with the same problem of like, it's only good when something is about to put you behind. And when you're in that situation, you don't want something to shore that up. You want a 4-drop that kills them. You know? You want something that puts pressure on them to suddenly be on the back foot. Next up, Glyph Elemental. This is a weird dog. I think a lot of cards with Bestow in this set, I love when they're bestowed. Because they did not, or like, I guess they did learn the lesson they should have with Theros. But the thing with Theros bestow cards is that the thing with the Theros bestow cards is that they're all costed as if bestowing them is so comically better than anything else. And for the record, it's kind of true. You know, Boon Satyr's a 5-drop for a 4/2 if you're bestowing it, because you do get the aura and then the creature. Yeah, that makes sense. But it means that all of these just have bestow costs that can never be competitively viable, because, well, you do have to make this slightly worse than 2 mana would normally imply, because it has the versatility of bestow, but you're never making a bestow cost that is competitively viable. And I think that was just kind of the truth in all of Theros block, with like the exception of Eidolon of Countless Battles. This was a very, very cool and good one. And like actually a good card to bestow. Night Howler similarly, because again, one cost difference. That's more reasonable than a two cost difference, or, you know, God forbid, a three cost difference to make a lure into a aura instead of a creature. But, you know, a lot of these cards were just, like, priced heavier because they're more versatile, but the versatility wasn't real. The versatile nature of it didn't come into play in a competitive environment, only in limited, where, you know, you can get to these higher mana costs. But in Modern Horizons, we have bestow costs that are the same as the regular cost. And the regular cost, like, while I think it's higher than, like, to be clear, I don't think this card would be 1 mana if it didn't have bestow. But it's also, like, not pushed without bestow at 2 mana. It is underrate slightly. Less than a full mana, but underrate slightly. But bestow for 2, that's only above rate now. So the fact that they've priced bestow oftentimes, not all the time, but oftentimes as 2 mana to get there, or as the same mana cost to bestow it, really love that change. Specifically on Glyph Elemental, this one's interesting. I think if you're bestowing it, you're happy because you're kind of putting insurance on your creature. If this survives, it's going to keep getting bigger. If it dies, I get a 2/2 that's already bigger. I think that just works well. And you're happy to play this card in your Aura decks, or Enchantress decks in general, or just like a lands deck, or a deck that wants to get to like 5 or 6 lands. I think those decks are going to like when they get to that point, they have like a 6/6, regardless if one of their creatures died or not. Guardian of the Forgotten. 4 mana, 4/4 vigilance. Whenever a modified creature you control dies, manifest the top card of your library. This card's really cool, and I love it for limited. I love it for maybe like things like Commander. It's also a 4-drop in 2024 in Gladiator, and the bar is so high now. You know, it's just, that's the thing I kind of dislike about Gladiator right now, as it's quickly becoming into a format where, like, everything past 3, your bar for inclusion is just comically high, and this card can be, like, fantastic, and it's still not good enough at 4 mana, which is weird, but, you know, that's the nature of being a 4 mana 4/4. You have to do my taxes for me to like that, and you don't. This card has some cool infinites, but I don't think they're like really enticing for the format, because like you don't want to play Kathar's Crusade anyway. Most of the creatures you want to like sacrifice in this format, you don't necessarily want to be modified, or you don't want that to be another hoop you jump through, and you have other ways to go infinite already in this style of deck. Guide of Souls. Speaking of infinites, Guide of Souls, really love this card. It's a 1 mana 1/2. Whenever another creature enters the battlefield under your control, gain a life and an energy. Whenever you attack, you may pay 3 energy. When you do, target attacking creature gets 2+1/+1 counters, a flying counter, and becomes an angel. Oh my gosh. This card's kind of not okay. It's already a 1 mana 1/2. It turns you developing your board into also cushion for your life total. Chocatholic, thank you for the follow. Um, and the truth is, this triggered ability is not okay. And turning every 3 creatures that enter under this into like this guy's unblockable and comically large now. This guy or anything else, huge. The fact that it can put the counters on itself, and this can just be like a 3/4 flyer on turn like 3 pretty reasonably is kind of wacky. Why is this card so good? It's very good. And the fact that it's already a 1/2 is huge. The fact that it fuels its own attack trigger is pretty nice. It's just very good. And yeah, it's going to let some Allurin shenanigans happen. That's going to be fun. I don't think it's going to be great in this format. Specifically, I don't think caring about energy is going to be great in this format. But this idiot's really good no matter what. And I literally this morning I made I theory crafted a modern Allurin deck so that I could do dumb Allurin things, and this card's just so good in that deck. Speaking of cards that are so good, Hexgold Slith is not. It's a 2-mana 2/1, enters with 2 energy, sometimes has first strike if you have 2 extra energy, and when it hits, it sliths and gets a +1 counter. This is a really fun card in that it takes 2 types of cards that I think are not good, being a card that just adds energy and a slith, and combines them. The reason I think sliths are kind of awkward for me is that if something is below rate when it enters in this format, it's probably not going to connect. Or it's not going to connect profitably, which means... And, like, if this hits, it's a 3/2. A 3/2 is now on rate in Magic. If it hits again, then it's a reasonable creature. But I don't want to commit to my creature needing to hit twice in order to be, like, better than just playing a card that's always a 3/2, you know? And again, I think energy is just, like, not doing it in this format. There's not enough cards with energy, and those cards are, like, the reason that an energy deck can work in, let's say, standard, is because you only need 6 good energy cards. 6 cards that are good and have energy on them. Hexgold Slith is not good enough to be in that group of 6. And it's not good enough to be of that quality in a list of 40, which is what, you know, our format needs to make, like, a really dedicated energy deck work. I don't think the number even gets to 20 in our format. But I think it definitely is starting to get kind of close. And, you know, cards like Guide of Souls help by being good enough on their own. Indebted Spirit. I think this card's so cool. Worst case scenario, it's a Doom Traveler that starts out as a spirit, which is, I think, like, a legitimate actual upside in some ways. And B also has... Ooh. B also has this versatility of Bestow. This is the one that I get why they didn't do why they followed the Theros block bestow rules, and you know, the cost is 3 to bestow, because I don't think I'd be okay with this costing 1 or 2 to bestow. It's just, this card's a lot. And getting essentially 3 extra bodies off your spell that can also be 1 mana for 2 bodies is pretty nice. Being either a 3 mana for 3 bodies, or 1 mana for 2 bodies, I really like that versatility, and I think being 1 mana for 2 bodies is already pretty close to enough. Inspired Inventor. I'm higher on this card than I absolutely should be, which is weird. But the fact that this is... I like this for building with a budget in mind, or as like a placeholder card. This being a 3 mana 3/3 at its base, and having a lot of different utilities to work around that, that are dependent on the game plan, means that this can fit in as a 100th card in a lot of different small ideas. And, you know, if you want to make this a card in the energy deck, I think this is actually a really good card for it. If you don't, if you just have like a Guide of Souls in here, you still probably want to play this. It's still a good and cool card that like enables the Guide of Souls trigger. If you just want to get multiple bodies, that's cool too. It's not an amazing card at any of the things it does, but the fact that it has this versatility means it more easily gets into the... Yeah, I agree, Barry. It more easily gets into the realm of defensible, just because it's super versatile and like has that little bits of synergy that work well in a lot of different situations. Again, I don't think energy is going to be a real deck, because again, you need like at least 20 really good energy cards to make it work. But you know, this Inspired Inventor helps act as really good glue for limited, and also like, you know, a decent thing if you don't want to spend 17 rare wild cards on whatever like, you know, counters or tokens or artifacts deck you want to do. Jolted Awake. This card's nuts. This is a really good energy card. Being 1 mana for 2 energy, cool. It fits with a lot of other cards. The way cooler part of it is, this is just, it's a smaller Unearth, but it also hits artifacts. And otherwise it's just Unearth. The fact that this doesn't naturally get Luris is legitimately a knock against it. But the fact that it gets anything that Luris can get back, pretty much, with some exceptions, but almost anything that Luris can get back, really nice. And sometimes, you know, the fact that you're only going to spend one energy to get back, you know, a Selfless Savior or something, means you have this random energy laying around. And eventually, that's going to be useful. I do like the cards that you are usually not going to use all of the energy that they make, so you get a little bit left over that you can use for the cards that want you to be making as much energy as you can, or have as much of an outlet for energy as you can put in. I like those cards. Mandibular Kite. We are an hour and a half in, and we have gone through 34 cards. My god, we're gonna be here for 9 hours. Mandibular Kite. This card's okay. You don't really want to play 1/1s for 1. Equipment kind of likes the idea of this card. I don't actually think Equipment likes this card though. It's too low impact for what Equipment wants to do, and I think Equipment would rather than playing a thing, since it has one cost and living weapon, would rather play a thing that synergizes with equipment or a good equipment. Not this. Metastatic Evangel. This card's really cool. And the fact that it's like an almost okay creature on its face, and if you have any synergy with it, it starts getting like really good really quickly. I really like that. So I think in like counters, this is really cool. In the energy deck that won't exist, this is cool. In Super Friends, I don't like this because it's never gonna trigger, but like in a like mild Super Friends list where like, you know, you're playing some stuff. You're playing like maybe 5 to 10 planeswalkers, but also a bunch of creatures. Like, this is really cool. Play this in counters, 100%. Muster the Departed. This card is... I'm really tempted by this card, but it's really awkward. If you can get Morbid online consistently, whether that's just like by pushing through trades on like pushing through trades with this in hand, being ready to cast it if it trades up, if one of your like tokens trades out, I think this card's really good. If you can make it be Lingering Souls on the front face, and then, you know, on each of your turns you might get another token, I think that's really cool. And the fact that it populates, you know, populate is better, usually going to be better than just making another one of these tokens. Where I think generally if you're playing a deck with populate in it, you're probably going to be making at least some 2/2s. And if you make a 2/2 with this, and the 1/1 that it makes, it's better than Lingering Souls, or you're happier than with Lingering Souls. Or just if you make a bunch of tokens with this over the course of a game, you're happy. Like, I think this just needs to be Lingering Souls for you to be happy about it. Nyxborn Unicorn. This card does fall into the Theros problem. Like, look at Nyxborn Wolf. Actually, look at both Nyxborn Wolf and Nyxborn Triton. Nyxborn Wolf is already a mana too expensive for its effect. And its bestow cost adds 2 to it. Same thing for Nyxborn Triton. Yeah, same thing for the Observant Alseid. And you know what? Same thing for Nyxborn Unicorn. Well, I mean, it's not over costed for its actual cost, but like, it's below rate still. 2/2 with Mentor is something I'd be ecstatic about for 2 mana and not happy about for 1. Or sorry, ecstatic about for 1 mana, not happy about for 2. It's at 2. Bestow adds 2 mana to it, which is not fun. I like that Bestow works really well on it. I wish this bestowed for 3 for our format. I don't think I would recommend playing it in our format. Maybe in Limited. Ocelot Pride. I'm gonna be real. You had me at 1 mana, 1/1 first strike lifelink. At the beginning of your end step, if you gained life this turn, create a 1/1 white cat token. You had me. You got me there. One thing I'm a little weirded out by: the cat token doesn't have lifelink. This is just a 1/1 cat. This cat token doesn't have lifelink, and I get why it doesn't. But it's so weird that I actually have to check. Is this the first cat token without, or the first 1/1 cat token without lifelink? Okay, I guess there's a 1/1 cat bird. And the 1/1 cat soldier with vigilance. And this was made by a tended healer? God, okay, that's why I'm not okay with this. I think I was also a little bit disappointed by a tended healer making this token as well. Forever going to be disappointed. This card wouldn't be okay if the tokens had lifelink, but I am disappointed that the tokens don't have lifelink and can't go on to make this not have to get in combat. You know, that's the biggest problem with this, is that we have a lot of 1/2s now. And if they play a 1/2, this card is nothing. Unless you have other ways to gain life. And I think, like, weirdly, we are getting closer to a life gain matters deck happening again. But the fact that this doesn't do anything if you don't have a board state where a 1/1 can get in is awkward. And I don't like it. First strike helps. But yeah, and also this card's not okay. Like, if this card gets in once, you're super happy. But, like, it does get a little disappointing if you are not ahead on board. And it's not an amazing card on the draw. Because, yeah, getting to see their 2-drop before this can attack is a little awkward. Pearl Ear, Imperial Invisor. I am so mad that this card is aura specific, because I want this card to be literally anything for shrines. And the weird part is it's still kind of something for shrines. Like, shrines will play the pacifism, will play like the flash pacifism, and will play planar disruption, and candle trap is currently in the list. So it has some things that can make enchantments cost 1 less, and that is kind of enough. And, you know, all these things I can say about it. And it's a 3/4 lifelink for 3, which is a lot. But this isn't going to be in shrines, which makes me sad, because this card reads like it should. It reads like it wants to be in shrines, despite the fact that there's not a lot of auras. It just can't. That doesn't get to happen here. Next up, Belia, the good dog. When I first wrote this card didn't, or I didn't read that this card was an attack trigger and not a ETB trigger. I'm so sad that it's not an ETB trigger. It makes me, like, honestly... Yeah, it doesn't even work with curses. Like, what's the point? Although it does still reduce cost for it. The fact that it needs to target... Your auras need to target modified permanents you control really just pigeonholes it, which is awkward. Felia is... I don't know why Felia has flash. I'm still confused on this. It makes the card better. I just don't... It gives me this implication that it should come out on ETB. But, like, it doesn't. I guess, yeah, it's just corgis are fast or something. But I am to the point of expecting my flash cards to have a reason for having flash. And, you know, I'll just live in confusion with this one. Yeah, it's harder to kill that way. I get that. But yeah, it has an effect that, like, feels like it'd be really good, or that you read it and you think this should be good with flash, which I think is part of the reason I'm a little conflicted. But exiling, like, flickering a thing that you like, or slow flickering, is cool. like certain decks are going to have great uses for it. It also just like gets a lot of incidental value out of your stuff, and it also can just get rid of blockers. Like, it has a lot of applications. This card's great. Play it in white decks that want to attack. Nothing further. Proud Pack Rhino. This is a card that I think if I like the Inspired Inventor, I should like this one. I don't like it as much for some reason, despite the fact that it's almost always better. But, you know, we have 3/3s that proliferate and sometimes have other things. There's obviously the pig. But let's just look at our 3 mana value proliferators that are also creatures. Or, yeah, I get it, Scryfall, you're mean. Like, we have Contagious Vorak. We kind of have Evolution Sage. I have not chosen to read this card yet. This card's in Commander. Quicksilver Servitor counts. I'm gonna say it counts. Tainted Observer kind of counts. This is a Commander card. I'm sad we didn't get this card though. This would have been cool. Like, we have other cards that fill this niche. The fact that the versatility is now shield counter something is interesting. And here's a fun little side tip. You can shield counter a Planeswalker. Which means it prevents a instance of damage on it to cause it to not lose its loyalty counters. And I have no idea how that works with multiple sources of damage at the same time, which is what combat is. But I know it works with one, and Proud Pack Rhino makes it really easy to do that. I think this card is just cool. I might play it in Super Friends. The card's cool. That's all I'm gonna say about it. Rose Got Knight. This card's bad. It's 5 mana. Our bar is so high. This is a mediocre limited card, and it's 5 mana, which means it's not for our format, which is unfortunate. I want to play a lot more mediocre limited cards, but I can only do that if they're cheap. Solstice Zealot. I hate this card. This card is everything I hate about energy. Like, I'm gonna do a lot of these searches. So, in Kaladesh, you had a bunch of these cards that gave you enough energy for themselves once. I get that. That's cool. And when they're on effects like Aether Chaser, where it's just gravy, you know, at that time, you could be happy with a 2-mana 2/1 first strike. And having it come in essentially with another small body, that's cool. Aether Geode Miner, you like each attack gives it a shield of protection. That's cool. I'm looking for another one. That's good. Aether Theorist, though. This is the kind that I don't like. Where you obviously want to be able to do this kind of thing every turn. And it has its own hard cap of how much you get to do that. You get 3 activations. And on Aether Theorist, there's no harm in letting this just be a Scryfish. Like, that would be okay. But because it's trying to play into the parasitic mechanic, it limits itself. You want to just keep being able to do that. That's cool. It's why I don't like this kind of design. Solstice Zealot. I want my tappers to tap like every turn after they get their summoning sickness cleared. Every turn I have mana for most of them. You know, why does this card limit itself to 2 energy? I get that it's a common, but also if this card like gave you a more persistent way to get energy in any way, I would have jumped through so many hoops to make a tapper each turn. That's cool. But the fact that it just makes 2 energy, it really limits itself, that kind of irks me. Static Prison. This is like, I think this is almost okay. You want this card. The reason I say this is okay is because it's not always just, you know, exile for 2 turns, but also if it's just exile it for 2 turns, you clear it as a blocker, keep it cleared another turn, keep it cleared a 3rd turn. Like, you're happy with that. Like, I think you're happy with that for 1 mana. Especially in a deck that just like, yeah, 2 full turns plus the turn you get rid of a blocker. Yeah. I think you're happy with that most of the time. Being 1 mana, really nice. If you have any way to proliferate or like add some synergy, it becomes a lot better and becomes way more interesting. I think this card's good. I think it's like, it's for decks that want to have an extended bounce. This is like a small reflection mage, and that's cool. I think you should play this card. I don't know where, but you should play it. Probably in aggro decks that want to clear out the game before this is done. Thraben Charm. I'm gonna check this card on Doggernaut because I want to see what people think. Okay. I am so glad that most people agree that this is a good card. I was worried about that. Oh yeah, and Enchantress Static Prison's nuts. Thraben Charm. People think it's good. I agree with them. I feel like this gets onto the same level as Kabira Takedown, where it's both a better removal spell than Kabira Takedown, and then what it loses in versatility from being a land, from not being a land, it gains in, it can destroy an enchantment, which is an effect that you don't want to put on a card itself, but when it comes attached to other good ways of removal, I like it. And then in a world where reanimation is becoming more and more and more prevalent, enough that we have to ban reanimate, and like at the moment we absolutely can't unban it, but like, you know, we might need to make theoretically bans on other cards because reanimation just is really good and really pushed on Arena. Like, I'm a little scared of what Persist is gonna do, but thankfully Persist has a couple of limiters. But in a world where we have things like that, having your removal that can be for creatures also be a blowout for a reanimation spell is also nice. I think this gets in. I like it better than Kabira Takedown, especially because we are getting better MDFC options with this set. By the way, all of the MDFCs and reprints are at the end because that's where they're at in collector number, and this is sorted by collector number. Voltstorm Angel. It's, you know, if you want like 5 Baneslayers, this probably clocks in at like number 5. Hold up, I have to check that now. So what I count as a Baneslayer is something that has flying, is 5 mana. I mean, obviously as a creature, its color is white and just white. And, you know, for purposes of what I'm looking for, I'm going to keep it open to that. Oh, and I should probably say format Gladiator. Yeah. Okay, yeah, we have about a page. Okay, I think it's worse than the Angel of Destiny. That's a bad sign. 2... I don't think I count an Angel of Sanctions as one. So 2... 3, 4... maybe 5. Well, yeah, probably 5 if we're counting to get to check on the Voltstorm Angel. Okay, 6, that's problem. Yeah, if you want 7 Baneslayer Angels, you could play Voltstorm Angel, or you could make a deck that doesn't want 7 Baneslayers, and I would recommend doing that. I would not recommend playing this card. In your energy deck that doesn't exist, I'd still rather play Baneslayer, or one of the other 6 Baneslayers. Yeah, I don't... I said I don't think that I play it, and now I'm pretty confident you should not play this card. White Orchid Phantom. This card's not okay. Maximum Variate. That's a good bit. Yeah, I want to play 7 Baneslayers in a game, and I want to have that capability in my decks. My decks don't want to have that capability. Yeah. White Orchid Phantom. This card's not okay. If you told me white 2/2 flying for a strike with another paragraph of text, I might ask you, is it a downside? Either way, I'm playing this card. And the upside's like really good as well. Like being able to like turn your utility lands into basics if you're struggling to hit another color, meaning that this is actually like surprisingly playable in a base white but 2-color deck. You know, hitting non-basic lands, the fact that it's up to 1, the fact that it puts the land on the battlefield tapped for your opponent, that's cool. The fact that this is a 2/2 flying first strike with a not downside ETB. You play it. Wing it. My take is that I don't think you're in the business of playing single target pump in Gladiator, with a few exceptions. And hold up, I need to refresh myself on Thunder Spirit. I think I know what the card you're talking about is, but yeah, it's strictly better by a long shot. I hate the reserve list. But anyway, yeah. Wing It is single target pump, which I think we're out of the business of playing. For the most part, I think some decks could play it. I'm not gonna bat my eye, or I'm gonna be like, wow, that's cool that this card gets played if I see it. But like, I think most of the time you're not playing this card. just because you don't need the slot for it. Wrath of the Skies. I'm gonna read this card again because I need to remember what it does. So X white, you get X energy. Then you pay any amount of energy. Destroy each artifact, creature, and enchantment with mana value less than or equal to the amount of energy paid. I don't like this card. And this is with the assumption that you're not in the energy deck. I think the energy deck that doesn't exist does play this card, probably. Being able to sculpt like where this hits is kind of nice. It means the like more expensive cards you're playing for that deck, probably you can dodge it with it. The thing I don't like is that if you're playing this, like, why are you playing this card in a way that, like, you are getting some edge on something else? Because, you know, the truth is, I don't think this saying artifact and enchantment as well as creature is gonna be that much of a boon at X equals 2 or less. And once you get to 5 mana, then you have Cleansing Nova, which does like the same slot. And once you get to X equals 4, you can just be playing Farewell. So I think you're just not getting the the versatility that this being an X spell has is overshadowed by the fact that, well, if you want to cast this at 4, you might want to just play Wrath of God. If you want to cast it at 5, you can just play Cleansing Nova. If you want to play it at 6, you can just play Farewell. And all of those have niches that they kind of uniquely fill. And the fact that they don't care about mana value means that they're always going to be relevant on 5. I don't think this card's going to be relevant on 4. And when it does become like super relevant to the board, I think the time for like it being versatile has passed. We are at blue. It has been 2 hours. I'm going to speed up the pace a little bit, but first I'm going to take a break because I have like 2 things I need to do. I want to get something, I want to eat something really quick, and I want to refill my water. So I will be right back in probably about 5 minutes. So as we say every time, because this scene is called Gay Browser, so long, Gay Browser, and I will see you in 5 minutes. We are back, and we're talking about blue. Nothing else to do but to get started with Aether Spike. I'm going to be going a little bit faster, I hope. Aether Spike, things I like. I do like that in like the energy specific deck that doesn't exist, this nets you an energy. When it's just used as a Force Spike. And it can have that quench aspect if it's like needed. But when this is a Force Spike, it nets you an energy, and you also get to make that decision knowing exactly how much mana they can make from mana abilities right then. Because it doesn't give them priority to do anything other than activate mana abilities. So like you can lock them into the decision to use like their Deathrite Shaman before the spell resolves, or you know, they can't get like cutesy with a ritual or anything. Like the applications are limited, but the fact that you can you choose on resolution for what this does is kind of nice. So I think in the specific energy deck, you could have a worse quench in the deck that doesn't exist. Amphibian Downpour. Amphibian Downpour, 3 mana for a flash turn to frog. But it also has Storm. This one's awkward. When your opponent double spells, this is really cool. This is really good. If you can get 3 of these, it's crazy. I think it's also just generally good for Enchantress. Getting 3 copies of this, even if they're on one creature, is really nice for Enchantress. You still get your cast a spell effects for it, but you also get 3 constellation triggers if you, like, either you double spell before this or you do it when your opponent double spells. And like, what are they gonna do? Even if they know about it, what are they gonna do? Cast 1 spell a turn? You're still happy getting 2 turn to frogs for 3 mana, I think. Especially when it's flash. Or, you know, you can also double spell into this. And especially in Enchantress, I think that's just about as easy done as said. Lastly for this page, Bespoke Battle Wagon. If you're the energy deck that doesn't exist, then why are you spending 4 mana on just a card that makes energy? And that's it. That's all that it's doing in this deck. Like you wouldn't spend 4 mana to draw a card every 3rd turn and occasionally every other turn. That's not good. You wouldn't play this to tap a creature every other turn. You don't want to make this a creature, really. Like, I think this just doesn't have any value to me. And you know, the fact that it only does what it wants to do at best every other turn. It really sucks. And if you're not on the energy deck, why are you looking at this card? Go to the next page. Good cards. Brain Surge. I am so glad that they made Quick Study good. Also, with I'm gonna turn down my desktop audio a little bit. With getting a new set of fetches and Prismatic Vista really close together, I think we've actually been wanting another Brainstorm effect for slower decks. So Brain Surge really helps with that. You know, I think most of those decks were probably playing 1 copy of like Quick Study or something similar that was like drawing 2 cards for around 3 mana at instant speed. That's the keys that it needs to be. This card does that. It gets you a ton of card selection. And you know, your mana base now has like, what, 10? Your mana base has 10 cards. That put away the 2 cards that you get rid of. You're in a good spot with this card. Let's see. Consigned to Memory. This card's bad. Don't play it. Sometimes you'll get someone with this, and sometimes like you'll get a really cool turn where you like replicate it twice and get rid of like 3 triggers, like you hit all of an Inti's abilities, but like that's not worth a card. It's not worth a card. Why would you play this when you can just like, if you're just blue, you can play a bounce spell. If you're in black, you can play a removal spell. If you're in white, you can play a removal spell. Red, you can play a removal spell. Green, why are you playing a blue-green deck? But I think this card just doesn't deserve the time of day. It's so narrow and... actually, hold up. We have Ceremonious Rejection. This card's also bad. This card is better. This card's still bad. Copy Croak. I have a soft spot for 4-mana clones. They're not great. If this was an ETB connive as well, I could really see it. But that's also really good if it was ETB and attack connive. And Scurrilous Sentry, as we'll get to later, it shows kind of why that's the case. But yeah, this doesn't say the things that I want it to say, so it's not as good as I say I want it to be. And you don't want to be playing 4-mana clones anyway. Like, the only clones I should see in people's decks are, like, maybe Metamorph, maybe the other Metamorph. And if you really want clones, you have a couple other options, but, like, you don't want clones. Clones aren't good. Clones are not that good in Gladiator. And especially when they're 4-mana. Corrupted Shapeshifter. You know, this card's bad, but I think it's close. Yeah, Copy Crook doesn't even get rid of the legendary. What is it doing? It's 2024. Like, you know, I'm probably going to play this in one of my Brawl decks, but that's because it takes every clone it can get. But also, yeah, Gladiator is a format where you don't want to even play clones. Corrupted Shapeshifter is a bad card. It's way too close for it being a bad, or like an actually just terrible card, though. And I'll tell you why. A 3/3 creature with flying. Not great, but for versatility, you might take it. A 2/5 with vigilance, I feel is one too small either way. But you start seeing the pattern. Okay, you get rid of 1 power, add 2 toughness. 3/3 to 2/5. That makes sense. And if you tell me next one's going to have defender, I think I'm going to tell you still, I want this to be a 1/7 or a 1/9. Like, I want this to be having some power, but not a good amount. I still want it to be 1 power, and an enormous backside. Sure, it can have defender. But the fact that this can't kill X1s, that this is just a blocker, means its backside doesn't matter. Which means, like, I want to play this so that I can kill X1s no matter what the X is. And if I can't do that, what's the point? You know? The point is that in Limited, it's a 3/3 flyer that can sometimes be a 2/5 vigilance. But Dream Inferior, or not Dream Inferior, Demon Inferior. If this was 3 mana base, meaning that it was essentially always 2 mana, I would be super into this card. As is, I think it's about on par for our other, like, second from the top, or like on par with our other put on top of the deck kind of cards. And these cards aren't good. They're bad. Riptide was never good. They're fine and limited. This card's not good. It's close though. It's as close as we've gotten, I think. As we've gotten for sorcery speed. Depth Defiler. This is a... Hear me out. I have in my deck... Yeah, I think if Deem was an instant instead, that it could be something. Like, then I'm a little awkward by it being 4 mana, but, you know, 4 mana instant for that effect, and, like, my Brain Surge makes it 1 mana, or, like, my Draw 2 makes it 2 mana, like, you know, like, it's interesting. Uh, I think it's close. It's as close as we've gotten on this kind of effect, but yeah, sorcery hurts it a lot. And if it was consistently 2 mana, I'd buy in, I think. Death Defiler, I like this card. So, I talked in the last page about how I didn't like 4 mana Mana War or a harder to cast Reclamation Sage. I do like, however, 6 mana Mana War that draws a card. That's also a 3/5. And I like it specifically in like blue-green colorless ramp decks, which is a deck I'm planning on building. So I think this card fits well into that dichotomy, where again, the higher you go on mana, the more versatility matters, and the less, like, the more you want your things to be good in a lot of scenarios, and the less you care about how much each individual part of it costs. So, you know, this being a 3/5 that bounces something could be better, but like, you'll take it. This being a 5 mana 3/5 that cantrips, you're not going to play that. This being a 6 mana 3/5 that bounces and cantrips, I kind of like that. And it being tied to the casting of the spell and not the creature entering also means that it's actually like it's a bit safer. And the kicker is also tied to the casting, so it's a little bit safer. It's much harder to counter, and you know, they counter it. Sure, you spent the counter on the more middling part of the card. Dreamtide Whale. I am lower on this card than I think a lot of people. Vanishing 2 is low. Specifically because Vanishing is not like Fading. If this was Fading 2, you could attack with this twice. Because on turn 4, assuming you're playing on curve, turn 4, this goes down to 1 counter. Turn 5, it goes down to 0 counters. And if it had Fading, you could attack with it on turn 5. With Vanishing, though, it means once it gets to 0 counters, it's gone. This means that your time to double spell is very small. And your time for your opponent to not double spell in order to kill this thing for free is pretty small too. You naturally get 1 attack with this before someone has to double spell. And if someone doesn't double spell this by the second untap you get with this, then it dies. Which might seem like a big ask, but like, you know, if I'm using my 2 mana removal spell on normally killing a thing, well, I'm just gonna do nothing. And it does the job for me. Like, I think this card's cool. It's really interesting. I want to see it do well. I think it is a really short window for you to be able to get its proliferation to happen. That makes me pretty darn worried. And it's not like it's like that one thieving Haven or whatever. It's not like it draws a card when it hits, or it's not like it has evasion or anything. It's just a big idiot, and I think blue is the worst color for having big idiots. Electrozoa, god, this card sucks. 3 mana 3/1 that you get to attack with twice. God, no. Absolutely not. And usually you're just using it as like a bad ambush viper. This card sucks. Speaking of cards that sucks, this one doesn't. Emrakul's Messenger is cool. I love 2/1 flyers for 2 in blue. I really like that design space. And I like that this one has a relevant set of upsides. That it's colorless, so it dodges some removal, especially in the set. It also, like, it dodges more protection effects, things like that. The creatures it makes are colorless, and it's not hard to get these Eldrazi spawn. And, you know, they're not a huge benefit, but they will do something, and they add mana. That's a good effect. You like that. Flare of Denial. I'm so mad that this is a counter spell, but I'm also okay with this one. The thing I don't like about the forces is that they're not telegraphed. They're as telegraphed as everything is telegraphed on Arena, which is that if you can do something, it'll stop. But like Force of Negation is if your opponent has cards in hand, they could have force. Like that irks me. But here, yeah, the cost is super high. Sacrificing a non-token blue creature like covers, like excludes a lot of things. Like I think most of the decks that I think about wanting this, the creatures they run are white, or the creatures they run are black. Blue doesn't have the creatures they want. And so when you need to sack Urtai for this, you'll do it. But like, it's a way bigger cost than you were thinking when you slotted this into your deck. And like, this is a cancel. There's only so far a cancel can go down when it also has the ceiling of, oh, I can sacrifice my... Here's the thing. I can't even think of like a really good mono blue creature. And I recognize you don't need to be a mono blue creature, but like, if I sacrifice my Agent of Rafine, I'm still not super happy with it. You know, I don't want to sacrifice my Thieving even. My, like, the Snapcaster, like, and in Gladiator, it's even more narrow because it's not like you're playing 4 Snapcasters where you only need a limited amount of like good things that happen to be blue. Like, I'm building a modern deck for Alurin. It has Coiling Oracle in it. And it's partially a Coiling Oracle in that slot because it's blue for Flare of Denial, and it draws me a card. The fact that I can run 4 of them makes it a lot better. The fact that you can't run 4 of insert good blue creature here in Gladiator, and you have a larger deck size, means that it's going to be harder to sacrifice for this than you might think. Harbinger of the Seas. I think this card's bad, unless you're in the I'm going to Flood Moon you. Yeah, I agree, Cash. I do think that, yeah, like, you need pretty specific context for Flare to be better than Cancel in Gladiator, which I think really hinders it, which I'm glad for. I'm so glad that our free blue counter spell sucks, much like is tradition following Pact of Negation. I would like this format a lot less if this was Force of Will or Force of Negation. Harbinger of the Seas. I don't think this card's good unless you're doing the Blue Moon thing, where you're playing Blood Moon, this, and Winter Moon, or even just this and Winter Moon. Yeah, I don't think this card is worth playing if you're not gonna go all in. And when you do, I think it's really cool. You have 3 ways to muck your opponent for being on things that are not basics, and 2 of them are good. And this is one of the good ones. But, if you're not trying to actively muck your opponent on basics, I don't think there's a reason for you to play this card. That said, this would be a funny card for me to play in blue-green colorless, where I'm assuming an easy way for me to get some of my lands is going to be through like rampant growth effects. I might think about this card in there too. And always being able to just cheat this out or something is very funny. Hopeender Quaddle. They put Force Spike on a bird. That's good enough. If you like the gameplay of Tishana's Tidebinder, Quaddle's great. If you wish that Stifle Bird was good, this is a card for you. I love this card. I love the design of it. I think it's really cool, and I think it's good enough if you want to play it. It, like I've said with the tier list before, I think it matches very nicely into this defensible space where you can run defensible cards. And I'm not going to judge you for running this card. I think I'm going to be like, hell yeah, I love seeing this card. And the fact that it's Eldrazi Snake, it's a cool looking card, and it's a really nice design, I think means that I'm going to have less of a bad time when I get goozled by it. Kozilek's Unsealing. You know, this might be a funny thing in Modern, where you can say, okay, I'm going to play just Affinity with this, and now all of my Frogmites, and Kappa Cannoneers rebate me 2 mana, and all of my Thought Monitors and Mirror Enforcers, which we now have 2 of, are going to be Ancestral Recalls. I think that's super cool. I don't think it's a thing here. I think you have to be abusing this card to be happy about it. I think treating this as a 3 mana, I'm going to ritual with this twice, isn't worth it. I think you need to get... I think the truth is you need to get either 6 cards or a really easy way to draw 3 cards. 6 creatures or 3 easy ways to draw cards off this. Which takes some work, and I don't think Dex and Gladiator are willing to put in that work. Petrifying Meddler. This is a 5 mana 4/5 that has reach, and when you cast it, you stun a creature. I like this card more than I should, but I do recognize that it's not good in our format. Again, the bar for 5-drops is so comically high, and I really don't like that. But, you know, the truth is, if you have 4s that can kill them, the bars for 5 is higher than that. Royal Cartographer. 6 energy is a ton. It's too much, frankly. Even with an easy energy acquisition mode, and even with a big payoff of draw 3 cards, 6 energy is just too high of a cost. And the harsher thing for me is that this is so interactable. You know, I think the play pattern is I'm going to get 5 energy, and then they're going to cast the removal spell they've been sitting on for 3 turns. And then I'm going to say, well, everything I've been doing has been with the idea that I'm going to draw 3 cards out of this. And so I might have kept lands on top that I otherwise wouldn't have. I, you know, would have done other things than I wanted to be able to draw the 3 cards. And the fact, yeah, this card's just not it. Yeah, it's so interactable, which really, really sucks for me. Sucks the joy out of it. Sage of the Unknowable. You know, we have... So here's my deal, Cash. If I'm fetching 3 times, that means it's still turn 5 to draw 3 cards. And it's still just as interactable. You know, I'm still signaling to my opponent, hey, you have 3 turns to find a removal spell, any removal spell. This thing has 3 toughness. It gets hit by pretty much every removal spell that you should be running in the format. You have 3 turns to find any removal spell and use it on this. And if you do, then again, even if I get 3 fetches in a row, what am I doing? Like, it's super telegraphed, which that's my problem with it. I really wish it was even like 3 energy for a card. That would be cool. I'd be willing to pay more energy in the long run to be able to have it be less telegraphed. Sage of the Unknowable. We have better things than the Sage to do what we want. We have mana rocks that add the colorless. We have better creatures that add better kinds of mana, even if you're looking for colorless. And yeah, we have better ways to use cards like this. We don't need to play 2 mana 0/4 for it. We don't need to play one that only has 1 mana. Like, there's just a lot of spots where this is not as tuned as we already have in the format, or the things that we want to do with it. Serum Visionary. I am not a fan of 3 mana cantrip creatures. As much as I just built a modern deck that's pretty much just 3 mana fetch creatures, or 3 mana cantrip creatures, this card's not it. I ain't about this card. Yeah, I think if you're in like a blink deck, you want to be doing something cheaper than this because you care about the volume of cards if you're blinking, or you want to do something that's getting you more advantage than this. Oh, we already have Preordained Minister. Yeah. Yeah, because we already have the Ponder. First Responder. No, we have Pondering Mage. Which at this rate, if we have a 5 mana 3/4, then the bunch of serum cards, then a 3 mana 2/2. Then, you know, our preordained creature might be a 1 mana like 0/1. And I would, yeah, you'd obviously play the hell out of that creature. Does that math add up? No, I think it actually would be a 1/0. Yeah. I'd take a 1 mana 1/0 that that preordains. That'd be cool. But yeah, this card's like we're making progress, but we're not there. Shadow of the Second Sun. I think Cat Moozy's gonna love this card. But you know, this is just like, this isn't a good card, but it's okay because it's so cool that like I'm okay. Like, the premise is cool enough that I don't need it to prove itself being good enough. This card's cool. I love it. I think it actually will see some play if people play more Reclamation. I think Elle was talking about this a little bit ago, where it's like, this is another wilderness deck. Like, yeah, this is another wilderness Reclamation. You know, it untaps your lands. It doesn't do quite as much, but it untaps your lands, and it draws you an extra card, which I think is worth the extra 2 mana. And, you know, sometimes you'll have an upkeep effect that you want another of. Sure. I can see that happening. Um, Strict Serenade. This is Cash. I know this might be a little bit of a peeve for you, but this is a Pongify. Like, you're preventing an ETB, sure, but it's still a Pongify or a Raven form or whatever you want to call it. You're still getting rid of a thing that is a threat and replacing it with the worst threat. And that 2/2 is gonna kill you, especially if you're playing a deck where you need to do that. Because it's not just a 2/2, it's a 2/2, and you spent a card on it. It's evasive. I don't like that. Your opponent's gonna get hit by this and then say, okay, I'm gonna play a 3/3 for 2, and keep attacking. And you slowed me down like by maybe like a power, but we're in a spot where like even a bounce spell is like, if I play a bounce spell on a let's say a 3/3, that's saving me 3 life in the long term. If I Strict Serenaded it, it's saving me 1 life per turn, which over three turns will kind of matter, but I don't want to need to wait 4 turns for my my counter to be better than a bounce. Tamio meets the story circle. Here's the problem. I think I'm too used to the regular like feel of sagas, where sagas have something good on their first mode, something in the middle. That's the other thing, is that it might save you more damage over more turns, but if I bounce a 3-mana 3/3, they have to spend 3 more mana in order to get to the same spot. It's Magic's a really complex game, but I think a comparison like that's good, where it's like, this is like a bounce, but it only pays off if you live for like 6 more turns. And you're not going to live for 6 more turns if you take 12 in that time. Anyway, Tamio meets the story circle. I'm used to 1, do something that's good enough. 2, do essentially nothing, but you're okay with that. 3, something really good. And Tamio's meets the story circle is not that. The first mode is pretty good. Like, it's fine. It does something that you would like to happen in at least certain matchups. 2 is, it looks explosive. And here's the thing. If it's explosive, it's really good. But in the cases where it's not explosive, where it's just, okay, I'm going to pitch 3 cards, make 6 clues, but yeah, those 6 clues are going to cost me 12 mana to crack and to turn into, like, double the cards. And even to refund me on mana, if I pitch 3 cards, I have to pay 6 mana to refund me on the total number of cards. For things like Affinity, or, like Affinity, Kappa Cannoneer, etc., you don't care, because you want the clues are the important part. But it's not good in a generic way, which makes me think it might just not be good. I do want to see this C play, though. Tempest Harvester. Remember what we said about that one Rhino that taps things? This is the same thing. We can just play a... I'm going to skip this because I have words. There we go. we can just play a Merfolk Looter. Is literal Merfolk Looter on Arena? Yeah, we can just play Merfolk Looter. Literal, actual M10 Merfolk Looter. Like, we don't need to play one. That's worse. Like, this is a 2-1, sure. But, like, yeah. This is the exact... yeah, there's actually quite a few good looters. This is the exact kind of energy design that I hate. I really don't like. It doesn't really let you get ahead of it on energy, and it's a thing that, like, if this wasn't in an energy environment, this would just be a better card, because it would ignore the line of enter the battlefield text, ignore the pay energy cost. That's the thing that sometimes frustrates me. Titan Wavebreaker. My take on this is, this isn't a card you're happy to cast for 1 mana. I think you want to be casting this bestowed. Give it an additional instance of prowess. If it's on a creature that already has prowess or something similar, it triggers that. And then when it's also putting insurance down, okay, you killed my Swift Spear, I still have a thing that has prowess that if I have future Blitz turns, still works. I like this card. But I do recognize that it's really an aura first that gives some insurance. It's not you're not supposed to play this as a 1/1. You're supposed to play this as an aura. Tune the narrative. This is the card I like in energy sets. You know, I think it's totally fine. I don't know really what else to say from it. It's fine. Yeah. It's okay. So yeah, here's what I'll say. This card is not good for decks that are low commitment to energy, are only playing the incidental. Like, this card was already good if you didn't have any energy when you started. But you know, if you are even running like semi-committal energy, where like, yeah, you want to, there's not a good blue example, but like, if you have good cards with energy, yeah, you'll play this. You'll be a little bit happy with it. It's not bad. We have better options if you're not doing stuff that is like energy specific. But like, we also have worse options, and you know, the options that are better than this are only slightly better than this. So if you like getting the 2 energy, you know, there's value to that. Ugin's Binding. I'm actually not into this card that much. I think this card's great for Commander, obviously, but like, I don't think this card's that good in Gladiator. I don't think you want to cast a 3-mana unsummon, even if it's comically good if you cast a 7-drop. But like, what are you casting with this? And like, I guess what I'm saying is, this is not a generic card. I think you can make a deck where this is something cool and good. But the front side, yeah, and it has to be specifically colorless. The fact that its front side is really bad makes me think that, like, right now the only place where I'm saying I think I might want this is the blue-green colorless deck that I'm building, or that I'm going to build. I could see this being played there, where, yeah, I have a bunch of 7-drops that are colorless that will be cast. I can cast an Ugin. That's not going to be a problem. But like, and like, again, when you have more mana, you're more okay with paying too much. But yeah, this is and it's like a good effect, but the fact that you need to play a bad spell to get a free effect when you do something really incidental is a little rough. Unfathomable Truths. I think this card's ultimately replaceable. It's defensible. Some decks, this is, it fits really well into a slot that they already have. For some decks, they're going to pick something slightly different for this slot. Although, hold up. This is where I'm doing a search. I'm looking for stuff in Gladiator that says draw 3 cards. And is specifically an instant. Because you're still going to play Lorien Revealed. Okay, so we have Graven Lore, which I have, not recently, but I have seen played. And that's about it. And like all of these Thirst 4s are actually draw 2s. Just for posterity's sake, let's look at 4 as well. Just in case there's one that's like draw 4, discard 1. Just in case. 5? No. There are no instants that draw 5. X. If you were playing Sphinx's Revelation before, you can play Unfathomable Truths now. Replace your. It's only been a mythic on Arena, right? Yeah, you can replace your mythic with a common. But this is also coming from someone who doesn't like Sphinx's Revelation, so I like Unfathomable Truths. Utter Significance. I think this is about on par with the Frogify. The fact that this doesn't change types is very slight minor annoyance. But this card still does all the things you want it to do. The fact that it also lets you exile it if it's... So this is essentially, this has kicker. It's kicker of you can pay 2 to Frogify something, or you can pay 5 to just exile a creature. Which, hey, is that okay? I thought that was like not a thing you could do. Can blue just like pay 5 to exile a creature now? In 2 installments? Is that okay? Is this something it can do? Like, genuinely interested. Mark Rosewater, I know you're watching. You're my 3rd viewer. But yeah, play Utter Significance. Like, yeah, I guess colorless can exile stuff. Like, I think you should play this card in blue decks that reasonably can activate this. Because you might have been a deck that would have taken the one that's like the Piranha, Eaten by Piranhas, the other one with Flash that does this. And like the added utility to exile it, that's pretty hot. I like that. Volatile Storm Drake. I need to look at my notes for this one. I don't love this one. I don't think Gilded Drake is like a huge... If this was optional Gilded Drake, or not optional, but like doesn't sacrifice the Gilded Drake if you don't have a target, and just Gilded Drake otherwise, I don't think I'd play that. I think I might think about it, but I think I ultimately would cut it from decks. This is so much worse because it's It does have protection, which remember, this is a creature that your opponent is getting, so that's worse. It is smaller, which is nice. It doesn't have to steal something if there's literally nothing to steal. Which, the fact that it does have to steal otherwise, I don't like. Oh yeah, Silver Scrutiny as well, yeah. Okay, so things I don't like about Storm Drake. Don't like that it is a better creature. I don't like that it has to like trade if possible. And the truth is, if you are targeting something with a high mana value, because you only get 4 energy, if you're targeting something with 5 or higher mana value, this is just a Pongify. The good part about this is that it steals Shieldred and leaves them with a creature that only barely outpaces just the life you get from Shieldred. I like that. The problem is, if you're even mildly ahead on board, this card doesn't, like, do anything. And if you're behind on board, you have to be behind by a certain margin. It's just a very weird card. It has a very narrow application where I actually like it. And that's, you steal a 4-drop, it's a really good 4-drop, and you don't care. If you steal a 5-drop, this card is just Pongify. If you steal a 3-drop, I don't think you're getting enough from the trade that you wanted to spend the card to do that. Also, Expiry from abilities is real. That is a real line of text. And if you want to build your deck so that it doesn't matter, like, you have to think pretty hard and kind of build around it. Let's move on. We're in black now. One moment. Okay, we're in black now. Accursed Marauder. I think we were like... Yeah, it's like... It's good with bounce spells, not at bounce abilities, and it's only kinda good with bounce spells. And the truth is, you want bounce abilities. Like, you want things that are not just bounce spells. That's the problem. Accursed Marauder. I think this card's medium. Like, you know, I don't think you would run Fleshbag Marauder these days. Non-tokens real, but also, like, non-token can sometimes be not a super huge boon. But, like, you know, this always hits a card from them, and like, this is also at a mana cost where you're happier if this is just my creature that I just played dies to get rid of one of your relevant creatures. I think that's fine and good. And I think there's certain decks that will just play that. Yeah, I don't think there's much else I want to say on that. Arcband Condor. I don't think Aristascraps plays it. It's just a 4/4, and it takes a lot of ETBs to actually get rid of stuff. It's like, if you want to kill a 4/4, but you can only actually, like, get 3 things onto the battlefield, you just don't do anything, you know? I think this card's not that great. Being until end of turn is really awkward, just for, like, it means everything that you're killing is super situational or small enough that it probably doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things. Like, you can kill some X2s, sure, but you're spending a 4 mana card to do that, and, like, it's not the worst. It might be playable, but it's gonna make some things awkward, and it really forces you to have some good sequencing. Breathe Your Last. It's an upgrade on Hero's Downfall. I don't love this card. Just because, like, we're past Hero's Downfall at this point. We're not really running 3 mana removal unless it has a significant upside, I don't think. In fact, from what I see, the whole point of playing black removal spells is so you can play 2 mana black removal that's pretty much unconditional, close to unconditional. Yeah, like, unless it essentially draws you a card or does something similarly valuable, you're not going to play a 3 or higher cost spell. 2 mana, you're golden. This is not 2 mana. This is 3 mana. And its ability, its additive text is not that good. Yeah, I remember when Hero's Downfall was good. And, like, I had it in a trade binder for a while. Like, from 20... I had, like, 2 in a trade binder from, like, 2016 to 2019, and then it got put into a bulk bin. And then I fished it out like, a few months ago, and I was like, this is an uncommon now. And now, it's a power crept common. Now, Hero's Downfall is a standard uncommon. It probably could be a common at this point. No one would bat an eye. Chthonian Nightmare. I think this card's fine. It's like... It's a weird unearth. That's how I want to treat it. And sometimes it'll get something better. But it's like you trade a creature for an unearth. And then you get to do that as many times as you have mana and want to. I think there's value to that. You know, you also, like, in black you have creatures that can die 300 times and you're fine. Like, you can sack a Bloodghast to this and it's no cost. It's 0 cost. And you get back your 3-drop and you're happy. You get back a better 2-drop and you're also happy because that Bloodghast was essentially free. Or that Skyclave Shade was free, or that the one skeleton was free, or it's, you know, the list goes on. Consuming Corruption. I'm really glad that this card's 2 mana now. Being 2 mana is really nice for the mono black decks that just want to be like, yeah, cool, bolt. Like, this is a bolt. This is Black's Lightning Helix now. It just hits creatures and planeswalkers, but that's fine. You know, early on in the game, that's Lightning Helix. Later on, sure, this kill your big thing, gain 6. This was a 2 mana instant. I can still do something else on my turn. That's just a nice thing to have. I think this card's not great. I think this card's good. Crabomination. I love this card so much. Even ignoring this name, I don't like that it has to emerge from an artifact, but also, play this in scraps. You have a Scrap Trawler, you're gonna have Junk Diver, you have 3-drops, yeah. Sacrifice a 3-drop, play this on 4, you have a 5/5 that, like, sure, you sacked a creature, but you sacked a thing, but you don't care, and you get a free spell, and you get 3 shots at a good one. And I'm happy with 3 shots at a good spell for free. And in fact, like, correct me if I'm wrong, but, like, Grenzo's seeing some play. The new Grenzo. Heist is essentially, like, equivalent. You're getting 3 shots at a good card. You get it for free. Abomination's kind of, like, pretty darn similar. You get 3 shots at a good card. And one of them is from a zone that you know the information of, so you can also, like, kind of finagle that, especially in black. You know, I actually like this card. I think if you're like Reanimator, Ramp, or Scraps, I could see you playing this card. And just being like, yeah, okay. What's in your hand? Or like, what's a thing from your hand? What's on top of your library? Maybe something from your graveyard. Cool. Right now this draw spell's the best for me. Or right now this creature's the best for me. Just get something good. Like, this card's just good. Creation of Avacyn's bad. I shouldn't need to tell you why it's bad, but like, remember when we were talking about Royal Cartographer, and my gripe with it was that you spend 3 to 5 turns building this up, and then they spend 2 mana to completely ignore everything that just happened. Imagine that. They always get 2 turns. 100% of the time, they get 2 turns. Okay, not 100%. 99% of the time, they get 2 turns. And then if they do, you got a 3 mana Reanimate. If they don't, like if they only got, or yeah, if they don't do anything to this, you get a 3 mana Reanimate that takes 2 full turns. No, 3 full turns, yeah. 2 full turns and the turn you played it. If they do remove it, they either do it after chapter 1 and you just got rid of the card in your deck you wanted to have on the battlefield or in your hand, or that and you lose some life, or actually, yeah, that's just it. You know, what if you got Reanimate? What if Reanimate cost that much life to cast it? It would probably still be good enough, but letting it be blown out like that really sucks. Dreadmobile. This card's not better than our like whatever Shadow Ripper that we have, the 2-drop that is like a 4/3 card. You just play that one. You don't, and that's like not a thing that you have like 4 slots for. So you play that one. It's not better than the Soul Ripper. Just play the Soul Ripper. You'll forget about this card. You'll forget it even existed until someone says in like 3 years, hey, remember the Shrekmobile? And you'll be like, oh yeah, I remember the Shrekmobile. Yeah, I love the Shrekmobile. But like, you didn't care about the Shrekmobile. This card's like good. This card's fine, but it's like deeply mid. Life-Drinker Vampire. I know Mila's really excited about this card. It's a 2/1 with lifelink for 2. That's neat. It fuels itself to give it menace for a turn. That's neat. And that makes it a 3/2 for 2. That's also neat. In like counters, I can see it. Like, if you can make this so that this essentially always has menace, this card's great. The fact that it can turn itself on, that's great. And this card's good in a specific deck, and it's just good in that deck. But like, you know, it works. It gets the job done. Drossclaw. You don't need to play bad living weapons. You can play the good ones. Emperor of Bones. I have a long thing about this. When I originally talked about it, here's what I said. I'm way lower on this card than some people. I don't think they're unplayable by any means, but I'm not super enthused by a 2 mana Yard Exile once a turn. The Adapt and Gorios that it can do are neat, but it's overall probably worse than a Protected Body that drains, like Trespasser, or a Scooz, or even like a Scooz that draws you cards, like Viconia, or like a Herbwork Scavengers, or a Children's Assimilator that naturally gets value out of whatever it hits. And I would rather consistent permanent value rather than like the kind of gambling dice roll that the Emperor provides. I am appreciating the card more since then. This card is interesting and certainly has a lot of really cool use cases. My worry about it though is that like it's still, if I'm playing it in a deck at this point, it's probably because I can get it to trigger multiple times. And like in counters, it's obscene. But if I'm playing this in a generic deck, you know, it's cool and fine and absolutely playable. But if I'm just getting one trigger out of its counters from its own adapt, I'm not actually that happy. Which is to say, I could be much happier. Not that it's a bad card, just like, you know, still, I think sometimes I'd like the Assimilator more. That's always a 3/1 with Menace. Or I'd like, if I'm putting more mana into it, like Scoos that can grow infinitely off of itself. Or like Trespasser to just be a bigger body from the outset and start draining my opponent and be really hard to kill. Emperor's cool. It's not like fantastic unless you can be confident that it's going to have more than one triggers in a game, which I think you do have to work towards that. Like you have ways that it can happen, especially in like black green. You can do that, but like I don't think this is a guarantee at all of like, oh yeah, you could get this to trigger once a turn, but you also might not. You might not draw your Tumblewag or whatever, and it might just be, yeah, I am waiting for this to exile something good that my opponent puts in the graveyard, or that I put into their graveyard, but until then it's a 2/2, and I guess I can make it negate a ult and get like a 3/3 for a turn if I want. I think the card's gonna be more mid than people are hyping it up to be, but I think it's still totally playable. Etch Slith. I don't like Sliths. We already talked about this. Menace is nice. It helps out a lot. But it's a 2 mana effectively, like you're gonna treat it like a 2 mana 2/2. Again, yeah, I agree. Chocopholic, like it has interesting use cases. You can do cool stuff with it. Like if you only get one trigger shot at it though, like, you know, you can do stuff that makes it playable. Yeah, the card's playable. I never not said that, and I won't say it. It's not playable, but the card's just, I think, like pretty playable. It's pretty good. I think that it's really awkward to make it obscene, and you shouldn't play assuming that it's going to be obscene. Slith, you know, I don't like Sliths. The fact that this only hits for 1 on the first time, and then like, I don't think most of the time that adding 1 to this thing's power and toughness each turn is actually going to outscale whatever your opponent's doing, especially with Menace. The problem with Menace sometimes is that like, it essentially means you will get to trade with one thing, but they have to force a trade. And, you know, that's great for things that are already big or things that are already trading up naturally. But the Slith has to work to be able to do that. And, you know, we have a lot of 1/2s now. What if this doesn't hit? What if this just doesn't get a hit in? What if you're on the draw with this card? Are you feeling good about it? I don't think so. Like, if my opponent gets to, like, develop a 2 and a 3 before I can attack in with a Slith, I'm not happy. Why would I be happy with this card? Ethereum Terramander. I'm baffled that this isn't a Phyrexian. Oh, I guess it is a... Oh, it's Esper. Okay, it's an Esper Terramander. That's why it looks like that. People on the internet need to get their discourse in a row. Because, like, I just thought this guy was like that. That this was just a little guy and he was just dealt differently. But now I know. Oh yeah, this is from Alara. Alara had the plane of Esper. This makes sense. But no one was talking about that online. Everyone was just like, why is this why is this not a Phyrexian? No one was bothering to actually answer the question why. Because it's a Alarin. I'm pissed when Magic Discourse talks about things, and I'm more pissed when Magic Discourse doesn't talk about things that should be talked about, like Ethereum Terramander's Plane of Origin. It's Terramander. It's Terramander for artifacts. You'll play it in scraps. Don't play it elsewhere. Eviscerator's Insight. Okay. This is another time where we go to our dog or not. We have Eviscerator's Insight. I might be crazy. This seems like it's an incredibly low dog score for this kind of card. Am I crazy? Am I just not noticing something? Is Flashback that obscene that, like, 5 mana for another Village Rites is so good that it means your first Village Rites can be 2 without any additional upside? Is that good enough? I don't think it is. I think I'd rather either pay 1 or, like, get a thing. I guess, like, I think whether this card is actually good depends on how graveyard hatey people are. And I think in that case, this card's bad. This card just gets bad. Like, I'd rather make... The one that makes map tokens good, right? Yeah, Fanatical Offering. Like, I feel like this card's good. And I feel like in a world where graveyard hate only is becoming more common and more commonplace and more plentiful and better, that Flashback is, like, pretty low on my priority list for having another one of these. Like, I don't know. I think I'd rather be playing the Fanatical Offering. But maybe I'm crazy. Fetid Gargantua. It's a 5-drop. I've said this before. It's a 5-drop. Why do we have this, like, format? Every time I see a really incredibly cool 5-drop, I just say, what's this format come to? We used to be able to play weird, cool 5-drops. And now that the weird, cool 5-drops are common, they're unplayable. Like, you know what we could have done? If we had gone to the future and grabbed just this card and brought it back to 2020, this card would be playable in a deck in Gladiator. If we'd gone back to, like, October of 2020. We were playing Golos then. What have we come to? What does this format come to? I'm gonna be so depressed about this later. Flare of Malice. I think this is actually the most playable flare in the set, which feels weird. It's so easy to sacrifice a creature in black. Like, you have that skeleton. You have, I think, another skeleton. Yeah, you have 2 skeletons. You have Bloodghast, you have Skyclave Shade, you have Bloodsoaked Champion. You just have so many creatures that... Well, you have 2 good skeletons, Chocotholic. That's the problem. Is that once you get to like the 3rd non-token skeleton, you're kind of getting to the bottom of the barrel. But yeah, I guess like the spectacle one's good. Yeah, that's fair. But like this is a fine card, and your sacrifice cost is essentially free on this. And notably, if they sacrifice a creature to this, then you can get back your Dominaria United skeleton that same turn. Wait, no, you can't. Gosh, what's that skeleton called? Cult Conscript, yeah. Under your control. That's rough. You know, when we first saw this card, we all said, wow, this card has like no restrictions that most of the skeletons have. It doesn't say sorcery. It doesn't say like on a 3rd Tuesday. It doesn't return it tapped. Or it doesn't like say it can't block or anything. Every time I've looked at this card since, I noticed one of its restrictions again. And I think I'm still like in that haze of like that card has no restrictions on it essentially compared to other ones. Gravedig's bad, don't play it. That's all I'm gonna say on it. This is a card I don't have to talk more about. It's just you don't want to play either of these cards individually. You don't want to play them together. You don't want to play the option of either. Grim Servant. I think this card's interesting. I like the idea of playing this as like the bad DTs in Gladiator, the bad ones, where you just grab a land or grab a like 2-drop. Like if you grab a 2-drop with this, you grab a removal spell. That's good. Is it worth playing a 4-mana cantrip? I don't know. I don't think so. I do think that this card probably sees play in like whatever the Tainted Oracle deck like becomes in the future. I think there's a world that it plays Grim Servant, because it's not hard for it to be able to find a Oracle or a Tainted Pact. So like, yeah, you'll probably play this somewhere. It will see play at some point. Fun things I noticed about it. The search is mandatory. The shuffle is mandatory. You don't get an option to say no. You always lose the 3 life. So that's the awkward thing. It always costs 3 life, no matter what. Can make its pressure a little awkward. But it also blocks. So that's a neat part about it. Kami of Jealous Thirst. This card's bad. Not for a format. Lethal Throwdown. It's not better than Bone Shards, but it's better than Bone Splinters. Sorcery Speed's always awkward on this thing. Your deck that like everything happens to be modified, you're kind of happy. But I don't know if most decks will consistently get the draw a card part of this. If you can, play this card. Oh, it's golden. If you can't, just play Bone Shards. It was a good card. Marionette Apprentice. What the hell is with this card? Hey chat, what the hell? What the hell? This card's a 2-mana 2/3 with Blardus text. Sorry, with Broad Blardus text. What? What are they doing? What's with this card? And like, it's a 2/3 Blardist for 2. Or it's a 1/3 Blardist. It's a 1/2 Blardist that makes a creature. What the hell? Yeah, I guess if it doesn't gain you life back, Blardist can be on rate now, which is kind of wacky. I don't know if I agree with that, but like, this is a cool card. You're gonna play it in like decks with swamps and cards that die. Like, you're gonna play it. God, they made a 2-mana 2/3 with Blardus text. Jeepers. Yeah, and it's also Disciple of the Vault. Like, what the hell? It's a broader Blardist. Broad Blart Mall Cop. That's what I'm calling this card. Mindless Conscription. I like that this is a 3/3 at base. I don't love that this is really hard to replace itself. Like, the decks that you're amassing a second time for this, it takes a decent chunk of work, and you want to do it like 4 times. I will play this in, I'm building a Marnia's Calgar commander deck, and this card's cool as hell in that. But, nah, this card, I don't think this card's it. In Gladiator, like, drawing 3 cards is tough. It's not that hard, but it's hard enough that, like, you can't consistently do it, and you can't really justify that as your payoff in a deck that runs a 3/3 for 3, you know? I don't think you can anyway. Necrodominance, oh boy. Yeah, it's easy enough to draw 3 cards once or twice in a game. But, like, if you're counting on it for your 3-mana 3/3 to be anything more than that, it's awkward. If you're counting on it for Tamiyo, it's valid, because Tamiyo's a good blocker on her own and, like, draws cards. By the way, we'll get to Tamiyo later. It's a double face card, so it's at the end. Yeah, I don't like it when I have to play a 3/3 for 3 with no other text to get that build around benefit. Necrodominance sucks. Here's how I'm gonna come to it. Very few people in this format play Necropotence. It's in Arena. It's in the format. Anyone can play it, and most people don't. Even decks that like reasonably could cast it probably don't want to, because playing Necropotence in a lot of decks is actively detrimental to you. Spending a card, 3 mana, a whole turn for an enchantment that doesn't commit to the board is dangerous in this format. It takes a lot of gusto to be able to do that. You have to be able to really utilize your resources other than that. Plus, it commits you, playing Necropotence commits you to losing a life a turn in order to stay on rate of cards. And so really what you're doing with Necropotence is either you have an ample enough supply of life that you can draw a lot of cards with it, coming at the cost of either putting the timing of drawing those cards at either slightly worse than normal or much worse than normal. Now that we've said all that about Necropotence, here's Necrodominance. Triple black, skip your draw step, legendary enchantment. Here's our first problem. It's legendary. I don't know if that's much worse, but it means that, like, even if you could get something good about copy enchanting it, nope, can't do that now. I don't know what you would do, but now it's legendary. At the beginning of your end step, next problem, this locks in our timing to the worst of the two previous options under Necropotence. Drawing like 5 cards at your opponent's end step, not amazing, but it's not much worse than drawing it during your draw step. You kind of get the cards a little earlier. Drawing your cards at the end of your turn is about the worst time you could. You're giving your opponent the greatest amount of time to interact with your hand and the greatest amount of time for them to know you have committed to having this much in your hand. Here's what I can do about that. So you're locked into your worst possible time placement. And since you don't get it at your opponent's end step, you can't make a decision knowing what they have done for their turn. You have to make your decision completely guessing on what your opponent's going to do on their turn. Next problem. Yeah, paying the life at any point is also nice, and I'll get to that. Then you may pay any amount of life if you do draw that many cards. So here's the next thing. If my Necropotence gets destroyed at my end step, or gets destroyed at my main phase, or any main phase, I can say, okay, I pay 4 life into this. I draw 4 cards at the end step. It doesn't matter if my Necropotence is around when I do it. I just need it there at any point to be able to still draw the cards at the end of the turn. Necrodominance now says, if my opponent destroys it in any main phase, I will not get the next trigger of Necrodominance. That's huge. So, to recap, legendary at the beginning of your end step means that it's locked in at the worst time. It also means you can't respond to it. It also means that you can't get any benefit if they remove it. That's 4 things bad, and we haven't gotten to the last half of the card. Your maximum hand size is 5. You now have a hard limit on how much you can go up in card advantage that isn't your life total. So you are like, the cool thing about Necropotence was if you did it at your opponent's end step, you could get like 9 cards and just be like, okay, cool, I have an enormous grip of cards. I can now dump my hand and still have a hand afterwards. Wally, thank you for the follow. Yeah, you could dump your hand, still have a grip of cards at the end, and draw up to your maximum of 7 and be fine. Necrodominance, you're hard locked at 5. You can still get a lot of value out of that, but you're not going to choose a number that puts you above that maximum almost ever, which means you're not in a great spot. Like, you are locked to the 5 you get. Sometimes you need more than 5 cards to find what you need to do in them. Ugh. Finally, the 6th downside. Necropotence said, Necropotence said, when you discarded cards, exile it from your graveyard. Necropotence doesn't care how they got there. Literally, no matter what, if a card or a token goes into your graveyard, it's exiled instead. So it's not a trigger, you can't respond to it, it always happens. It happens for tokens too. It happens for cards that just got normally cast. Like, this card's so much worse than Necropotence. And Necropotence isn't good in this format. Like, it's still sometimes played, but it's like, I'm not gonna play like the worst possible Necropotence imaginable. Yeah, you don't get dice triggers anymore, no matter what. You don't get your discard. Well, you still get your discard triggers, but like you don't get milled triggers per se. I don't think you do. Like, yeah, you don't get things like Narcomoeba, if that matters, or Creeping Chill. Your tokens don't die anymore. Like, my gosh, they really had to make sure you didn't have fun with this card. So don't, by not playing it. Another Goyf is a 1-mana 2/3. Play 1-mana 2/3. Why would you not play 1-mana 2/3? I think this will usually be a 1-mana 2/3 by the time it attacks. Assuming you have a fetch in there somewhere and you play something like an instant or sorcery on turn 2, it's pretty reasonable. Or like you surveil. It's not hard to make this a 2/3 on 2, which like is more than playable. You'll play that all the time. And then sometimes it can get up to a 3/4, 4/5, 5/6. Rare on like 5/6, but like 4/5, you're happy with that. It has escape. The escape's gonna make it smaller. Who cares? You could escape this for a 0/1 if you're not. Yeah, you're not escaping this Goyf often. But like, if you are escaping it, it's because you have nothing better to do. At which point you're happy it's there. Like, it's not downside. You're shrinking your Goyf, but like, who cares? You know, if you're at the spot where playing like getting a free 3-mana like 1/2 or 2/3 is enticing, you are going to be enticed by everything, you know? And like, again, it's a free part of this card. You'll play it as a 1-mana 2/3 if that was all it said. I would play a 2/3 Isamaru. I certainly will play a Isamaru that like can be a 3/4 sometimes. Quest for the Necropolis. I really like this card. It's just like good for decks with black in them. In Reanimator, it's obviously great, but like any deck, I think, will want to get like either your or your opponent's 4-drop and do it for like 4 mana, 3 mana, like even total. But yeah, and sometimes this is just like 2 mana. You play this on 1, kind of forget about it. Turn like 4 or 5 comes around. You think, well, now that I've played Infernal Grasp or whatever, I'm gonna get back the thing I just killed, and I'm really happy about it. Or I'm gonna get back the thing that they just killed, and I'm really happy about it. I think this is just a good card. Like, it's nothing flashy really, but it's just, you know, it'll be a cheap reanimation spell pretty soon, and you'll play that. Refurbished Familiar. It's a good rat. Yeah. Oh yeah. Quest from the Necropolis is any graveyard, and that is what sets it over the top. Refurbished Familiar. This card's just like good. It'll be good in scraps. It replaces itself either by putting your opponent down a card or drawing you a card. It's never going to be 4 mana. It's almost always going to be like 2. It's a good card. You'll play it in scraps, play it in black-based bots decks. I'm not going to say anything more on it. Transmigrant. I don't love it. I think like this is really like, let's see, reassembling skeleton. I'm on a skeleton kick. It's a 2 mana to get back. This comes back as a 3/3. But is that like good enough to justify it being 4 mana if it's also an artifact and a zombie, I guess? Like, it's cool. I think the problem is more actually that it's a 1 mana 1/1, and like it draws you a card essentially when it dies. But like, it's just very low impact initially, and you can say that you're gonna sacrifice it and such, but like, it's not amazing. Yeah, it's not amazing when you need to be the one to put in the work to get this back in some way. I actually think if anywhere is gonna be cool for this, it's gonna be like it's gonna be in Modern, where this is a zombie. This is decent in Dredge. Like, this gets back your amalgams pretty nicely. I still don't think it's gonna be playable there, but like, it's something. Yeah, Dredge has good cards. I don't know what I was thinking, but like, the fact that this is a zombie for things like Gravecrawler and Champion of the Perished as well, it could be something. I don't think it's something in our format. Or it might be like some bottom of the barrel card for a zombies typo deck, where you're just playing like 86 zombies and you just care about the fact that it says zombie on it. Ripples of the Undeath. I am gonna be real. I don't love this card. I think the cost is the cost all around is just a little too high. One thing I really like about the card is that you get to choose whether you pay the costs after you mill, and you always mill. But like, is 3 mana and 3 life worth a card? And if so, I think it probably is. Is it worth spending a card and a turn to get that to happen? I don't know. And then 2, it's 4 mana to draw 2. It takes 2 full turns to do that. And it costs 6 life. So you're like paying a life premium and not getting like a premium of advantage. And by the time you do get a premium of advantage, you are paying an enormous life premium. Like, by the time this is a 5 mana draw 3, which is honestly at this point on rate, you're choosing 3 of 9, but like 5 mana draw 3, you're paying 9 life for that. And once you get higher than that, I don't think you can pay much more life in most decks. I think if you somehow have an ample supply of life, this is probably a good card. I think most of the time you won't, is the truth. I think you will be able to get away with 2 activations of this, and if you are, then like, do we have Ancient Cravings? Do we have something like Ancient Cravings? We had the One Ring, which is essentially Ancient Craving. No, we don't. Do we have a card like this in Gladiator? Because this is like legitimately a card I want, at least something like it in decks. But Ripples of Undeath is not that. Scurrilous Sentry. I love Scurrilous Sentry. It's a 4 mana 4/5 by the time it attacks if you discard 2 non-lands. And you're probably okay doing that, and if you're not, then like, you're also still okay with this being a 3/4. Like, the great thing about Connive is it's kind of similar to like with map tokens. The good thing about Connive is that if you're discarding lands, you're happy about the card advantage you're getting, and if you're discarding non-lands, you're happy about the size that you're getting. So like, I think you're just always happy with this card. It's attacking as a 4/5 if you want it to, and if you decide that you don't want it to be that big, then you're happy with the better cards you're getting for that. I think you just like this. I think I just like this card. It fits that bar of like, this needs to be big, it needs to have a thick booty, it needs to like continuously generate advantage, it needs to be like annoying, and it needs to get you pretty immediate value. This is just a really good card, and it's a common. Shield Gengar. This is a Pokemon. It's a 5-mana 6/6 flyer. That's also a free sack outlet to make some blood. And then you can pay 3 and sacrifice 6 bloods to get every creature from your graveyard. I don't know if do I like this card? I don't think so. 5 mana is a lot to ask. And like, when is the last time you saw Doom Whisperer? Legitimate question for the chat. When is the last time you saw a Doom Whisperer hit the battlefield? Because I feel like Shield Gengar is a pretty similar card in terms of like Maxberry. I really think that like I kind of wish I had your like Blissful Ignorance. That's so long to not see a Doom Whisperer on the battlefield. I saw it quite a lot in the early days of Gladiator, and like it was a good card in the early days of Gladiator, where like 5 mana 6/6 that has has some good text on it is enough. But like, this doesn't have haste. How much is this card now? Okay, it's $1. Unless it's from a commander deck, then it's 35 cents. Like, I like that this is a free sack outlet. But also, I think that's about on par with, I get to set the top of my deck, but I pay like 10 life to do it. You know? I think if you want to play Shield Gengar, dust off the 2 inches of dust that's on your Doom Whisperer instead. I think it's going to be a better card. This not having trample is also rough. 6 blood, you're never going to get there. You're never going to get to the blood count for this. Warren Soul Trader. Warren G Soul Trader is a pretty cool card. I like this Soul Trader. Yeah, I guess don't play Doom Whisperer, but also this has gotten me really nostalgic to play more Doom Whisperer. I might make a bad decision. Warren G Soul Trader is really cool. I don't know if it's like that obscene, but it is a free sack outlet. Gets you mana. The 1 life is like a real cost. Like the one life is a real cost that will come up. And I do think it's like that this card's probably pound for pound probably worse than Yawgmoth. But like, you can play Yawgmoth in this format still. And I think you could play a 3 mana slightly worse Yawgmoth really easily. That's really good to convince people. Like, making treasure is really nice. You don't have to use the mana immediately. Worst case scenario, this is just a big Skirk Prospector, which is like a playable card in Goblins. Like, Mink, I'm sure will have a field day with this card. Like, and this card is also just good outside of Goblins. Like, this card's just good. Play it. Wither and Bloom. I want to check the dogs on this. I'm too far. Warren Soul Trader is one of the 100% good, the no dog score. Wither and Bloom, 40%. 40% dog. I'm still trying to figure out how I feel about this card. I think, God, what's the card from like originally Scars of Mirrodin? Grasp of Darkness, I think. Yeah, Grasp of Darkness. We're not playing this card. No one, like, I don't think anyone's playing this card. We're not playing, is it Stump? No, it's, yeah, we're not playing Flunk. Like, this card's probably fine, and the fact that it also does something from the graveyard is cool, but I don't think it's, like, I don't think the stuff from the graveyard's that impactful enough to play this, like, assuming I'm mono black over Grasp of Darkness, which I'm not playing already, to play this over a unconditional removal spell, or to play this over, like I think you just have better cards to play than this, right? Like, I would rather this say destroy target creature and nothing else, and I play it. And maybe, like, destroy target creature, you lose 2 life. I would play that card. I don't know if I'd play this. Just because we have so many good options for it. For this role. And maybe everyone's... Okay. Maybe here's the take. Maybe everyone's thinking, you know, this is like okay-ish removal. It kills most like 1 and 2 drops. It kills an occasional 3 drop if they're not in green. And in my counters deck, I can use this to put it on an Emperor of Bones. And then I'm winning the game. Is that the bit? But then you could just adapt 2 on the Emperor. I don't know what people are thinking with this card. I think it's okay. I might have even been one of these not dog votes. But I think we have some, like, legitimately good options for this slot. And I don't think that... Thank you, Wally. I don't think we play like this just because it has a weird graveyard thing. Wormcoil. Wormcoil Larva. I'm gonna read exactly what I wrote for this, which is... I think this is almost close, but half of a Wormcoil should probably cost not 5/6 of the cost for our format. I just want to, yeah, Cash, I just want to see what people think on some of these cards, where I'm just like, I don't know what I feel about this. What do people think about this? Wait, why do people think this way about this? I don't think this is a... I don't think that this is a sub 50% card for dog. I don't think this should be a sub 50% dog card. I think this should be like... I could accept this being at like 45, 48%. I don't get why this is 40%. Yeah, this card's 5/6 of the cost for half the thing. And the truth is, Wormcoil is a card that, like, linearly probably is on rate for 3 mana. Like, if this was 1 black, I think it would be a really good card and legitimately good. and legitimately like the same good as Wormcoil. At 5? No way. No way. I do think if it was like 3, it'd have to be like Mythic or something. But like I could take this being like 3 and a black. Yeah, I'd play this at 3 of black. Then it's essentially like that one vampire, that one alchemy vampire. I'd play that. Like 2 black, a little iffy, but I might consider it. 3 black? What are you trying to make me do? Wow, that's the last of the... I guess that makes sense that's the last of the black cards, but it's the last of the black cards. We are... Congrats, everyone. We are more than a third done. We've been doing this for almost 4 hours. Okay, we're gonna go faster. Aether Revolt is so bad. I don't even think it's good in the energy deck that doesn't exist. This card sucks. God, this card sucks. The Revolt only checks non-combat damage. It doesn't check all damage. You can't crack a fetch land and suddenly you're dealing +2 to everything damage. What the hell? This is Modern Horizons. What are we thinking? Amped Raptor. I like this card. Wally, I'm taking that as you calling me a coward. I wrote a 30-something page document that was exactly that. Amped Raptor, this is pretty good. 2 energy. Have I already talked about Amped Raptor? No, I haven't. Okay. It's pretty good. 2 mana, 2/1 for a strike means that its floor is already pretty high. So if you whiff on this, you're not the worst off, and you get 2 energy, which, you know, in the deck you're playing probably matters in some way. Might not be great, but it matters in some way. And then if you get, like, I don't know, a 1-drop, you're happy. If you get a 2-drop, you're happy. And sometimes, you know, if you're in the deck that doesn't exist, or in a deck that, like, you play Galvanic Discharge on 1. Wally, I think you play Amped Raptor, Galvanic Discharge, and maybe another, like, 1 or 2 that I'm not thinking about. Actually, I think in aggro you probably also play Aether Hub, just because it's kind of free. But, like, I don't think you'd go hard. I think you might play... Like, I think the furthest you might go is Aether Hub, is essentially what I'm saying. I don't think you play dedicated energy cards. But this card's fine. Yeah, again, it has a high floor. So you're happy with whatever it gets. If it gets something that you can cast, cool. If it gets you a 2-drop, you're happy. If it doesn't, c'est la vie. Ashling Flame Dancer, it's a 4-drop. Our bar for 4-drops is so high. The fact that you have to cast 2 instants and sorceries for this to be worth it is too much. I don't care how much mana you have. The fact that this is only okay-ish when you get to second time the ability has resolved, I'm not happy about it. I think card's cool though. Detective Phoenix, it's great. It's cool. Love it. It's good for a Phoenix. It's also a really easy and cool rebuy condition. And sometimes you can just make your on-crop Crasher fly or something. Or, like, jump a Hellrider. Like, yeah, it'll be good enough. Eldrazi Linebreaker. I don't love this card just because I don't think red colorless is going to be super viable. I do think actually this gets there in medium red, because medium red probably plays... at least my platonic ideal of medium red plays more... yeah, my platonic medium red. Oh yeah, Phoenix is great. It's decent on the front face, and then its bestow's always great. I like Line Breaker in medium red, where you're probably running more utility lands that tap for colorless, and you get more value about each turn giving things haste, and, you know, you're probably more likely to be playing other Eldrazi. It's more likely than in other decks. I think it's just a deck for me, a card for medium red, and only a maybe there. Fanged Flames. If you were playing Obliterating Bolt before, swap it to this. Otherwise, have a nice day. Flare of Duplication. People have been espousing this card's praises a bit. I think this card's fine. It has some applications that are cool, but I don't think it's that great. Sacking a creature is like still a legitimate cost. And like, do we play forks? Would we play a fork without it being free in Gladiator? Is that a thing we do? I don't think it's a thing we do. I haven't seen it much. There's obviously applications for this, but like, I don't think we play forks most of the time. Frogmere Enforcer. Play it in artifacts. It's a Mirror Enforcer. Sometimes you'll play it for one. Yeah, like, oh, actually, I do know a deck that is that. It's the deck that would want to play a fork anyway, and that's dual caster combo. Like, you can do that. But that's about it. Frogmere Enforcer. You'll play it in. I don't want to sack my Pyro for a fork most of the time. You know? Like, isn't the whole point of Pyro to keep your Pyros most of the time? I don't know. I don't like the prototype on Frogmere, but you're willing to play it if it's like, okay, that's fair, Wally. You're willing to play Frogmere for its prototype if like it makes it 1 mana and otherwise you probably couldn't play the Enforcer side of it. Sure. It's a card you play in Affinity regardless. Sometimes you cast it for prototype, sometimes you don't. It's neat versatility. Speaking of versatility, this Furnace Hellkite has none of it. It's just a big idiot. You play it though, because it has Affinity and it's an artifact. That's all I'm going to say on it, because that's all I need to. It's a Dargan, and it's a Dargan that goes in one deck. Galvanic Discharge. This is a strict upgrade to, well, it's not strict, but it's almost always an upgrade to Strangle and Shove Aside. So goodbye Strangle. If you weren't if you weren't cut from decks anyway, then you're cut in decks because Galvanic Discharge replaces Shove Aside, and Shove Aside replaces the Strangle. Discharge also has the benefit of sometimes it'll leave you with some extra energy, so for your Amptraptor or for like an Aether Hub or something, like, yeah, you can make it work. Ghostfire Slice. This card's not that great. Like, to be fair, Ghostfire Slice's base, like, without being reduced, is already a pretty good spell. Like, we played Slaying Fire earlier in the format, just because it had a pretty good chance of being 3 mana for 4 damage to anything. When this is 3 mana for 4 damage, it's going to be okayish. Not that great, but okayish. And when it casts for 1, which is not going to be a non-common occurrence, it's going to happen often. When it can cast for 1, it's obscene. 1 mana, it's an instant speed flame slash. You will always play that. So I think this card's good enough. It will be active enough to be playable, and you will play it enough for it to be active. Glimpse the Impossible. I think you are doing yourself a disservice if you are viewing this as a draw spell. I think I'm always going to think of this as I'm trying to get to 7 mana on turn 4. or I'm trying to get to 8 mana on turn 5. And this is a great way to do that. It's a huge, like, it's a investment in your future turn, but it's a ritual when you do that. And additionally, you know, later in the game, turn 9, you have 1,000,000 mana. You'll play as many cards as you can. You'll be happy with it. You just need to play one card for you to be happy about it. And, you know, it also makes 2/1/1s, 2/0/1s when that happens. And those are more mana in the future. I like it. Infernal Captor. I want to love this card so much. I love Exploit, and I love... what's the creature that goes infinite with Kiki-Jiki? Conscripts? Yeah. I love Conscripts. Infernal Captor is not Conscripts. Although I'm fairly confident you can kinda make it work. If you have another creature spare, and you have an actual Kiki-Jiki, which you don't. We don't have that, unfortunately. We should have... Why don't we have Kiki-Jiki on Arena? In what world... Like, what's stopping us? I feel like Kiki-Jiki is a card we should have on Arena. Inventor's Axe. This card is Inventor's Axe. I don't like Dueling Rapier. Or Rapier. And if I did, one of the things I like is that you can swap it around creatures. And you can do that consistently. And later in the game, you can do that potentially multiple times on a turn, so that everything is a legitimate threat. Inventor's Axe does let you pay 0 mana to do it twice. It does not let you pay any amount of mana to do it a third time. And that is rough for me. Mogmob. Love this guy. It's Goblin. Played in Goblins. I don't think I want to play this in mono red. If you're not playing Chain Whirler, is Bob still playing Chain Whirler? I don't know. If Bob's playing Chain Whirler, this is probably like kinda-ish close. Yeah, I guess you could scrap it or engineer it, but like, again, I still kind of just want to play a Dueling Rapier. Or it's like not bad in scraps. Maybe it's better than Dueling Rapier, but I don't know. If Bob is playing Chain Whirler, then I would think about Mogma. If Bob isn't playing Chain Whirler, then that's sad, but you should not play this card in anything but Goblins then. Yeah, I think that's my take. Molten Gatekeeper. Do we need a Molten Impact? Does anyone want a Molten Impact these days that couldn't get it from something else? I feel like our problem is that like all of our repeatable creatures that come in a bunch just kill on their own. Like, Ominous Traveler and a Serac like already kill the opponent. You don't need to do any fancy other stuff. Why would you? I don't know. Like, I don't know what niche this card fills. Like, Gatekeeper's cool. It might be playable in Engineer. It's certainly interesting in Engineer where you can unearth it too. But I don't know if I'm like convinced that those decks need to play this card, you know? Party Thrasher. I'm confused by this card. It's weirdly defensive. And I don't like that. I don't like that this actually like just doesn't get in for much damage. I feel like you want that in a deck. Like, it's a pyro card, absolutely, but like, I don't know. If I see this card, I'm going to assume that whoever plays it is a coward. Like, not because it's cowardly to play a pyro deck, or this card's bad or anything, or like this card's like too good or anything. I don't know. It's just like, I'm assuming you're a coward. Why are you playing a card with 4 toughness in a red deck? Like, that costs 2 mana. Like, why are you not just like playing something with 2 power? You know? Like, isn't the whole point of Pyro that you live a little? You're playing Pikers? Like, that's the point? Like, why would you play a 1/4 in that deck? That sounds like you're just like giving up, you know? That's my take. This card's fine. Like, it gives some things Convoke, but you also don't need it to. It also just like, you also just get cards from it. That's cool. It's a cool card. It does neat stuff. Like, it's a fine card. It's cool. It's gonna be good somewhere in like in Pyro. But why is a 1/4? Why not just make it like, just make it a 2/1? Just make it a 2/1, cowards. Let us play. We want to be impulsive red players with vulnerable creatures. We want that. I want that. Phyrexian Ironworks. This is a bad card. Don't play it. Power Balance. I know one of you... I don't know what derogatory term to call you, but I know one of you is trying to make this card work. Yeah, Ironworks gives 1 energy a turn. Yeah, it is 3 mana for every 3 turns you get a 3/3. You don't want it. Someone out there is trying to make Power Balance work. Stop. It's not good enough, and the payoff isn't there. Don't do it. I'm not gonna say Power Balance is bad, but like, don't try to make Power Balance work. We don't have top. What are you doing? I think it's funny that you could brain surge it, but now I'm that person. Now I'm that person, chat. Don't be me. Don't try to make Power Balance work. It's not gonna work, and it's not gonna be that good when it does. Ral in the Implicit Maze is really built like a uncommon... Here's the thing I would find weird about this. This is designed like a 2019 uncommon, but with 2024 design thoughts. Like, it's an over appreciation of, you know, discard to impulse. It has a weird new thing of making a token that is like a defined other thing. Very 2024 design ideas. What also, this first chapter, I could swear it's on a 2019 card. The second chapter's bad. The third chapter gives you a 2/2. Like, this is... This is just Rite of Belzenlock. Right? Like, a lot of dumb stuff, and then make a token that is a card you know. I will take a look at that, Wally, and I might post it elsewhere. I am not ashamed of being a bad Magic player, which is why I'm okay with trying to make Power Balance work and then stopping myself. So this is my message. Don't play Power Balance. Or actually, it's not don't play Power Balance. It's think about power balance. You can think about that in the games. Don't think about it in deck building. Also, is it just me? Or is the reminder text in a saga, like in the chapter of a saga, really weird? Is that just me, or does this look weird? This feels weirdly kerned, and that's the only way I can put it. It's like it's like a squishing of a squishing. It's a deep fry of a deep fry on a Magic card. I don't know. Reckless Pyro Surfer. This card's good. It's a 2/2 with haste, so you're already like. So here's my take, Wally. I think it's not a thing of like. I don't think it's a thing of it needs it, or I don't think it's a thing of like there's a joke behind it. I think it's a thing of like this tech needs it. I think it's a requirement. So like I haven't like we don't know the CR update yet, but the release notes for both this and the one that makes Tarmogoyf tokens, the two that make Tarmogoyf tokens, gives the implication that any card that says make a card name token says look at Gatherer, make that card, which means it kind of has to have a mana cost unless there's a specific rule to avoid that. And the joke is at least good enough that you can avoid that. So I think it's more of a they're going to use this tech again and it needs that requirement in some way. But yeah, Reckless Pyro Surfer's good. Landfall's good. Play this into a fetch and attack for like 1 billion. Yeah, you're just gonna be happy with this card. Hell, I don't even think you have to be tokens. I think you can just be like, play a 1-drop, play a 2-drop, fetch land, 3-drop, attack. 3-drop with haste. Attack for like what? Like 10 on 3? Like without much work? Like I think that's just good. Good enough. Reiterating Bolt is bad. The card itself is bad before the replicate, and the replicate's too hard to want to work for it. Don't play this, including in the energy deck. It doesn't supply it. If you're making the energy deck, don't try to make cards work off of other card supply. If you're assuming that a card will need your other cards to function, you shouldn't be playing the card in the first place unless it's already good without that function. This card's bad. Goblin. Serpradian Simulacrum is a goblin. It's a 1/1 artifact with haste, so that's something. Play it in goblins. I don't think you play it in scraps, but you totally could. It's hashtag defensible. I think that's it. Siege Smash. You don't play in scraps? Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I think 4 mana is just probably... Is it just like 4 mana is too much? And like you don't get much else out of it? You need to sacrifice it to feel good? Yeah, I can see that. I mean, sure, it kills planeswalkers. It can attack planeswalkers. Cash, I'm starting to feel what you said when we were talking about the One Ring, which is that everyone's so obsessed with Shieldred. Including me, but like everyone's so obsessed with Shieldred. What's the deal with that? Everyone wants the removal to kill Shieldred. Why is that? Siege Smash is good. 2 mana is awkward, but 2 mana is awkward to have for a Shatter or there's a card that does this. Almost giant growth, but you know, being able to say this will resolve is nice, and I think way more importantly, having the versatility between these two is really nice. If you can say this will have 4 toughness, that's huge if you're doing it on like an X2. If you can say this artifact is destroyed, unfortunately it doesn't kill Ring, but fortunately Ring's banned. I think Speech Smash is just good. Oh yeah, I get the reason, Wally. I'm just ripping on Cash. Skittering Precursor. I think you play this in Aristocrats. Yeah, I think you play this in Aristocrats. It's a 3/3 with Menace. So like the floor is already pretty low or pretty high, and it also saying half your creatures that you sacrifice. Yeah, it's also probably a scraps card. Half the creatures that you sacrificed are gonna get you another creature to sacrifice. You're happy with that. Like, if you play like Sack Outlet into Mayhem Devil into Precursor, you kill pretty darn quickly. Like, that just kills people. Skillet is a card I love. I have a whole write-up on it. I said this before, but I'm going to say it again. The MH sets and Time Spiral block fill one of my favorite niche, which is cards that are really cool design-wise, but just total dog. They're so bad. And Skoa is that card. It is amazing design, wonderful. It references a card on both sides of it. It references a mechanic from Future Sight, and kind of acts as like the weird future printing of it. It's really cool, and it's so bad. It's not a good card. Apparently people want this card to be like really good in Pauper though, so I'm excited to see what people do with that. But Skull is bad, and that's so good. Charge Bug. It's a 1/3 with Menace. You don't... Why would you play a 1/3 with Menace? What's the point of a 1/3 with Menace? I get the point of it. It's so that it can attack and not die. But the card sucks, so why would you do that? It gets to be a total of like, yeah, it's a 1/3 that gets +2/+0 essentially. Yeah, it can't buff itself. It adds 2 energy, so it only gets 2 triggers of itself. And again, we see the card that you're like, I just want to do this every turn. If you were a card in a non-energy set, you would just do this every turn and be like a 1/2, and I'd be happy with that. Or you'd buff yourself or something. This card is just worse because it's in an energy set. That's what frustrates me. I love energy, but I hate designs like this that are just like, this would be better in a non-energy set. Spawn Gain Commander. God, this card sucks. The fact that it's a cast and not an ETB. The fact that it doesn't actually add power past itself. The best use case of this card is that it's a Goblin Commando. This is just a Goblin Commando. And you weren't playing Goblin Commando, even in Goblins. Like, don't play this card, it sucks. It doesn't even make Goblins. What's the point? Thriving Skyclaw is bad, it's common. It's like a surprisingly okay common, but it's... Like, would you play a 4/3 flyer for 4 in your red deck? And don't lie to me and say you would, because you wouldn't. Unstable Amulet. I really like this card. It's essentially a nut, right? It draws you a card. It draws you a card indefinitely if you just plan on activating it once. And it has that triggered ability forever. So whenever you play the card that it draws, whenever you play a card off Lelia, off Inti, like, it's just good. This card's just good. Yeah, I think this card just is fine. It's nothing exciting, but it's a cantrip that deals some damage, and as we are getting more and more enthralled in Exile and you can play it until some other time, it only gets better. It's also great in Engineer. This card's obscene in Engineer. Or in the energy deck that doesn't exist. Void Pouncer. I love this art. Who made this art? Michelle Georgie. Okay. This art's cool. I wish it was on a better card, because I'm not close to playing a 3-1 for 2 with no abilities. I am way too close to playing a 5-mana 5/3 with haste and trample. I'm not, but I'm too close. I'm closer than I'd like to be. Yes, I am going to get away from the edge now, Wally. Wheel of Potential's weird. There's a deck I played in Canadian Highlander called Wendy's, and it's called Wendy's because it's free. It has free refills. So it's a deck that runs like the Moxen and Soul Ring as its points, but it's a 4-color bloodless that runs pretty much every like refill your hand card you can get. It plays Bomat Courier. It plays Anya's Ravager. It plays actual Wheel of Fortune. Like, all these cards that are just like, hit your hand, draw a few more cards, and then play all the cards from there. And probably the last one is either a way to draw more cards or a bunch of good creatures. I like this for that like style of deck, and I think that style of deck is possible in Gladiator. It's becoming more possible. But I really want to wait until we have Anya's Ravager to try it. Until then, no. Maybe in the energy deck that doesn't exist. Basking Broodscale. All I'm gonna say is, play this where you'd play Scurry Oak. Play it in counters. That's it. Birthing Ritual, I have no clue. This is, I feel, a card that is only going to get, like, the power of it's only going to be discovered from actually getting out there and playing it. Because, like, the things I like are that it lets you choose at pretty much the last possible second to sacrifice and what to sacrifice. The fact that it always lets you look before you make any decisions. The fact that you you get a good amount of like opportunity with this. I think the card's good. But like, I don't know. I don't know what to think of this card until I can actually play it. Probably Vamp Blink is the place to play it, where you get most of your value up front on the creatures, which means on both sides, both sacrificing and getting a creature for free, like, you have the least commitment. But like, this card might be good. It's probably good somewhere. And it looks like it's at least certainly interesting. Collective Resistance. Here's my take. Would you play this card if it didn't have Escalate? and didn't have one or more. Just choose one. I think most people wouldn't play Collective Resistance if it didn't have Escalate and the or more. And if that's the case, then that is saying I need to choose 2 or more modes to be happy with it. And I agree with that. I think if you can consistently cast this with 2 modes that are like relevant, it's worth it. I don't think you can in Gladiator. So like, unless you're really like aching for a versatile protection spell, which, why are you looking for a versatile protection spell is my thing. Because you don't need your versatile, you don't need your protection spells to be versatile. You just need them to work. Like, you really just want power on those. That's why you play Tyvar Stand, and you don't play, like, Heroic Intervention. Heroic Intervention is the peak of versatile, because it protects your board in all instances. But Tyvar Stand is just the most power-crept and cheapest version. And that's all you want with your protection, I think. Colossal Dread Mask. I think you can get away with Stoneforging this in. I think people will be like, that's cool as hell. And also you can win games with that. I wouldn't play it otherwise. Eladomri Corvectol. This card's obscene. The static's obscene. You don't need this activated ability to be obscene. It can just be goodish. You can sometimes activate it. You don't need to activate it. I think my difference, Wally, is that Chair is way more dependent on the creature it's under living and has like 7 cost to equip. This one being 5 and giving the full +6 is nice. That said, I'm gonna argue you probably also could have gotten away with Battle Chair if you were committed. Eldamri's cool. Eldamri's just good. You can ignore the activated ability. You can also not ignore it. Either way, it's good enough. God, seeing this here, or seeing Foul Strike here, is gonna make me chuckle for the next 5 cards. Eldrazi Repurposer. It's fine. It's like, I always forget the name of the good cat. The only good cat. The 3-mana 3/3 that does something that makes a treasure and has like 2 keywords. I forget its name, but this feels a lot like that, but it doesn't have the good keywords. You could play it, you cannot. I think it's firmly in defensible tier. Next up, Evolution Witness. This card's bad. This card's so bad. Do not play Evolution. Hey, Mila, whenever you're watching this, don't play Evolution Witness. I know you want to. I know you're thinking about it. Don't play it. Don't think about it. Stop it. Don't play it. Fanatic Veronis is not okay. Who said that this was okay? Who okayed this card? Why does it add 4 mana? What the hell? So, This is coming from someone who's a degenerate who plays green decks. How are you going to feel when I cast this on 2, and then on turn 3, play a 3-mana 4/4, and then tap this for Questing Beast? How legitimately, like, my question, how will that feel? I want to know, because I'm never going to, like, I know the first time I experience it is going to be from the driver's seat. God, this card's not okay. Why does it eternalize too? Like... They really... This card's too much. This card's not okay. Is this the first card I've said this card just isn't okay for? I'm sure it's not, but like... what the hell? What were they thinking with this card? What? What? What is this? Why? Why is this a 1/4? Why does this dodge bolt? Why do you need a 2-mana removal spell for this? What the hell? Fangs of Colonia is bad. Flare of Cultivation I don't like in Gladiator. If you're playing Cultivate, play this instead, but like I don't like it in Gladiator. What's the other bit? Oh yeah. Once they add Veteran Explorer to Arena, though, I'm so in. I'm so in. Unbelievably in. This is the card that has made me think I should play Legacy the most out of any form, any other card in Magic. Flare of Cultivation it might be the reason I get into Legacy. Who knows, but like, Flare of Cultivation is the biggest reason I've seen so far. Foul Strike is bad, but God, I love this art. Let's see if I can. How far? Look at this art. Oh my God, this is great. Gift of the Viper. Again, I don't think we're in the stage of Gladiator where we play combat tricks like this, but if we are, this is a really good one. You know, if you were playing if you wanted to play Stony Strength before, the one that untaps and puts like a counter on it, gives it like +0/+1 or something, and also gives it reach. Like, I think they found that they can just put as many good words in a row on here, and as long as it says +1/+1, reach, and untap, it's gonna be worth it. Horrific Assault. This card's good. If you played the hard-hitting evidence or whatever, the one from MKM was, you'll play this one because it's better. You don't care if you never get the trigger off of it. This is... Yeah, Mila's Dragons. Or Dwagons. This card's just, like, it goes hard. Also, this art goes hard. What's with the art this says? So good. The Hunger Tide Rises. I don't know why, but I've gotten a strange compulsion to look at the French version of this. Can't look at the French version on Scryfall. Okay, I'm gonna find the French version of this sometime and read it, This just seems like a card I want to read in French. But this card's kind of weird. I think it's bad. Like, it takes so long. Like, you get the search on turn 6. Is that good? I don't think it is. Yeah, you get the search on turn 6. That's so long. Like, this is a, like, was this in the last page? No. Remember that Reanimator card that we saw that I was like, you can just set this and forget this? The reason you could set it and forget it is because it's a 1-mana card and it's always viable. This card is viable at literally 1 instant. And only if these creatures from before survive. Like, and all of this for a tutor for a 3/3 or a 3-drop, which will be the best 3-drop in your deck, but like, I don't know. I don't love this card. I'd rather keep playing Huntsman's Redemption. Hydra Trainer. I think I'm kind of low on this card. Like, it's kind of something in a counters deck, but also it seems like it's really... It's a, like, Hydra Trainer is, like, going to excess. You are going so deep in excess of, like, I just want to make a dude enormous. I'm going to tap and not untap on the next turn to make a thing even more enormous. It's so comically huge. And I think if you don't have a way to naturally give or board trample, I don't like it. It's huge, but it's kind of just that. It is nothing more than that. Lion Umbra, on the other hand, is really cool. I love Umbra Armor. I love this for the Auras deck. I love that as soon as it is attached to a creature, it fulfills its requirement. So if you have this on an enchanted creature and the original enchantment that was on it gets destroyed, Lion Umbra stays on because it's still modified. Or if you're enchanting a creature with a counter and then that counter gets removed, Lion Umbra stays on because it's still modified. The keywords are cool. The rate's good, like Daybreak Coronet. Umbra Armor is always nice to see. Malevolent Rumble. The other thing with Lion Umbra is that because of Umbra Armor, you can choose which, and the reason I like the modified creature especially, if you have multiple Umbra Armors, which I think with the set is kind of likely, you can get rid of all of your other ones and it still lives and still has this on it. I just love Umbra Armor and I love this card. Malevolent Rumble. This is a replacement or a side grade or an addition to whatever Winding Way effect you had. I don't think I like this more than Winding Way. I do think I like it more than Mulch. I think I like it more than things like Ransack the Lab. Like, I think this is just a good card. Looking at the top 4 for a card is nice. And always getting at least a blocker, that's cool. Hell yeah. Monstrous Vortex. I've had to read this card so many times, which is really weird for a card with 3 lines of rules text. I think the problem is that Magic right now has a infatuation with power 4. We love 4Xs. You know, we love our 3-mana 4/4s. We love our 4-mana 4/5s. we love our, like, I don't know what else to say, but like, we love 4X. If I look at, let's say Naya Bard class, a deck that is not necessarily always low to the ground, but certainly has the capability of being there. And we say power greater than or equal to 5. It's just my 5 drops. And Oliphant. All my 4s are 4Xs. Or Lae'zel. Or Tajik. And the fact that this doesn't combo with Bard class makes it a little even more awkward. Okay, what about Junt Bard? That card can... I feel like that card this deck probably goes a little harder. It turns out no. It's in fact the same like suite of 2+1. Yeah, I think like... I think there's a world where Monstrous Vortex is good, but I think it requires like a lot more thought than just putting it into a deck, even if you like the premise. I honestly think Vortex is a really good card. It has a lot of power. Like, getting a free spell on every... Like, the prospect of getting a free spell on all of your finishers is really nice if your deck is full of finishers. But 5 is a big ask. 4 would be easy. 5, big ask. Oh, you want to see more of my deck names? Sure. We have Naya Bard, Junt Bard, Sneaky Blue, which is the blue version of Sneak Attack. Shrines, which wins instantly on turn 7. Green White Idiots. Ultra Yell's mono green list. Counters. I don't remember who I stole this from, but I've stolen counters lists from at least 3 people. Mono Black All Stars. Or Mono Black Aggro All Stars. Splashless Bard, which I need to update. And Paradorks. And then Imagine Keeping Creatures you should be favorited. Which is Wraths and Super Friends. And then a bunch of Brawl decks. Except, what is this? Is this... I think this was... Explorer Roots? No, it's not Explorer. Actually, yeah, I think this is Explorer Roots. Anyway, back to the show. Nightshade Dryad. It's cool. We don't have a place for it. Like, we are at the point where our 2-mana dorks are the good ones, and that's all we run. This doesn't reach there. It's really cool for the set, though. I really love this design. Nyxborn Hydra. I still don't think you play Nightshade in Red Green Eldrazi. I think if you want to get the colorless sources, you can get it through your lands in Gladiator. Like, you just play Pains, you play like the deserts that add colorless or pay a life for your color of mana, and you play like the Delighted Halfling. I don't think you have to work that hard to get your colorless sources. Nyxborn Hydra, you know, this doesn't do it for me. I love the design of it again, but you know, we need our X spells to be above rate. You know, we need them to constantly be very close to outpacing the correct rate. Okay, once I get to this page, I need to take another break. But Path of Annihilation is, I think, really good. It's weird, but it's really good. Consider this. I am playing a ramp deck. My goal is to go from 3 to 4-ish range to 7 to 10-ish range. This single-handedly gets me to 8. I can do literally 0 work, and this puts me from 4 to 8, which means this is turn like 3 to turn 4 I have 8 mana. With very little work. And then when I cast the big thing, because that's what you should do in that deck, you gain life back as well. And with this set, I think more of our big things are going to be Eldrazi, which means those also help continue ramping us. I just love this card. This card's great. Primal Prayers, I think, is not for our format. I love this card so much. In fact, that's why I'm heavily considering buying into Modern again to play just play a Primal Prayers deck. But this card's not for our format. We are not at all consistent enough for it. Maybe if we had actual Lurin, but I don't want to play a deck that's twiddling my thumbs for a card that is a 1 in 100 chance. Propagator Drone. I don't love this card. I think if it came with its own token, Alurin is hot. I think we should just get Alurin. I think we should just get Alurin on Arena. I'd like that. Propagator Drone. I would love Propagator Drone if this was, if this came with its own token in any way. Although, I will say, it does trigger off of itself. So if you have like a 1/1 that you got on turn 1 or something, this triggers to give that a counter. I just don't like that it's 4 mana and make a token. That rubs me the wrong way. Yeah. Signature Slam, you just don't need 3 mana punches. That's what you have Primal Might for, is for when you want that, you can have it for 3 mana, but you want it to be able to cast on 1. 6. 6 is great. Play 6. I don't have any more input on this. You should play 6. It's a 2/4 for 3. Elbow Drop Monkey. Actually, no. Hold up. It's Elbow Drop Monkey, but not on the monkey. It's on another dinosaur. Okay. 6 is nuts. It's a 3 mana 2/4. It turns all your lands into spells, and it draws you cards when it attacks. And it has reach, which is also cool. This card's good. Sowing Mica Spawn. We are not at the level of lands in our format to want this. We will want this eventually, but we are not at the level of lands in our format that we want. Like, if we had Field of the Dead still, this would be a good enough card. If we had something like slightly under, if we had like, I don't know, not Dark Depths combo. So I feel like if we had something slightly better than Nykthos, I'd be in. We don't. And I think Mica Spawn's waiting for that. Springheart Nantuko is a 2 mana 1/1. It has landfall, make a 1/1 insect. Unless it's also bestowed, and you pay a 1 and a green, in which case you make a copy of the bestowed creature. This card's great bestowed. It's also good not bestowed. It's like if Skewed Swarm didn't go exponential, and that's good enough. You like a Skewed Swarm that goes linear. You would play a 2-mana Skewed Swarm that goes linear. I think you should. And the bestow is also, again, it's insurance. It's the same mana cost. Like, I think Nantuko's just a good card. It might not be good enough to get into your deck, but in like lands, yeah, it's good. In a ramp shell, it's probably good enough. I think it's just good. Yeah, Micah Spawn, I want it to get, like, it's good when it gets exactly Nykthos right now, and I think it wants something slightly better than that. Oozebag is not enough. We already have Kadama the West Tree if we want to get Trample to our modified creatures, and we don't really want another card in that slot at a higher cost. Wally, that's worse than Nykthos. That's worse than just getting Nykthos. Okay, I'm going to take a break because I need to not be sitting for another 3 hours right now. So I am going to go on a quick break. I need to change I need to go move my water. I will be back in probably about 5 to 7 minutes. So I will see y'all then. Welcome back. I am realizing that I forgot to say so long, gay browser, last time, because I desperately needed a break. So I'm gonna say a retroactive, so long, gay browser. Sorry. So long, gay browser, and then quickly go to arena and back. Boom. Did it. I do gotta say, as much as it doesn't look like it because we still have a lot more cards, we are actually on kind of the home stretch. We have the reprints hold a lot more cards that we don't have to talk about because they're not new to Gladiator. And the lands include like 10, 15 cards we don't have to talk about. So like we're actually like the amount of cards that are new to us this set is actually slightly under 300. So that's nice. Okay. Territory Color. I actually like this card. I do like Territory Color. I might be weird to say that, but I think in specifically in something like blue-green colorless, where you're trying to ramp, I do like this. It's very limited in what decks it's good in, but it does have its place. Landfall to get creatures and to filter away other lands or other like irrelevant spells, good. I do like that. And 7/5, nothing to scoff at. This isn't 7 mana though. That's a little rough. Thief of Existence. This card is good. I don't know if this card's as good as like I want to think it is though. It's a 3/4 for 3, which means its floor is like it's so high. But I don't love that it does replace the thing for the opponent when they inevitably kill this. But also like that's fine. I'm gonna play this in blue-green colorless. Someone's gonna play it in the green-gray build if that exists, but you don't have to play this. It's also not a bad card. Elk is really good. Yeah, Elk is I'm still like debating on how good this elk is, but it's good. Um, if you spend it on your opponent's creature, you're saying once this gets outclassed in combat, they can't have it touch combat, otherwise you get a 3/3. If it's the other way around and you put it on your creature, like you put it on your very good dog, Mr. Fancy Paws, to make it a 6/6 on turn 3, then it's huge insurance. So I think I just like this in the modified decks or in the counters decks. I think it's just good there and offers a nice bit of insurance. Wumpus Aberration. I will say, the one thing I will say, I think this didn't need to be a 3/3 for 3. I think this could have been a, like, green 3/3. I think they're cowards for not doing that. Like, you're making everything super powered here. Why isn't this just like green base? I think it would have been a bit pushed at 1 green. I like green for this. It makes it so that, like, you don't want to play this as its own creature if you're not in, like, solid green. But, like, you still want to bestow it there. The 3 just means, like, you just always want to bestow it. And you just don't think about it otherwise. Wumpus Aberration. I have mellowed out a lot on this card. You know, I love a good 4 mana 6/6. Actually, no, yeah, this card's still good in green-gray and blue-green colorless. The problem with green-gray is that there's not that much reason other than these 2 cards to be in it, but Wumpus Aberration's a good reason. Like, if you can assume that this Wingdings is going to be paid, card's great. But you don't play it, including the times where you have the option to cast it for free. I don't think you play it against most decks without paying the Wingdings. Also, the other thing, this is just on cast. So if you cheat this out, like with a monster manual or something of the sort, or finale, you just get the 6 with trample, because that's how they designed Eldrazi this set. I love that. Abstruse Appropriation. We are now actually in the home stretch. If we go by my sheet, we are on page 21 now. Which, now that I think about it, doesn't actually give me that much hope. So let's go faster. Abstruse Appropriation's good. It's not, like, obscene, but the card's good. Removal that draws a card is always nice. 4 mana is a little steep for it, but, like, it's versatile, it's broad, and I think even if you're just on, like, Pain lands and maybe a couple of, like, colorless, or do something to get a different mana, like if you're on Nykthos or something, like, I don't think you need many sources of colorless to feel good about whatever you grab, even in other decks. Because the truth is, max you're gonna need 2 sources of colorless to cast the thing. And if you don't, it's still a removal spell. That's at instant speed, and is technically colorless. I like it. Arna Kenreid, Sky Captain. I think this card is super cool and just doesn't have a home in Gladiator. Like, I don't think we play Esper decks enough, and I think the Esper decks that we do are not focused enough on the paragraph of text for Kenryd. Because they only care about the flying lifelink ward, discard a card 4/4, and just kind of ignore everything else in the middle here. And I think if we had a Esper deck that cared about this middle text, or this deep text, I would be cool with seeing it, but it just doesn't do what you need it to. Conduit Goblin. I don't like this card. The fact that it doesn't target itself really irks me. Like, God, I need this to target itself. And I think at that point, I'd rather just play a 3-drop and play a 2/2 with Natural Haste. Or 2-drop with Natural Haste. Like, the fact that this can't attack on turn 2 irks me so much. And the fact that it's in white means it's not nearly as playable in Goblins. I just don't. This card's disappointing. And hey, it even falls into the same trap with all the other cards that I've talked about hating the design of, where it gets its energy for a thing it wants to do every turn. Cranial Ram. Big Ram. Yeah, 2 energy is not a lot. Cranial Ram is nice. I like it. Like, I specifically like that this is 2 cards, 2 pieces of cardboard. I don't love that it gives +X+1. That makes it a lot more fragile than I like. And now I'm starting, and then you start thinking, well, would we play a 3/1 Cranial Ram? If we're counting on this being a 3/1, do we play it? I don't know if I do. Like, is that worthwhile? I don't think so. Maybe this card's not it if you're not getting to 4. And if you're getting to 4, I don't know if you're in, like, the right deck at that point, right? Like, I feel like if you're consistently getting to 4 artifacts, there's other cards you need to be putting into your deck as payoffs that might not be in there yet, you know? I don't know. I think this card's weird, but probably fits somewhere. Cursed Wombat. This card's not okay. I'm gonna say this a lot in the multicolored section. This card is not okay. This comes from someone who also thinks that that one Winding and Constrictor is also kind of not okay. But this one adds the counters to itself, which means it's a 2-mana 2/3, and then on turn 4 you can make it into you can trade it in for a 4-mana 5/6. What the hell? What the hell? A 4-mana 5/6? That's not okay. This card is not okay. Also, this card's just a great effect and a great body. Eat your heart out, Black Green. You deserve it. Cyclops Superconductor. I need someone else to tell me how good this card is, because I don't think it's good. Like, is it anything? Getting 3 energy is, like, cool for the energy deck. I understand that. But I'm assuming it's just going to be used for its own ability, which is also cool. I feel like that's too... like, it's too hard to maneuver around to get it huge and then dead. Am I alone in this? I feel like it's probably too hard to get this to be like, you know, 4 or 5 power and then kill it. That seems difficult. We're looking at this big Cyclops. And I feel like this is probably too much work, right? Yeah, I think this is too much work for what you want out of it. It looks like it should be like, it could be like enormous, like, wow, you get this to like a 6/6 and then you sack it to something and then you know, dome your opponent for 6 after hitting them for 6 post combat. But like, that's just, I don't know. Maybe I'm just too much, maybe I'm too old. I've had my birthday and now I'm too old to enjoy like complex cards like this. I just want to play Alurin where I just flip cardboard for 2 hours. Emissary of Soulfire. This card seems great. Great in a weird way. Firstly, I think it fits well into the energy deck that doesn't exist. Secondly, Exalted's a really good keyword. And means that there's a lot of board states where you're just so much better off. Granted, this is coming from me playing pretty much exclusively instances where my only source of Exalted were cards that said Hierarch or cats. Oh, I need to close my parentheses. I think this will mostly get me the cards I want. Oh. And also Exalted. Yeah. Like, when my only frame of reference for how good Exalted is these cards, Exalted's great. Is a 3-mana 1/4 with Exalted good enough? I don't think so. But is a 3-mana 1/4 that gives your safest creature Exalted good enough? Maybe. I think if you can proliferate your energy and get up to 4, this card's great. I don't want to work to do that, but if I'm in a deck that already happens to be able to do that, I think you can try this. I love Exalted. I love that it's on Arena. I wish they would put the good Exalted cards on Arena. Expanding Ooze. Play this in counters decks. Play this in black-green. I don't have to tell you anymore. This is an Ooze. It's good. It's 3-mana 3/3. It attacks as a 5/5. Yeah, it's good. Okay. I'm gonna have to keep skipping until I hit one that doesn't have lyrics. Lord Fancy Paws. This is a good dog. I don't know what to tell you. This is an obscene dog. This card is dog. This card is dog. Hold up. This card is dog. This card's dog. It's dog. It's dog. No. It's dog in that its creature type is dog. I want to see where the dog scale's at for this one. I don't remember. Did we do something funny for this one? Yeah. Ironic that the crazy good dog in this set has a 0% dog score. Whack. But like in a good way. Wally, I'm always clip farming. I am the most boring clip farmer imaginable. Anyway, yeah, this card's obscenely good. Playing in decks with plains and forests. Why does a Watchwolf have Vigilance now and also Synergy? Is that okay? Are we just gonna stand by and let this happen? I don't know. It's named as Lord Fancy Paws though, so like, who am I to judge? I love Genku so much. This card's such ass. It's so bad. Meanwhile, right next to it, who said this card's not bad? Have you read this card? It's a 2/5 for 4. Like, it takes so much work to do anything. And sure, it can do 4 different things. But it's a 2/5 for 4. That takes work to do anything. This card sucks. I love it, but it sucks. Golden Tails Trainer. Yeah, it doesn't even track itself. And also puts counters on your stuff. Like, what's up with that? I don't know. So this is a 1/3. It makes your aura and equipment cost 1 less. Why do we need... Yeah, no, we don't need this card. We have 2 mana ways to do this. That also have lifelink. And like... I don't know. This kind of, like, I get that this is an uncommon, like, this is the set uncommon that tells you, hey, play modified. But after seeing Lord Fancy Paws and seeing it be, like, really extremely simple and extremely good, Trainer, I'm just like, I'm tired. Trainer makes me tired. I don't have anything interesting to say about the mechanics of Horrid Shadow Spinner, but I just want to say, the daylight's done, the nightmare's spun. It crawls off the loom and into your room. Hey Kithkin? What the fuck? What the hell? I get that Lorwyn is like the, like, little bit creepy, like, fairy tale plane. What the fuck? This is, like, hold up. Oh, what's Lorwyn's set code? I'm just gonna keep trying. LRW? LRN. Lorwyn. LWN. LWY. Okay. Sets. Control F. Lorwyn. LRW. What the hell? I'm gonna change this to block. And type horror. Where is this coming from? Like... Oh, I have so many backspaces to do. No, there we go. Okay. Where is this coming from? Like, what's the bit here? I feel like Okay, actually, oh, this is the thing. Okay. The reason I don't get this is because the horror part of Lorwyn is changelings. LRW. That's the horror part. Makeshift mannequin is your horror. And that's just like little guys that are wacky and weird and creepy. That's the horror of this set. Everything's just a little bit creepy. And then this guy, what the hell? He's so creep. What the hell? Literally, my shadows come to haunt me. Like, yeah, like, I don't know. I think my thing is, I want this to say ETB. I am sad that this has to attack. I think I'm just freaked out by this card and like confused. Kithkin are not okay. Like, and that's not in the like, wow, they're so good, they're not okay. It's in the, what the hell? Kind of way. I don't like Imskir. It's not an artifact. It's 8 mana. So like, Affinity makes mana cost not real, but also 8 mana is the spot where it kind of gets real. And this means that it's just always a bit much. Like, I don't know. I feel like I'm always going to be a little bit disappointed with Imskir. I would love, there is the kind of thing, most of the time when I say that I don't like a card or that a card like is bad, I want to be proven wrong. I wouldn't, sometimes I think I won't be proven wrong, but I would love to be proven wrong, especially on things like Imskir. Like, but like, there is an upper limit to how good these things get. Like, no one was playing Blinkmoth Infusion. Like, who plays Cumulox? You know? This is better than Cumulox, but like, it is like still the same vibe of Cumulox is where you're like, this might be a little expensive for my tastes. That's my take. Invert Polarity I don't like. Blue-Blue-Red is a really hard ask. I don't think Blue-Red decks on their own are particularly good, and I think when they are, they probably want to be focusing the other way around. And then the fact that you don't have control over which of the things it is, like, shouldn't matter when the bad section is where it counters a spell. But what if they like Wrath and it doesn't matter who has it, just that it resolves? Well, then you need to lose the flip. Or the other way, what if it's a spell that, like, you know, is kind of just there for the heck of it from your opponent? Like, they're being over the top, but if you gain control of it, it's huge. Like, I think there's too many situations where you need this to be one or the other, and not, specifically not the other. That I don't particularly like it. I think it's too narrow. Is it Generatorium is just an energy card, and I don't think it's even that good in the energy deck that doesn't exist, but it's there for the energy deck that doesn't exist if you want to make it. I'm not going to stop you. Kudo's cool encounters. You know, Wally, I think there is a downside. I think Invert Polarity's downside is that, like, you don't get the choice of which one. And usually you want to gain control of a spell. But, like, eh. I think my thing with Generatorium is that, like, 4 energy is a lot to spend in one turn. And there's some where it's like, there's some cards where you can make it pretty easy and then it's a cantrip for those. But I feel like this needs to be a draw 2, and it's probably going to be hard for this to be a divination, you know? Kudo's cool encounters. I don't know what else to say other than Kudo is cool encounters. I was of the mind that, like, making everything a 2/2 is enough of a downgrade that it, like, might be playable in, like, a green-white Death and Taxes style list. But I stopped thinking that. I think it's not enough. It's good, but it's not enough in that situation. I think you want it to be, hey, my creatures have 3 counters, which means they are now unkillable in combat. That's the thing I think you want to do with Kudo. Nato isn't okay. Nato is just not okay. Who said that this card was okay? Hey, I want to have protection for my creatures, and, you know, I'm gonna play this Kira, but the problem with Kira is that, what if I target it? Then it gets countered, and that sucks. What if I instead had a Kira that was a 3/4? Easier to cast. And instead of countering everything, it said, everything is 2 Coiling Oracles a turn. And I love that everything's 2 Coiling Oracles a turn, because it means when your opponent tries to remove one of your creatures, and they're like, yeah, I guess I'll take this Coiling Oracle trigger, I guess I have to, and then you play the protection spell, you get the other Coiling Oracle trigger. This card's not actually, this card is okay to exist. Green-blue legitimately needs the help. Like, green-blue sucks in Gladiator. We need the help. Give us as much as we can get, please. Necrobloom. Necrobloom's a 2/7. I think that's enough. How are you killing this Necrobloom? It has 7 toughness. And also Dredge is very nice. It's weird that this is the first card we get with Dredge, and it is... I mean, yeah, you kill with Go for the Throat. That's the first thing that came to my mind too, Wally. It's a bit. But I do like that this card gives you the Dredge effect, but it has to be on the battlefield. I do like that aspect of modern Dredge design. Yeah, I think this card's great. You'll play it in your Dredge decks. If you have a Gitrog monster lying around, sleeve those back up, because lands with Dredge work really well together with Gitrog Frog. And going Necrobloom into Gitrog play a fetch land, crack, and then just start going off seems really nice. Just put your graveyard into your just put your deck into your graveyard and keep drawing cards. I love it. Also, it's Field of the Dead. If you needed more, it's a creature Field of the Dead. It's so much worse, but it's a creature Field of the Dead. Obstinate Gargoyle is cool in the sense that it is a persist creature, which is not that common. But it's not good. Yeah, that's all I'm gonna say. Okay, here's my thing with On Do Not Master. I thought this was Modern Horizons. The set where everything's super tuned, especially compared to what it normally is. Hyper tuned set. Why is On Do Not Master like one of why is On Do Not Master the only adventure card of 2023 and 2024 that is balanced like casting it for its adventure also says draw a card? Why is this the first adventure card that I've seen in a long time that's costed in a way that I feel like it should be costed in a standard set? What's up with that? The adventure's okay. Why is just the adventure okay and the creature absolute garbage? I don't get this. Why is this the first well-designed... Why is this the first conservatively designed adventure card in, like, the past 2 years? What's up with that? Yeah. Why is this 4 mana? You could have made this a 3-drop, and everyone would have been like, yeah, that's an adventure. They're way too good. And then we would have been like, yeah, this card's great. Play it in anything. But no, it sucks. Like, what's up with that? I thought this was where cards went to be good. Speaking of being 3 mana and gaining life and being good, Flage. Flage is all of those things. I think this is one of my favorite Titans. Flage, 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 Flage. Lightning Helix is a great card. I'm not playing Lightning Helix in Naya Bard class, but if Lightning Helix was legendary and could be recast, I'd play it in Bard class. So I'm playing Phage in Bard class as soon as this card hits Arena. Which is great. I love to see it. It's so fun. I'm gonna love playing this card. You know what I'm gonna love? I'm gonna love playing this card for a single white and having it exile the top 2 cards of my library, and I can play those cards until end of turn. Because I have an Honest Rutstein, or not an Honest Rutstein, a Goblin and Archomancer and Bard class out. I love them. This card's great. Planar Genesis. I was down on this card, but I do like the... I will say the thing I like is... This is still Growth Spiral. It's just you're looking for the land all the time. Which is like a different card. But like being able to dig 4 deep, as I think about equivalent to you can also get a land from your hand onto the battlefield. I think they're about equivalent. I think this card's good. And for the decks that either are or will play Growth Spiral, you will also play Planar Genesis. This card's good. instant speed explorers are fun. Psychic Frog. All hail the Hypnotoad. Let's look at this card bigger. So you might look at this card and say, well, I don't really want to like discard 2 cards to save this from a lightning bolt. That seems awkward. But on the other hand, you don't need to. You can ignore that. You can ignore this middle line if it scares you. If you're a coward, you can ignore that. All you need is exile 3 to give it flying, and then it draws you a card. And then, after that, after you're like, oh, this is a sweet saboteur, then you see this and you say, well, these cards are already free. I might as well use them to grow the Psychic Frog. And suddenly, you're a Psychotog gamer. And all it took was for Psychotog to be massively upgraded in many ways. That's all you needed. All you needed was for Psychotog to be way better. And you know what? It's worth it. This card's great. I love it. Keep doing this. Okay. There we go. Next card. Pyretic Rebirth. This card's not good, right? Is this card good? I don't think it is. I don't think Pyretic Rebirth is good. Like, being an instant's fun and nice, but, like, going to hand is awkward. But on the other hand, draw a card plus deal a bunch of damage is also really nice. But I don't want to go into hand. But also, this card's, like, is this card fine? Is this card good? I have no idea how to evaluate this card. I don't think I'm gonna play it, and I'm gonna lose to people who play it. I think that's how it's gonna be. But I think I'm too old and grizzled to play this card well. I think I am too much of a boomer to play this card well. So I'm gonna assume it's bad until I'm killed with it. It doesn't go face, though. I should clarify that. It does not go face. Riddlegate Gargoyle. Did I read this card? Let me go through my... Sure. I guess I did read this card. I have no recollection of this card. It's a 2-mana 2/2 flyer. That's like a decent baseline. If you're in like white-blue bots, I think I could see this. But the energy and that turns into 1 attack with lifelink does not get me going anywhere past that. So I think I'm generally off this card, I think. Except in like white-blue bots where I think I'm probably okay with the card if it didn't have all this other text and would just play a 2-mana 2/2 flyer that's an artifact. I think that's probably where I'm at. Rashin's not for us. We don't play this. You shouldn't play this card. X-Spells are already bad in the format. So a card that makes them better and itself isn't doing much past that isn't a good sign. Scurry of Gremlins, what it looks like to me is that this card is a probably worse Heroic Reinforcements, so I'll pass. Snapping Void Claw, or Void Craw, Yeah, Void Craw. This card's cool. This card is cool. Certified cool. I like my 3 mana tap for 2 dorks. And one that also has draw a card and has like raw card advantage is very enticing to me. Yeah, I think that's all I'm gonna say on it. I'm gonna play it in blue-green colorless. I think that's probably where it's gonna end up. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Why is the Riddlegate Gargoyle the one that gives itself the thing, but not other people? Wait, yeah. Actually, no, this says target creature. It can target anything. Why can this one target itself, but nothing else can? What's up, wizards? Do you need to, like... Can we talk? Why doesn't Conduit Goblin target itself? What's the deal? This might not work, but I'm doing it for the bit. What's the deal with these? I'm trying to channel my, this is as far as I can pull my microphone. What's the deal with these energy cards not targeting themselves? Like, Riddlegate Gargoyle, that's fine. But what about my Conduit Goblin? Why can't that target itself? Anyway, thank you, New York. That was... I'm sorry about that. I'm sorry for that. That was not okay. That was my worst mix of John Mulaney and Seinfeld. Jerry Seinfeld. I don't think that has legs. And also, where is my microphone cord that makes that impossible? Oh, that's why. Okay. I have the answers now. Okay. Anyway, moving on. Sneaky Snacker. I don't love this card. I think similarly to the one that makes the zombies, this card is kind of asking you to do too much for not enough benefit. It's a cool little bit, but like, I'm of the opinion that you shouldn't take any steps to not... You shouldn't take any steps specifically for, like, oh, I want to wait to use this brainstorm until the Sneaky Snacker is in the graveyard. I don't think you do that. And if you're not doing that, what's the point? Why do you need a 2-1 twice? You know? Why do you need a 2-1 maybe 3 times? What's the point? You can just have the 2-1. Just play a better card from the first point. You don't need it to happen twice or 3 times. Dredge is a real thing. But also, how often does Dredge draw 3 cards in the turn? Like, actually draw 3 cards. I don't think that much. In Gladiator, actually might, but like, where it's like, well, no, you have to go like, that's the thing. I feel like Dredge has to commit quite a lot to drawing cards. Like, actually drawing cards. I don't know, that might just be me. Titan's Vanguard. This card goes so hard. It attacks as a 6/6, it buffs all your other colorless creatures. I don't know if there's going to be a Gladiator red-green Eldrazi deck, but this is definitely a card for it. Like, if there is a red-green Eldrazi deck, Vanguard's crazy in it. 5 mana 6/6 trample is also pretty darn good already. It can kind of get outclassed in some cases, but it's also not bad. It's... no, I don't want to look at Psychic Frog. I want to close out a bunch of Scryfall tabs and then say, it's #defensible. I'm going to be saying this a lot. I have already said it a lot. Why did the Rello Query? I don't know what to feel about this card. It's playable. Played in black-green. I don't think I'm playing it in Bard class. Just because it's... 2 is my synergy slot. It's where I, everything's a role player at 2. And a lot of that role playing is based on, synergy creatures, and I don't get much of that with white. But, it's cool. Grab Nykthos with this, and then grab Deserted Temple with this. That's gonna be hot. Who said Writhing Chrysalis was okay? Who said that this card was okay? What's up with Wizards? And making 4-mana 4/5s? Actually, what's up with... Okay. I'm looking for cards in Gladiator that are mana value of 4, have power of 4, have toughness of 5, and have reach. Okay, that's a legitimate... That's less than I thought. What if they don't have reach? Jeepers! What's up with this? 21 cards? And, think about this. Have you seen a Roalesk? Who's cast a Roalesk? Are 4/5s not good enough anymore? Am I just in a weird zone and it does it feel weird that 4/5 with good text, you look at it and you're just like, well, it's not Shieldred or Syndicate Recruiter. What's up with that? Okay, actually, I have cast Selvala. She's no longer in Bard class, but I've cast her. When's the last time someone saw a Ripjaw Raptor? I think it was... I think for me it was 2022? Is the last time I saw Ripjaw Raptor? No, I have certainly cast Selvala. I don't know. What's up with 4-mana 4/5s and not getting played? But I do think Writhing Chrysalis is kind of crazy. It rebates you 2 mana. Is that enough? I don't know. I hope it is. Disruptor Flute's not for our format. We don't have the knowledge of our opponent's hand and the likeliness of our opponent's hand to be able to realistically use this well. Idle is bad. I hate these artifacts that just tap and pay some mana to make a token. And this one has other text, but it's not good text, or it's not actively good text. Solar Transformer is a 2-mana mana rock. You'll play it for that reason. It also adds energy and adds colored mana 3 times. I think this card's just good enough. I think you'll play it. Vexing Bopple's a cool egg. It hits some things, but you don't really care if it hits some things or not. It's just an egg. I won't play it in Engineer because I need to build Engineer to do that, but I'm sure L's gonna play it in Engineer. Winter Moon. Same thing I said about Harbinger of the Seas, except I think Winter Moon's just good enough if you're running like more than like 10 to 12 basics. I think if you're at 12 basics, you can just run Winter Moon and you'll win like a decent number of games. Real talk. I get it if you're like monocolored aggro. I let me take care of my dog real quick. Okay. Dog taken care of. I think, yeah, if you're like mono color aggro, you might not be able to get away with a Winter Moon. But like, if you're a 2-color mid-range deck, you don't run that many dual lands because you don't need to. You can play this Winter Moon and just win. Where it's like, you know, if your opponent has 2 non-basic lands, Winter Moon is good. Like, if this stops a land from untapping every turn, Winter Moon's good. I think that's the hard truth of it. Like, because then I'm just treating Winter Moon like it's Rashadan Port, and like, it's worse than Rashadan Port, but Rashadan Port would be kind of obscene in this format. Or, it'd be good in this format. But like, if my opponent's on 2 non-basics, I'm happy. 3, I'm wonderful. 4 or more, I'm so winning. And like, how many basics are people on these days? Like, I know I'm on like 6 in most of my decks. Low numbers. Like, these Winter Moon seems good. Archway of Innovation, I think I have a number somewhere in here. Oh, by the way, we're in the lands now. So, okay, I don't have an actually good number. I think if you have islands and enough of a density of artifacts that you can pretty reasonably conceive of a world where you have 3 artifacts to improvise, because that's how much you need to net mana with this ability, I think you're happy with Archway of Innovation. If it's like a thing that can happen like by turn like 6 in most games, you're probably happy. This doesn't have to be a soul land too often to be good. It just has to be able to be a soul land. I think that's my trick for it. What's up with Arena of Glory? Who said this card was okay? I love it. Whoever said it was okay, I want to thank them, because getting 2 hasty things in a turn, so nice. And like, if I don't want the haste, I don't have to exert it. It's so nice. It's perfect for the deck that has a lot of things with haste, but could have more things with haste. Exactly what I want to see. We already have the fetches. I think the landscapes are not that good in our format, which is fine. They don't need to be. I will play maybe like 1 or 2 of these landscapes in blue-green colorless, because they tap for colorless and have other utility. But I'm not super high on them. They're cool for limited. They're interesting. I like them. Yeah, they're here. They're cool. They're interesting. Monumental Henge. I think you play this, but like, is this good? Is this good? Here's my question. Should I play this in Naya Bard class? Because it's it's quite moderately likely to be tapped. But it has a really comically high chance to hit. If I can activate it. But that requires triple white. Do I have triple white? That's occasionally, but not often. Chat, do I play Monumental Henge? Because I don't know. Is everything just super free with fetches? I don't know. I really don't know. I'm gonna say Monumental Henge is probably fine. It's not great, but you'll play it. And you'll be happy when you activate it, probably. But Cash, that requires me to fetch my Triumph. I don't like fetching. Fetching the Triumph feels so bad after Surveil Lands got printed. Gonna be real. Well, a single dual land doesn't turn on Monumental. Cash, I get the check land thing. This isn't just a check land. This is a monocolored check land. It changes the whole dynamic, Cash. I'm playing the check lands now, Cash. But like it's a whole different ballgame when it's my most tertiary color of a deck. Requires double pips to activate. And is like, I get the cost of inclusion is low. But like, is this enough? And like, am I gonna use it often enough? This is already one of my white sources. I'm only gunning for 2 most of the time. You know? And I need 3 for this. So I think usually I'm actually off this card. In Naya Bard class specifically. Yeah, like, I don't know, Cash. I just don't want to get to 3 white pips. And if I do that, like, I never do that intentionally, you know? I'm still gonna think about this card. I think it doesn't... I think Naya Bard class's mana problems are real enough that Monumental Henge is a question more than an assurance. Gotta say, the landscape arts go hard. They go real hard. I love these arts. Shifting Woodland is not okay. They made the best creature. Like, this is, I think, the best creature land we've gotten, right? Like, 4 mana become your best creature in your yard. And it's not even, like, a hard ask to have it enter untapped. I think Woodland is, like, the best card when you're looking at, like, cost of inclusion to quality ratio. It's one of the, like, it's really good. This card's great. Yeah, it works at instant speed. It becomes anything. I could turn this into Bard class. Hold up, I actually have to read Bard class rules real quick. To add this ability, additional move abilities gain normal. Yeah, I'm seeing if it keeps the levels. I don't think it does. Okay. I don't... In case you haven't found the joys of Yagatog, I'm going to show you the joys of Yagatog. I'm going to search class cards. Each class card has a striated text box containing 2 class level bars. It's blah blah blah. Keyword ability that represents both an activated and a static. Includes the activation cost of its activated ability and a level number. Cost. This class's level becomes N. A level is a designation any permanent. It keeps the levels. It keeps the levels, chat. Ooh, that's hot. I want to test this out too. So everything's naturally at level 1. So here's my thing. Okay. I want you to read this 716.2a and think about it for a second and realize what the implications of it are. And as soon as I can give out VIP badges, I will give a VIP badge to whoever gets the implication that I'm thinking of in chat. So, a level ability means cost this class's level becomes N. And since it's a designation, it keeps that designation. Activate only if this class is level N-1 and only as a sorcery. And the text, as long as this class is level N or greater, it has the ability of the level. You know what you can do? Shifting Woodland is the same permanent regardless of the instance. So if I turn it into a ranger class and then activate level 2, then the next time I activate it, copying ranger class, it's still at level 2. I can then put it to level 3. And there's one extension of that idea. I want to see if someone in chat can get it. This is my brain running at like 150%. It should not be running this hot. Chat, what happens if I then turn it into a bard class? The pop quiz. I will tell you the answer in about 5 seconds, but I am I love classes so much. Okay. The answer is that if my Shifting Woodland got to level 3 on Ranger class, it starts at level 3 at Bard class. Which isn't like a huge, like, enormous upgrade or anything. But the fact that it keeps its levels and between classes is kinda nutty. I'm loving that. Is there a class with really cheap abilities all around? Arena Druid class. What's regular Druid class? Druid class is too much. Okay. Ooh, Barbarian class is kind of cheap abilities. Monk class is kind of cheap abilities, but I'm never touching Monk class with a 10-foot pole. I hate this card. Rogue class isn't too hard. So what I'd like, though, is you could go, like, Monk class up to level 3 on your Shifting Woodland, and then turn it into a Warlock class and have the super expensive 3rd level on it. That's big brain classes. None of the classes are good? Wally, what are you on? Ranger class is a card. Ranger class is nutso. Okay. And forgot about Ranger class. Now that I'm done having a small stroke over that, Snow-Covered Waste right here, they're cool, neat. Spymaster's Vault. You play it if you... I think I'll agree with you, Wally, that, like, Ranger, maybe Paladin. Bard's so specific, but it's so fun. Spymaster's Vault, play it with Swamps. It's great. It's always great. There's no question about it. I don't know. There's nothing else to say. Ugin's Labyrinth. Woo! We're going on another field trip, friends. I am... So, I want to see cards that are either in Gladiator or MH3. That have a mana value of 7 or greater, are colorless. Is there anything else I need to check? No, I don't think that's it. I think that's it. And now we have 68 cards that hit off this Ugin's Labyrinth. And we just have to figure out which ones are good. Arcane Proxy could be something. Oh, this is going to include all of the... Or this is going to include maybe just Blood-Soaked Insight, because I think that's the only 7-drop. Breaker of Creation. I've said it's acceptable. Brazilla, I'm not counting. Chittering Host doesn't count. Chromatic Orrery is a card. I think that counts. Combat Thresher, I'm gonna say counts. Devour counts if you hate yourself, and sometimes I do. Um, Drowner of Truth super counts. So how many is that? 1, 2, 3, 4. I'll say yes to Deep Fiend. 5. Emrakul is 6. Forge Fire is 7. Frogmere is like specific for a specific deck, so I'm gonna say no for now. Hulking Metamorph is 8. I'm sure someone could validate one of these, so I'll say 9. Metalwork is a card, so either that or something else is 10. Null Drifter and Phyrexian Flesh Gorger puts us to 12. You could do something with Portal to Phyrexia or something. 13. I'm gonna start being a little more. I was gonna say selective, but I see my Twisted Rill Keeper. That's like 15. Ugin is 16. One of these probably can be 17. Worldbreaker can be 18 maybe. You know? How many cards do we need to make Ugin's Labyrinth good? And is it 18? Because I don't think I'm willing to commit 18 slots in a deck to Ugin's Labyrinth. I could maybe do like 7 of those. Does that mean Ugin's Labyrinth is just bad? Definitely not in blue-green colorless. But is it good anywhere else? Because I don't think it goes into sneak attack now that I look at it. Y'all, is Ugin's Labyrinth just not good in Gladiator? Because that's the vibe I'm getting. Yeah, Ugin's Labyrinth. Is this card just not it in Gladiator? This makes me so sad. I've built so much of my life over the past month on saying this card's gonna be great. What if this card's just bad? Well, yeah, McMeno, but it's a colorless land. Or it's a land that adds colorless. Which is is not doing it any favors. I want this card to be good. I'm now thinking I probably shouldn't try it in Sneak, but I'll try it in blue-green colorless. It cannot be bad in blue-green colorless, but it might be not amazing in... Yeah, like, it's a lot of work for one land, and a lot of slots you have to devote to it. Maybe it's just not it. Urza's Cave, I am off this card for now. I don't like Urza's Cave today. If we get... I think we need to get some really powerful lands for Urza's Cave to be good. If this could grab Field of the Dead, I'd be happy. I think it needs to grab stuff on that level, though. Like, you want it to be, like, this is the second copy of the comic, like, the reason my deck is good because of a land, you know? This needs to grab an Urza Saga. This needs to grab a, like, card on the level of... Like, okay, it needs to grab a card that's, like, one step lower than Gaia's Cradle or Tolarian Academy. That's my feeling. Because, like, that's where I'd put it. Like... I don't know. Maybe you could grab like Library of Alexandria and I'd be happy. Which is not reasonable of an ask. If it grabbed Caracas, it could be something. Like, I am saying a bunch of lands that shouldn't exist in Gladiator, is what I'm saying. And I think that's the amount I need to want a second copy of it that I pay 4 for. That's where I'm at. We already have these fetches. We are in the home stretch. This is we've been here for 6 hours. We're actually in the home stretch now. We're in the double face cards. And we are going to do an activity for our stretch of double faced cards. Not the Planeswalkers. We're going to go through each of these. And we're going to put them in these tier lists. In this tier list. I'm going to make this today. We're going to start with a Johnny first, though. A Johnny is a 1/2 and a 2/1. When the 2/1 dies, usually, it can be any cat, but when the 2/1 dies, you get this Ajani. He +2s to put a counter on each cat, but also is just a machine that pumps out 2/1s. That's good enough. If you're in, if you have red permanents, card's great. If you don't, card's great. It's a 3/3 of stats for 2. Play it. There's nothing further to that. I think the correct play pattern is to usually 0, and then sometimes +2 when you have like more than 2 cats on the field. Razorgrass Ambush. This shoots a thing for 3. It has its MDFC land pack. All of them are bolt lands in monocolor. So is Razorgrass Ambush good? Because I'm actually thinking it's like surprisingly medium. Like, I think this is firmly in like C+ tier. It's almost great, but I think it's mostly just defensible. I'm not gonna, like, very few of these cards are actually like bad or less than defensible. I think this one's defensible. It's just that. It's just like, here's like 2-man. Here's a lightning strike for a creature. It has to be attacking or blocking. If you don't think that's going to happen, or you need the land, you get a land. I think that's fine. I don't think I'm going to be scrambling to need it in my decks, especially because here's my take. It might be a hot take. These bolt lands are bad. You don't want to play these. Like, you know, who cares if they enter untapped? They're bad. You don't want to pay 3 life for your 1 color shock land. In 3 color, certainly not. In 2 color, probably still not. Monocolor, still not. You don't want to play these. But if you want to play the spell pretty much ever, and you want to have the ability to switch between the land and the spell, I think this card's good. So I think most of the time, this is a reasonable enough card to cast in your deck that I want to have the ability to play a land that can also be this. It's like Igonjo if Igonjo was worse in multiple ways, is my take. And like, Igonjo's really good, but this is a worse Igonjo. Witch Enchanter. Similarly to how I view this as a worse Igonjo, I think this is slightly worse than Boseiju. That said, I do think Boseiju is better. The fact that this is tutorable off of like a Recruiter of the Guard and things like that. The fact that this is 2 powers, so it can get hit off like a Revel Arc if that comes into play. The fact that this is just a creature also helps a lot. I think this is like B-. I initially thought this card was kind of bad. I think it's better than I thought now. But I'm not huge in general on these MDFCs compared to some people. I don't think they're free, but there's a low cost to playing them. Hydroelectric Specimen. I want you to look at this card. Look at this 1/4 for 3. When are you going to use this? This fits the design of the MDFC where it's like narrow, so you want to play the land more often. But when you are in a matchup that you want the front face, it's cool to have. But like, when do you want this? B- and then Hydroelectric Specimen. I think Hydroelectric Specimen is a D. I don't think these cards are at all. I don't think any of these cards are bad, but I will be like looking at you a little bit weird if I see this coming on the backside of just like, were you ever gonna play the front side? Speaking of which, Sink into Stupor. I think this card's better than the Specimen, but like, here's my genuine question. If you're playing like a blue deck, do you play Unsubstantiate? Do you play Unsummon? Like, and if you don't play like very basic bounce spells, why are you playing this? Like, sure, it can be a land on the other side, but if your baseline for a good bounce effect is like Remand, this is horrible. This card's not good. Like, yeah, if my baseline's Remand, then the card that costs 1 more and doesn't draw me a card fundamentally is a horrible Remand. So why would I play it? That's my take. So I'm gonna make what might be a hot take for some people. I'm gonna say Sink into Stupor. Is a blue card, and it is a D. I will look at you a little funny if I see this land. I don't think you should run it in most decks. Tameo. Tameo's good. 0/3 blocker. Like, Tameo's an 0/3 blocker, which, like, you know, we play hard evidence sometimes. It's fine. The fact that this can investigate multiple times is nice, and the fact that you can set it up to draw your 3rd card pretty much whenever you want in this format, and then flip her into something good is nice. I do think this Planeswalker's nice. I don't think it's amazing, but it's nice. The +2 buys you so much time. Yeah, it's not hard to flip her at all, whenever you want. The +2, very nice. I love that it's a +2, so she immediately goes to 4 before anyone else has priority. Like, on top of that, I don't think most creatures are killing her from 4 on their own, which means, assuming there's 2 creatures coming at her, she effectively has 6 loyalty for purposes of what kills her. like at least 6 loyalty, depending on how many creatures are on the board. Also, buys you a ton of time. If they attack Tamio, that's a life swing for you. That's a fog for you. If they attack you, Tamio still works. Still buys you like a point of damage per creature. And again, this was something you had for free off getting the 0/3 that draws you extra cards. The -3, if you can -3 once, you're so happy. She's great. If you -3 her once, doesn't matter if it's a green card or not, she's super well positioned. And if you want, I think if you're like a deck that has a decent board position, which if you're in like mono blue or like blue red or something, that might be difficult, but like in like a blue green deck, I think you can pretty decently position her to get 2/7 pretty reasonably. Like, I think with +2 on this, and that +2 also buying more time, getting to 7 is not too difficult. And like if you do that, you win, but you know, that's not why you're playing her. You're playing her because her +2 buys you a ton of time. Her -3 wins you the game. Like, rebuying spells is huge. And her face is alright. Her front face is good. I will say, this is a card for Oracle. Is this a card for Oracle? Not hard to flip, buys you some time on the front face, buys you time on the back face, grabs your tutors again, or your Tainted Pact, so you can Tainted Pact and then grab it back to your hand so you can Oracle combo. Yeah, I think Tammy is just good in Thoracle. That's fun. Bogart Trawler. This guy's great. Love him. Big me energy. I'm the Bogart Trawler. Being a creature makes these things so much better. Being a creature that also has like relevant matchup dependency, that's great. Being a 3-power creature, nice. If like, and here's the thing, if X1s just don't matter in your matchup, it's a land. It's not a good land. There's a cost. But I think being a like creature with stats that I don't like physically repulse at does get you to like B- pretty quickly. Fell the Profane. This is the card. This is just so good. Being removal on an MDFC is really nice all the time. Like, it means it's always at least defensible. The fact that it is unconditional is really nice. The fact that it's not, like... Hero's Downfall would have been too much, so I'm happy with where the cost is. Maybe it could have been, like, 3 in a black, and I'd be happier, but, you know, 2 in black is fine. I think this is just good. Just quality. I think that it gets a solid B. Especially because it actually, like, it does get you... It is card parity when you cast it. That's the thing I don't like about Sink into Stupor. Is that Sink into Stupor is... like, is overall card disadvantage for you. That's why we play Remand. It's because it draws us a card. Who cares about versatility? It's card disadvantage. I don't like Sorin. I said it. I think it's good in the life gain deck. But, like, I don't like Sorin. I don't like the cut of his jib. Um, being a 1/4, I think this is the deal. I am too courageous to like 1/4s. I just dislike 1/4s these days. Because I'm too courageous of a Magic player. I'm not a coward. And I think cowards like 1/4s. And I will say, I used to be a coward in life. I used to like my 1/4s. I remember wait, what? Where's, oh, it's from Amonkhet then. AKH, is that? Yeah. I remember Dune Beetle. I was there when Dune Beetle was printed. I was here for this. I loved the Dune Beetle. And you know what? I was a fool for it. A coward. But now, I am grown. And I have cast aside my childish ways. I don't like 1/4s now. 1/4 with lifelink? That's even more cowardly. What? You want to gain life while being a coward? Ugh. I think it's like reasonable to flip, but it actually does take more work than I like to flip it in Gladiator. I don't like, the thing I really don't like is that Soren has to flip. Sure, but like, why do I have to crack a food? Tamia doesn't require that I have to crack a food. I just play the card, and on her own, she's gonna flip herself. Why do I have to crack? Why do I have to go through extra work to flip this Soren? And then I don't get the option to flip the Soren. If I'm in a deck where I need bodies and can't stop gaining like a little bit of life each turn, I'm legally obligated to flip Soren. This includes also if I steal Soren, I have to flip him back. What's up with that? I do like that he keeps the extort. That's cute. I don't like that his +2s for a food. That's just so nothing. What's the point? Why do I +2 for a food? I've already shown that I don't need help gaining life in order to flip this guy. Why is the point of the flipped Soren to gain me more life? I am a Soren hater. I'm a big Soren hater. I'm just going to talk about how I hate this card for 40 minutes. I don't like that the +2 is just, hey, we heard that you're already gaining life. How about you gain more? The thing is, Oko turned food into 3/3s and turned opponent's creatures into 3/3s. The +2 for a food, who cares about that? That's just for when you need to be in a cycle that's like way too good. What you wanted was the +1. And here, this Soren, you get a -1. It's like they learned from Oko. I do like this -1. This -1's cute. And I do like that he can immediately flip. Once he flips, he can immediately -1 to Bolt. That's cute. I don't like people saying, oh, that's Lightning Helix, because it's not. You had to work for the Lightning Helix. You had to work to gain the life. Soren didn't help you out with that. You had to work for that Lightning Helix. You had to work for the damage. He's fine in the food deck. He's fine if you're like a Soul Sisters build or something. I can't get behind a card that's so cowardly, and I just don't like the play pattern here. I'm just not vibing with it. I might turn around. I don't think I am yet. Also, like, I gotta say, Soren's kind of ugly. Looking kind of ugly. He is an ugly kid. Uh, this art, better. This art, I don't know what's happening. But like, this kid, what's up with his hair? I get if any Soren is not gonna be eye candy, it's this one. But what's up with this hair? What you doing? You look like you're 8. You probably are like 8. That actually does kind of make sense. Pinnacle Monk. We're back to the MDFCs. This one's so expensive. God, 5 mana for your Archaeomancer? What's up with this? I do the microphone bit of thing again, but we've already learned from that. What's the deal with these Pinnacle Monks? Why are they so expensive? Like, you know, I walk down to my corner store and I can get a Pinnacle, I can get a regular, like, you know, off-brand monk for like 3-4 mana. But like, you know, I want the Pinnacle Monk? Oh, I gotta pay 5 mana for that. What the hell? It's not even 3/3. What are they thinking? I will say this. I think this is like D+. It does fit into like the design idea that I like of this, of like, you know, you're getting to 5 mana. Why are you playing this as a land? Just play it as a 2/2. It gets something back. That's fine. It's more of like a land that when you have too much mana is also good. I get that. I get the vibe of that. That's why it gets a D+. Okay. This is not just going to be me being old man yells at clouds magic for a bit, but I do also not like Ral Monsoon Sage. Why does my Baral hurt me? Why does my Baral hurt me? Why does he hurt me? Why does he ping me? What's up with that? I thought we were in 2024. Why do cards have downsides? What's up with this? What's up with this card? This is gonna be really low quality. But I'm gonna do something here. And like, I'm allowed to do this because I'm bi. Color is like this bright red, and then background color is like white, and then background opacity we crank up, and then we make this really small. And then I just be disgusted at it. What the hell is going on with this card? I don't get it. And then it flips, and you're like, cool, yeah, finally, I get to stop being hurt by myself. And now I have to +1 to get the same thing that I had as a static here. Because they wanted to say, no, you can't actually get the things you want in life. If you cast, you know, 4 spells and hit yourself for 3 before winning your flip, then Ral comes in with 6 loyalty counters. Why doesn't Ral just come in with like 3 or 4 counters all the time? Why couldn't they have just done something normal? Like, always comes in with 3 or 4, always has the instant sorceries cost 1 less to cast. Strict upgrade to get him to flip. I'd love that. That'd be great. But instead, I have to be activating him. So that means that I can't -2. Yeah, like, in order for my gay best friend to enter with a bunch of counters, I have to die. What's up with that? And then I have to activate him in order to even get the benefits. What's up with that? And that means that if I want to, like, electrolyze something, I both have to have a blue permanent, which is, like, harder than it seems. It's harder than you would say. Like, you think blue permanent, that's easy. You're already in a deck that wants to do this. But no. I disagree. I don't think that having a blue permanent in play is actually that easy with Ral. Like, you play lots of blue spells, but, like, what's your blue permanent gonna be? I mean, it's gonna be Tamiyo. That's the answer. It's Tamiyo. Like, what's up with this card, though? Who cares about this -8? I'm not even gonna read it. I'm sure it's something good, but, like, it's a -8. You have to get him so high to do that. Just like you have to get me high to stop talking bad about this card. Okay, I'm done with this bit. Oh, that was a mistake. I want to get me back over here. Goodbye, live seismic reaction. You're gone forever. Sundering Eruption. Love this card. This card's great. What if your land could instead be the card that your red aggro deck needs to win the game? What if you did that? Like, who cares about... Don't look at the land stuff. Land stuff, not important. Look at this land, the fact that it is a land. This is a land. And look at creatures without flying can't block this turn. Literally all you need to do. Only thing you need to care about. This makes creatures unable to block and is a land. You just cast this when you win, play it as a land when you don't. Like, this is exactly what I wanted out of this. This is great. Like, and the truth is, the problem with falter effects is that they are bad because they're not always relevant. And with Sundering Eruption, it is always relevant because it's always a land. It solves the problem of the falter effect. Like, this is the point where I'm like, yeah, there's a low cost of inclusion. 3 life, yeah, okay. I will say, the land's bad. The land's not good. But you are so close to playing this card because it just wins games. And the reason you don't play this card, if it is just one-sided, is because when it's just one-sided, like, you know, 4 turns of the game, like, you know, 4/5 of the game, it doesn't matter. And then you just have a dead card in hand. But the 5th of the time that it is relevant, it wins you the game. And the other 4/5, it's either a tap land or a bolt. And, like, I think that's worth it. I think that's genuinely worth it. And, like, the truth is, you know, these lands are bad. I will say that. But I think if you're of the opinion that I think if you're the opinion that you don't play this falter because the 3 life is too much, then none of these MDFCs are good. Like, that's my opinion. This is exactly what you want out of an MDFC. This is exactly the design you want. This is exactly the, like, application you want it used in. If you don't like it here, I I would argue you probably shouldn't like any of them. Falter is the effect that, like, is you want to have the ability to not care about this card, or when it wins you the game, you cast it. Fel the Profane is I think the best one. Actually, I don't know if it's the best one, but it's very good. It's always pretty good. Sundering Eruption is like a lot more swingy, but I think that works in this cycle's favor. I am giving it I'm torn between a B plus and an A minus. I think it's a B plus. I don't think it's staple level, but it's good. It's quite good. Like, you should play it. I think people should play this card. Bridgeworks Battle. I don't like it. We have Primal Might. Why am I playing this one? We have Primal Might. The whole point of Primal Might is that it's good at 1 mana, and 3 mana, and 10 mana. Bridgeworks Battle is only at one of those options, and the flip side of being a land, at least in the decks I've been playing, it's not like what I want to do. Because the truth is, if I have fight effects that are rotting in my hand, it's not that it's not that I don't want them to be in my hand. It's that I'm waiting for the right target. And I don't think you play this as a land if you're waiting. That's my take. And because I don't think you play this as a land if you're waiting for the right target, you're always going to have a good target on your side. And if you don't, you're not winning that game anyway. I don't think you wait on this card, which means I think you just play Primal Might instead. I think that puts it into the awkward spot where it's like, it's defensible. I'm not going to look at someone weird for playing it. I will heavily advocate for people not to play it if they ask me, though. I think that's where I'm at. Which I think marks it as C minus. Disciple of Freyalise, I actually think is the best of the monocolored ones. And there's a very specific reason for it, and it's not a broad card. I think this one is special. And it's not broad. It's not in every deck. But if you're playing Fierce Empath, you should play this card. 100, yeah, you should just play this card if you're playing Fierce Empath. Having Fierce Empath able to grab an untapped land, having Fauna Shaman be able to grab an untapped land in the same color, very huge. Having that creature also be a good thing to sneak in, very good. Having that creature also be a decent thing to cast, extremely good. This is 2 mana more than it should cost. Because we have Disciple of Bolas that does the same thing, right? Yeah, we have Disciple of Bolas that does the same thing at 4 mana. This is worse than that on rate for its mana cost, but it's a land that you can get off your Fierce Empath. That's what I care about, and that's what most people would care about when playing this. That said, I think this is a staple. I think it's only a staple in Sneak Attack and similar decks. But it makes it the A. I also wish it I also kind of wish it cared about toughness. That would be a nice like foil to it. Because like, I do like that they have the same arm placements though. That's nice. That's a nice touch. I like that. Wrist. I think this card's just like, Wrist is very medium. It's a fine card. It's very C level. You know, its ability is like not the easiest to make happen, but it's also like, it's gonna happen if you're in green black. Is the thing. Like it will flip. And when it does, having it be a machine that puts out 1/1s on pluses is really nice. I really appreciate that. Having I don't like that that the naturalize is a -2. That irks me a little. I wish it was a -1. But I get why. And, you know, sometimes you just keep plussing and then say, okay, I have 86 things in my graveyard. Let's win the game. Grist is fine. Played in green-black. I don't think you play it otherwise. Oh. Now we get to the 2-color ones. This is big. We're in big territory. We get to add 10 more cards to this. Yeah, okay. Let's look at Blood-Soaked Insight. It's black-red. It costs 1 less for each life your opponents have lost, and you get to exile the top 3 cards of an opponent's library, play them until the end of your next turn, and spend mana however you want. And on the backside is a tapped dual land. I like this. I think this is good for like black-red decks. I think very few of these are good enough to be played in one of them. But I think this is a totally playable card because A, it's also a dual land. It also fixes you, like actually. And B, I'm happy to cast this card. Like, this is a fine card to cast. Like, you know, I attack for 4. This thing if I hit for 4, this thing costs 4, like, no, it costs 3 mana. Like, I don't think it's great, but I do think it's quite good. I think that this is a solid, like, it's in this, like, liminal space of C+, B-. I think it earns a C+. I think I think it's like better than defensible. I think decks should be playing it, but it's the kind of thing I'm like, you don't have to play it at all. Drowner of Truth. Being a 7/6, being colorless for Ugin's Labyrinth, being green-blue, this card only has 1 home. It's the deck that I make specifically for it. It's playable there. It's played in Modern. It's apparently gonna be played in Modern. The Eldrazi mid-range deck is gonna be playing this. So like, it's gonna find a home. It's not amazing, but it'll get somewhere. The fact that this is a land is actually a lot more important than I think a lot of the other ones. This creature is fine, but it's not amazing. And I'm going to give this a flat C. I think this is pretty good in one deck. And you know what? That means I'm not going to bat an eye if I see it at all. Glasswing Grace is bad. This card's so bad. What's going on with this card? It's so bad. Like, I'm gonna be real. This card is like fine and limited. It's not great. It's not amazing. Again, isn't this the form? Isn't this the set that like power creeps these kinds of things? Why is this 2 mana more? Jeepers! It's so bad. I think this is the one. This is the single one that I think is actively bad, and like I shouldn't see it. It's just so bad. Legion Leadership. Oh yeah, it's busted at 2 or 3. It's 5. It is 2 mana, too expensive. Legion Leadership. This one's great. You know, in the not incredibly distant past, we have played cards that doubled power. We have played one of these cards. Is this an arena? Yeah. Like, I have seen this cast before. I have definitely seen Unleashed Fury cast before. This is better than that. It's easier to cast than that. It gives first strike. What's up with that? It's also a land. That's kind of nutty. This card is very good if you want to be doing the things that it's doing, which you probably want to be doing in red. So sometimes you will play hi Root. Yeah, we're still live. You did miss the Necrobloom. We are in MDFCs now. Legion Leadership is good. It's one of the best for red-white. It's one of the best cards for red-white. And if you're in red or white but still want the doubling power, it's a legitimately good spell to have on its own, even if you ignore the fact that it's a land, even if you ignore like the fact that it taps for 2 colors, you just want it to tap for 1. It's still a totally fine card. Similarly, Revitalizing Repast. This is the best one. What's up with this card? I'm just gonna put it out. This is gonna be the closest thing I get to an S. I don't like to give out an S, but Revitalizing Repast is so good. Comically good. It's, in fact, good enough that you probably should play it in black or green decks. Indestructible, 1 mana, instant speed, gets a +1/+1 counter, or you can flip it and put it as land. It's so versatile. It's great. It's crazy. What the hell are they thinking? This is absolutely the best of the MDFCs. I am not shying away from that. It's so good. Rush of Inspiration. I don't think this card's good. And it could be, if it was a different card, it could be pretty nice. It is very bad, though. I think I'm too nice to say don't play this card, or like to tell someone if I see it, don't play this card. But just barely. At random sucks. Someone's gonna cast this against me, and then discard something really good at random, and then they're gonna message me in chat, like, be like, fuck. And I'm gonna be like, I didn't say I didn't tell you so. Well, I think, as far as I know, L is just planning on playing this in the energy deck that doesn't exist. And there it's fine. It's okay. It's still not great, but like, it's playable. If you can pay the 2 energy, it's fine. But like, someone's gonna play this against me, discard a good card at random, and be like, fuck. And I'm gonna tell them, you know, maybe you shouldn't have played it. I don't know if L is playing it in energy, or if L is playing energy, but as far as I know, L has said that C is playing it in, like, if C is gonna play it, so it's gonna play it in the energy deck. That's my, yeah. L will also play anything. What's Strength of the Harvest? It's good in one deck specifically. It's very mediocre outside of that. I don't think you play it in any green-white deck, but if you care about modified or care about auras and enchantments, you can play this card and you'll feel good about it. Sanctum Stoppy, yep, all that good stuff. It's absolutely playable. It's not an auto-include, but it's totally acceptable. I'm gonna put this as a C+ for that reason. Like, it fits into a pretty broad space where a decent amount of decks it's great in. It's like quite good in, but I feel like saying it's anything higher than C+ gives the impression that people should actually play it in most decks that are both these colors. It is another all deck layers, yeah. Stump Stomp. This card's great. It's a land. It's also removal. It's removal that you can play in 2 different colors. It's pretty on rate. It was on rate until 2 sets ago. This card's cool. You should play it because it's a land, and then also because it kills things. I'm going to give this a B because I think that's where it fits. I was almost tempted to give it a B+, but I think it's about similar to where I'd put Fel the Profane. Suppression Ray. I hate this card. L likes this card too much. I think the answer of how good it is actually somewhere in the middle. It's asleep. Like, legitimately, it is tap all creatures target player controls. And much like the Falter, sometimes that works. And this is a tap land for white-blue. So if you're in both white and blue, I don't think you should play it, but you can. And I won't. And when I die to it, I'll be like, yeah, okay, I deserve that. And when I don't die to it, I'll be like, I don't know about that. But I'm not going to make a big deal of it. Suppression Ray gets a solid D+ for me. Waterlog Teachings. This card's... What's up with this card? This card's obscene. What's... I like how you go, like, no matter what order, you eventually get somewhere like Glasswing Grace into Legion Leadership, where it's like, this is an utter dog card. This card's horrible. And then this card's obscene. It's amazing. And we get the same thing. Suppression Ray is not good. Waterlog Teaching is great. Tutor for a card. Have a land. I don't remember who I was talking about this with, but you can tutor for Cyba Siphoner, and then Cyba Siphoner it back, and then tutor for an Ephemerate, and then Ephemerate the Cyba Siphoner. Or you could just tutor for the card you actually want the second time. Like, this card's just great. It's a tutor. It finds your Tainted Pact. Play it. I do think this fits in the same spot as like Legion Leadership, where it is great if you're in both the colors and legitimately playable if you're in one of them and want the effect. So I'm going to keep it there. And that's my tier list. This is my MDFC rankings. Gaze upon them and tell me how I'm wrong. And when I put this as like a VOD or something, tell me especially how I'm wrong. This is not going to be one VOD. I'm going to have to split this up. We are so close. We are almost done. Angel of the Ruins is not great. I thought it was good for a second, and then I was like, well, Plane Cycling 2 kind of have Eternal Dragon already, right? And you only need one. I think if you're playing Refurbished in 2024, you need to get your back checked, but if you are, you can play this and you're not going to feel horrendous about it. Just bad. Yeah. Decree of Justice is just bad. It's goofy, but it's bad. Distinguished Conjurer. Is this a card we got? Yeah, it's not the worst reanimate target, but also like we have Eternal Dragon already. Are you already in Arena? No, you were not. You were just in 22. Okay. This card's good. I'll take all the Soul Sisters we can get. We are getting closer and closer to a Soul Sisters deck that like actually works in Arena and in Gladiator. And you know, cards like this, they're the backbone. They keep gluing stuff together. This one having the added ability to flicker is nice, especially because it can act as a very bad mom in a pinch. Worm's Chant's weird. I don't know how to feel about it. Some decks you can just use this to treat it like a Time Walk, and I think in those situations it's good. And like having multiple ways that this can be a Time Walk, multiple different ways, is nice. So I think this is a nice card to have. I don't think its applications are huge, but sometimes you want to just be able to say, all you're doing this turn is drawing your card and saying go. And this does it. Thank God we don't have Isochron Scepter yet. Also, Ian, give me Isochron Scepter. I am normal and can be trusted with instants that cost 2 or less. Recruiter of the Guard is cool. I don't know how else to think about this. Recruiter's cool. That's about it. I legitimately don't know how good Recruiter is in this format, but it's a cool card to have, and I want to see people do good with it so that I can justify myself trying it out more. But I am legitimately too much of a coward to be the first person to try out a 3-mana 1/1 that draws a card. I will play Savine's Reclamation though. This card's great. The fact that you get three unearths for one card is huge. Like, y'all like Luris, right? What if you had three Luris effects? I'm happy with Sabine. Sabine's Reclamation is a cool card. Deep Analysis. The more I've thought about this card, the less I like it. I do think that... Oh, Recruiter finds Solitude. Oh no. Recruiter finds solitude. And grief? It also finds grief, right? Yeah. Oh, that's not okay. Oh, that's not okay. Ooh. Okay. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die to Recruiter. Um, Deep Analysis, I liked when I first saw it, but it's a sorcery, and that hurts. Root Potato, do you like Deep Analysis and Dredge? Because I think that's the only place that I would want to play it, unless I'm playing a deck like that is specifically to like satiate a boomer. Alright, yeah. I think Deep Analysis is deeply fine, but just that. Yeah. We have Memory Deluge now. We just can Memory Deluge. Who cares about getting a 2-mana draw too? It's 2024. We're past that. Estrid's Invocation. I like this for the like 5 color. I like this for more than Abzan Enchantress builds. That's about it. And specifically, not shrines. Unfortunately, that is a minute amount of decks, and yeah, we have way better stuff than Deep Analysis. It's a limited amount of decks, but like if you're playing a 4-color Doom Foretold list, I like Estrid's Invocation. If you're playing something with the Birthing Pod enchantment, Enigmatic Incarnation, this is a great card for that deck. Also, if you're just playing like Bant Enchantress, which I think is also good, this card works. It does work, and it's great. Being able to copy one of your Constellation cards and trigger itself, and then every turn you copy your Constellation effects, like it's a good time. This card is not okay. And I said that a lot. I think the difference here is that this is a very limited card. You can't, like, there's a very limited amount of decks that want this. Like, in Canlander, you have the thing where, like, every deck is running comically good artifacts, pretty much. So you don't have to think as much for Kappa Cannoneer, because, like, you're already playing, like, Moxen or Crow Mox. Things that could improvise if they couldn't tap for mana, but also can tap for mana, and also trigger it after the fact, to make this just obscene. Thankfully, Gladiator hasn't, like, devolved to that point. We're still about, like, playing things that aren't artifacts. We don't have fast mana, really. So I think in a dedicated deck, this is not okay. But you do need something like Affinity, like a blue colorless artifact deck, or blue colorless matters deck. I think you can absolutely make this a good card. And God, why does it trigger itself? Why? They didn't have to do that. They decided to do that. They chose to do that. What were they thinking? But like, yeah, this card's great in artifact decks, but that's all you're really playing it in, unfortunately. Reform. I want this card to be good. It's so bad. It's so bad. If you have a free sack outlet, This is like a 3/3 that's hard to kill. Where are you doing that in blue? I'm sorry. Shrieking Drake is kind of similar. I want this card to be good. It fulfills an old man part of me that I like. But, you know, the ways that we're going infinite don't need an idiot to go infinite. We need, like, the ways we have to go infinite with an idiot, kill them already. Ominous Traveler and a Serac. The opponent is dead no matter what. Shrieking Drake, like, why would you just put in the enabler without the payoff, essentially, here into your deck? This is just a card for spinning your wheels, and we have better cards for that kill them. Buried Alive is going to be great. You can grab Priest of the Fellrights, as well as 2 reanimation threats, or like use, I don't know what you would do with it, but you can do something extra with it, I'm sure. Yeah, you can give back Priest of the Fellrights, a reanimator threat. What's your third thing you grab with this? Doesn't matter. You just grab like Shieldred so that you can oh, Uro, yeah. You just grab Uro. That's fair. If you're not in blue-green, then you can just grab Shieldred, and so that when you draw your Lively Dirge, it's great. You can do it for 4 mana instead of 5. Like, I think this card's just good. It's generically good to grab Priest, yeah. I love Crick. Crick is one of my favorite cards from Commander sets. This is Commander 2018, I think. Again, I love this card. I don't think it's good here. I don't think you're actually, like... I don't think you're actually able to gain that much mana with this card. In practice. You have some, like, good hits. Like, you have some ways to make it better. It's decent on its own. 4 mana, and, like, it's a thing with lifelink. 6 life is awkward. But, like, we just don't have, like, the storm capabilities that a 60 card format has. Where Crick is kind of nutso. Can't just go, like, Black Spell, Black Spell, Black Spell, Dark Ritual, Cabal Ritual, you know, Doomsday, like, and not pay mana for any of those. But, you know, I like that Crick's here. He's not that good, though. Nadia's Nightblade. I don't like this card. This card can go kick rocks. We already have a Geomancer. Deluge is going to be great. You're obviously going to play Deluge. Victimize is great at uncommon. Good to see it. Cursed Mirror. I like Cursed Mirror. Yeah, I think Cursed Mirror is good. I think it's good for specifically, like, medium red, where it's both, like, a Manolith, which is most playable in medium red, as well as it's the big thing that you already played if you need another of it for a turn. Like, it does that job well. I don't like really much else for this card, though. Fledgling Dragon is so bad. It's a very cute card, but it's bad. We already have Lelia. Meltdown's a sideboard card. Meteoric Mace is not for us. It's for the limited fools. I like Annoyed Allosaur. I legitimately do. I might try him in blue-green colorless, but he might just be bad. I do like the card, though. We already have Branching Evolution, right? Yes, we already have Branching Evolution. Priest of Titania is good in elves, exactly. And only elves. Sylvan Safekeeper, I think this card's good in lands. If you're playing things like Ramanop Excavator or other things that like can grab lands out of your graveyard, this can work a lot and do really like crazy stuff. But like otherwise, it does have a real cost. I think you need to be confident you can hit 2 elves with Priest, and I don't think that's true anymore, Root. I don't think your other dorks are usually elves that much. Like, Llanowar elves and Elvish Mystic are, but like, your only 2 that's an elf that I think you play anymore is either Paradise Druid or Loam Speaker. I think you can make it, like, work interestingly, but I don't think it's like a natural fit. Like I think you can make it work, but I think you have to be really heavily in green already, and at that point, yeah, you're pretty much an elves deck. I'm interested to see if people try this in like an Ultra Yell style green deck. I'm intrigued by that idea though. That could be something. But yeah, Sylvan Safekeeper, good in lands, good if you can do extra stuff with it. I don't think it's good if sacrificing the land is actually the cost. Is a full cost. You can't get it back. Wirewood Symbiote. Yeah, I get that, Root Potato, yeah. And that's big valid. And with plant, it's really nice. But I do think you need something to work with that, to like get your lands back. That's what you really need. Wirewood Symbiote, you played in elves. I think that's about it. It's for elves. Play the bug in elves. Breya's really cute in this format. The problem is, does she have? She does have a profile. Does she have any other treatments here? No. I like Breya. She's very cute, very cool. I think she's gonna have a hard time finding a home because most decks in most artifact decks are trying to reduce colors, trying to slim down rather than expand, and that like just as a general rule. So I think 4 color for this is a hard ask. Kali is so bad. Yeah, if there's a home for both, it's probably the same deck. I think Kappa works great in a deck with Breya, but I think Kappa fits in a lot more decks is the problem. And that might send Breya out to the farm. Kali is so bad. Remember when Kali was like scary? People thought Kali was scary, and then people just realized that it's just because no one played removal, and then realized that, oh hey, Shock could do this, and I can play better cards than Shock. Medallions. I'm interested in medallions. I think green's gonna be bad. Black I'm skeptical about, but I could see it. I mean, they didn't used to. They play more of it now. Thank God. Jet Medallion, I could see it, but I'm a little skeptical. You have a lot of like pip density, and so that's a lot of options where it doesn't help you. But if it saves you 4 mana, like, you're happy. Junk Diver. Card's good. Played in scraps, probably. Maybe. Played in combo artifact decks. That's probably it. Pearl Medallion. I think this card's probably really good. Like, I'm thinking Pearl Medallion fills a role of ramp that other ramp cards can't do, and that you are missing in a mono white deck. And if I go like turn 4, Pearl Medallion, 2/2 drops, am I feeling happy? If I go turn 3, Pearl Medallion 1/2 drop, am I happy? And then turn 4 go like 3 drop, 2 drop. I think I'm happy in those cases. We're gonna see though. I would love to see Pearl Medallion work in mono white. Red, I think it's about as good as any other piece of ramp for medium red. Sapphire Medallion, it's... Yeah, why not, Root? Go for it. Sapphire Medallion, I think, is not super well positioned. Like, the reason you're playing blue is to play Mana Drain and Counterspell. If you're not discounting those, what's the point? Urza's Incubator. I think this card's bad. Cute to see here, but bad. We already have Born Power Stone. Barbarian Ring, always being Painland, in Painland mode, it sucks when it doesn't fix you. And it's hard to turn on Threshold. Like, it's not easy. It's not a free thing. So, like, you do have to work for it. And then, yeah, like, I don't think you're going to get enough use out of the Threshold ability and consistently enough to be worth the, like, 3 to 4 life you pay per game with it when you play it. I think Barb Ring's bad. Cephalid Coliseum has the opposite problem. I think you, like, have an easier time turning on Threshold, and you're slightly more okay with it being a Painland, but the ability just doesn't matter. Like, are you gonna play Cephalid Coliseum in Dredge? I'd imagine not. I feel like you want this to be a I feel like you want this to be a fixing land. Like, actually fix you for multiple colors. Like, if, like, when Dredge is like 4 color, it's tough to play like a bad card with fixing. Yeah, it's better in formats where, like, you can use this to actually get a lot of cards in the, like, Dredge cards in the bin. Yeah, I see that. Deserted Temple. I think I'm in the mood of, if you are on Nykthos, you play this. Otherwise, don't. That's it. Nesting Grounds. I think this is a playable card in certain decks, but it's nothing super exciting. I'm glad it's here, but it's kind of just here. Finally, oh, we have one more. Penultimately, Phyrexian Tower we already have. Flusterstorm. The final card of the set. What's our time coming in at? 7 hours 45 minutes. Jesus. Flusterstorm. One of the worst cards of the set by a large margin. Do you play Dispel? No one plays Dispel. No one plays Miscast. Why would you play a Miscast that only hits for 2? It's great against Storm. But like, yeah, you don't play miscast. Why would you play this? This could get good, or could get better, in a world where, yeah, it's cool for sideboard formats, and specifically it's cool to see again for like modern. Good to have it in more hands. But like, this card's bad. This card is so bad in Gladiator. And with that, we are done. We're free. I'm free. We did it. I'm so tired. I've been streaming for 8 hours. I don't know when I'm gonna be back. But I will be back at some point. I might be back Saturday. Depends. Might do something on over the weekend. But I would like to stream more regularly. This is part of it. And once Bloomborough previews start, I am going to do more of a I'm going to switch the focus. With this spoiler season, it was very much a text first, then after all the previews were done, talk about the rest of the cards. It's going to be the opposite. I am going to try and stay up on previews throughout preview season. Do this in more chunks, and then put a text summary in the Discord. Also is going to mean a lot less work for me. I spent way too long making, let me show y'all, making this document. It's 33 pages of my opinions on each and every new card in this set. I spent way too long on it. I'm going to do the opposite, where in the Discord I'll probably link to the VOD and then talk about the cards individually. With that, I'm going to put this up as a video later. Thank you to everyone who came by. Thank you to, I believe it was Chocotholic for following today. And thank you to everyone who has stuck around for any amount of time in here or who watches the VOD later. It means a ton to me. I will talk with y'all again soon in some other way. We'll meet again soon.